Chapter 5979 Final Gift. The Space-Time River is my path forward. Yang Kai pondered. Senior means to say, the reason why I have placed a barrier outside of my space-time river is because I knew no one other than those who have also condensed their own space-time river have the power to save the universe. For those who do not have that ability, it would not benefit them in any way even if they found my space-time river. Since that is so, it would be better to cut off the hope for those who approach sooner to avoid them having to go through even greater despair later. Mu had hidden her space-time river in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and when Yang Kai was brought to it under Wu Kuang's lead, he felt something blocking him when he tried to enter. However, he was able to pass through easily. He thought at first that it was because of his identity as a human, but it was only later that he discovered this was because he had also condensed his space-time river. If not for that, no other human would have been able to enter this place, not even if they were in the Ninth Order. To the humans of the primordial world, the so-called Holy Sun was the savior of this world, but the savior that Mu spoke of was someone who could save the 3,000 worlds. To defeat Mo, the strength of the Ninth Order open heaven realm alone is not enough. Mo can only be defeated when someone who can break through the shackles of the Ninth Order and reach the next realm, a realm which I was only a step away from reaching. Yang Kai hurriedly asked, so what is the next realm? Why was Senior unable to make that breakthrough? Mu laughed bitterly before looking at him. As for what exactly the next realm is, even I am not sure. But as for why I did not manage to reach it, it is because my space-time river is incomplete. Yang Kai could not help but become lost in thought, recalling the wide and beautiful river that he saw before. Even that massive river is incomplete? Then what should a complete space-time river look like? In the first place, what makes hers incomplete? And what sort of problem did she encounter for her space-time river to remain incomplete? Is there no way to fix it? Yang Kai asked. Logically speaking, the space-time river was a condensation and manifestation of one's comprehension of 10,000 Dao strengths. Even if it were to be damaged in the midst of an intense battle, there should be a chance for it to recover as long as the foundations of one's grand Daos remained. The only possibility that would lead to the complete inability for the space-time river to be recovered was if the foundation of one's grand Daos got destroyed. Mu shook her head. It is not possible to fix. Long past memories tumbled around in her mind, leading her to recall the events of that day, and the corners of her mouth could not help but lift up into a smile. When the profound source gate cut off a section of her space-time river, she did not think much of it then. She was immersed in her joy of finally rescuing Mo from behind that closed gate. She originally thought that she only needed to open the door again to retrieve that part of her space-time river. Who could have expected that when she did open the profound source gate, that there would be nothing behind it, only an endless pool of desolation and darkness. But even then she had not realized the severity of the problem. Not until her space-time river continued to grow and her cultivation became more robust. When she tried to break through to the next realm, it was then that she helplessly realized that the damage to her space-time river had cut off all her hopes of taking that final step. If that incident had not happened back then, she should have already broken through the confines of the open heaven realm and reached that mysterious realm. Did she regret it? Not once. She only blamed herself for not teaching Mo properly when she saved him from the profound source gate. By the time she found out about what happened later, the situation was already too far gone to be salvaged. And compared to that, it was not as if she was completely without any harvests. If the profound source gate had not devoured a part of her space-time river, she would not have been able to refine it so easily. It was one of the most profound innate supreme treasures after all. As she dispelled the memories from her mind, Mu withdrew her smile and looked seriously at Yang Kai. You have already set foot on the path and you will reach the end point sooner or later where you will have to open up the new way forward, but not much time is left for you now. I hope that you can achieve what I failed to back then. At once, the pressure that Yang Kai felt weighing on him was like a mountain, but he still gave a firm answer. Junior will try his best. Mu smiled and walked up to him. Just like the other shadows that Yang Kai encountered in the many universe worlds, she gently pressed her hand to his chest. Go, put an end to it all. The human race has suffered since the late ancient era until now. As the favored children of heaven, it is time for us to have our own peaceful world to live in. The reason why Yang Kai came back here was because the previous shadow had sent him here, but after talking for so long, Yang Kai still did not get a clear answer from Mu. What did he have to do in order to defeat the current Mo? Mu did tell him that he had to make a breakthrough to the next realm, but he had not even reached the door to the next realm yet. How could he make a quick breakthrough at such an urgent time? Mu continued to smile at him as her figure gradually started to fade. I left you something. You will find out what to do soon enough. As she disappeared, Yang Kai's body rose involuntarily into the sky and soon plunged into the vast and beautiful space-time river. This time, however, he did not feel anything pulling him. He had traveled across about 90% of the 3,000 universe worlds in order to suppress and seal the pieces of Mo's source, and he had succeeded in sealing more than 1,000 of them. Right now, Mo had already awoken. The source pieces that Yang Kai was not able to suppress and seal had returned to Mo, so there was no longer any point in visiting those universe worlds. Yang Kai's body bobbed up and down in the river as the currents inside of it stirred. Then a strange feeling suddenly arose in him. He felt an indescribable sense of affinity and recognition by the space-time river that should belong to Mu. What's more, it seemed as if he was able to mobilize its power. Yang Kai was astonished by this discovery. This was, after all, Mu's space-time river, the culmination of her lifelong cultivation. Even if Mu had departed from the world of the living long ago, even if he himself had his own space-time river, it did not make sense for him to feel this affinity and recognition from it. Scenes flashed before his eyes, scenes of him in each universe world at the moment when he parted with Mu. Whether Yang Kai managed to seal the source pieces or not in each universe world, as long as Mu's shadow still existed, he had not failed to find her and bring her away with him because he was unwilling to see this senior who had fought alone for countless years continue to wait and suffer endlessly. The way he brought her away was through taking the last shreds of energy from her shadows into his own body. Each one was a moment in Mu's lifetime. Mu had divided Mo's source into 3,000 pieces, suppressing and sealing them in different universe worlds, and she had also separated herself into the same number of shadows in order to remain by the source piece's side. Every person had their own space-time river from the moment that they were born, and it ended at their last breath. Each shadow injected the last of their strength into Yang Kai's body, which was equivalent to granting Mu's existence, during the time used to conceive the shadow, to Yang Kai. During this long journey, the number of shadows that Yang Kai had encountered was over 2,000. In other words, out of Mu's many shadows, he had gained the recognition of at least 70% of them. Yang Kai finally understood what it was that Mu had left him. She had left him her own space-time river. With the approval and acknowledgement of most of its owner, Yang Kai could now refine her space-time river and use it for himself. This was Mu's last resort as well as her final gift. A tidal wave of grief crashed over Yang Kai, overwhelming his entire being. However, he had no time for sorrow. Mo had awakened and escaped, so the human race was in danger of being annihilated at any moment. He had to receive Mu's gift as soon as possible and strengthen himself. However, Yang Kai was acutely aware that despite all of the hidden hands that Mu left behind, it was still not inexhaustible. She must not have thought about the problems with her own cultivation. Mu had gained enlightenment about her own space-time river at a point when she was no longer improving in her cultivation back then. But Yang Kai was different. He was merely at the peak of the 8th order when he trained inside of the universe furnace, before he even took the risk to use the 3-cell source reconstitution art to break through to the 9th order. It was there where Yang Kai had condensed his own space-time river, long before reaching the peak of the 9th order. When the final war between the human race and Black Ink clan broke out at the No-Return Pass, the time left for Yang Kai to cultivate was cut short, and even if he did borrow the power of the 2 open heaven realm cradles and diligently cultivated with the help of his space-time river at every opportunity, there was still a considerable distance left between his current cultivation and the peak of the 9th order. The reason Mu gifted Yang Kai with her space-time river was most likely in hopes that Yang Kai could borrow its power in order to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm method and reach the mysterious next realm in one step. As long as he could reach that realm, defeating Mo would not be an issue. But right now, the situation was that Yang Kai's cultivation was still a great distance from the peak of the 9th order, and even if he did receive Mu's gift, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in such a short amount of time. Mu's gift would undoubtedly help boost the power of his Tao strengths greatly, but it could not help to grow his cultivation. Mu might have considered that or she might not have. Regardless, she had already done all that she could. As one of the 10 martial ancestors, she had left absolutely everything she had behind for her juniors of the human race. After working out Mu's plans, Yang Kai calmed his mind and summoned his own space-time river directly inside of Mu's. If Mu's space-time river was like a coiling grand dragon, then Yang Kai's space-time river was like a little snake. At the very best, it would be a big python. There was simply no contest. However, when Yang Kai's space-time river appeared, the waters stirring fiercely around him began to gather around it and merged into it, increasing the size and volume of Yang Kai's space-time river. Yang Kai could not help but grunt as his mind felt dizzy from the phenomenon. He was almost overwhelmed by all of the mysterious sensations that were crashing down on him, as if to drown out his very being. The space-time river was a condensation of many Tao strengths with space-time Tao strength as its foundation, and the river's water was all a manifestation of those Tao strengths. With the recognition of Mu's many shadows, Yang Kai did not feel any resistance when he was refining her space-time river, but its mass was simply too great, a manifestation of Mu's great attainments and insights into all the grand Taos, and all of it was being stuffed into Yang Kai. A sense of crisis came over him at that instant. Yang Kai realized that if he failed to withstand the impact of these Tao strengths, something terrible would happen to him. Sullivan. So overall for Mu and Mo's story, Mu and Mo met beforehand. A piece of Mu's space-time river got caught behind the gate. Mo met the other 9 through Mu and they became close enough to be called Little 11th or Xiao Shiri. While fighting the war, Mo tried to help out and corrupted his allies and enemies. The 10 found out that they fucked up and planned to seal it. Mu made a plan on how to do it. After the war she would take Mo around and sightsee. Meanwhile the other 9 would build the Grand Restriction. Once it was time she led Mo inside and they trapped it. Mo, unhappy, started the Great War of that era in an attempt to free itself. I guess during that time the 10 agreed on this lie to say that they met Mo instead of Mu freeing Mo, else the other humans would target Mu in anger. Sometime later war got pushed back to create the Spiritless Land. Mu went into the Grand Restriction. I believe she was trying to find the missing part of her space-time river. There she found out that a part of Mo was still inside the gate. Doubt she was able to open the gate fully. But she found a better way to seal away its strength in hopes of defeating Mo anyways. She found out that she can't go above the open heaven realm. Since the space-time river is connected to one's life and death, she made the preparations to help the next guy get stronger. She had to kill herself. Else, the space-time river would not be able to split from her and be left behind. Well, that's how I made sense of the story so far. Chapter 5980, It's You? Yang Kai had a nagging feeling that if he failed to withstand the onslaught of Tao strengths washing over him right now, he would become part of the Tao strengths, and both space-time rivers would collapse. To be one with the Tao? A strange thought occurred to Yang Kai. This is an obstacle in the path of cultivation. All is well if I make it through, but if we don't, all is lost. So, this is the hurdle that must be faced when one reaches the pinnacle of the martial Tao. He quickly used the power of the soul-warming lotus to protect his consciousness. The situation improved ever so slightly, but the soul-warming lotus, which had been infallible in the past, could not be of any decisive help this time around. If one were to describe Mu's final gift as a feast, then the soul-warming lotus was stomach medicine. In the past, whenever Yang Kai's soul was threatened by outside forces, the soul-warming lotus would keep it well protected. It ensured that Yang Kai's soul did not get destroyed and his consciousness remained intact. However, that was not the case with Mu's gift. The Tao strengths within her space-time river were not poison. On the contrary, they were the greatest of supplements. The situation came down to whether Yang Kai could digest everything he had been given or not. The soul-warming lotus could not do much in this situation as it was Yang Kai who took the initiative to refine and absorb everything inside Mu's space-time river. It was up to him to take the many Tao strengths in for himself. Yang Kai's space-time river, which had been like a snake earlier, was rapidly expanding. As it grew bigger, its speed of devouring and refining increased as well. A sudden surge of pressure made Yang Kai's skin split apart and blood poured out at once. It was hard for him to withstand everything with his current strength. Not daring to hesitate for even a breath, a sonorous dragon roar rang out and a massive dragon manifested. Now that Yang Kai had assumed his dragon form, the burden on his body eased a lot. However, the shining golden light of the divine dragon looked different now. The concentrated Tao strengths circled Yang Kai's dragon form in an attempt to transform him into Tao strengths, but his dragon scales tensed up to block the encroachment. Dragon roars kept ringing out inside the meandering space-time river. Meanwhile, outside the space-time river, Mo growled softly as his source pieces which had been suppressed and sealed in the past were returning to him. His power was increasing at an alarming rate. While Yang Kai was struggling with himself, Mo calmly observed the situation occurring inside the space-time river. The source pieces he regained were the ones that had been taken away from him in the past, so he was simply reabsorbing them now. Still, he had not fully regained everything yet. Instead of hatred or resentment though, Mo merely had a complicated look on his face. Just as he had said in his final conversation with Mu, although his mere existence brought harm, since he had gained sentience, he had the right to fight to survive. It was not fair for him to be locked behind a door forever. Black ink strength was the root of his existence, and his consciousness had simply emerged from it. Even without Mo, something else that was similar would have come out of the darkness eventually. I should thank you, Mo murmured as he cupped his fist lightly, reabsorbing all of the remaining source pieces. In the past, he could barely control his own strength as it had grown beyond his ability to manipulate. However, Yang Kai's earlier efforts had sealed over 30% of his source strength behind the profound source gate. Although this weakened Mo's maximum strength, it came with the silver lining of granting him far better control of what strength remained. Thus, in Mo's current state, he was even more threatening than when he was at the peak of his power. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion directed at the river as he snarled, "Come out." He did not want anyone to touch what Mu left behind. Previously, to protect the primordial world from destruction, Mo even voluntarily left the primordial world and jumped out of the spacetime river as he feared that his overwhelming strength would destroy it. The spacetime river was the final piece of Mu that remained. A dragon roar escaped from the spacetime river. Yang Kai, who was busy refining the Tao strengths, suddenly felt something grabbing onto him to drag him out of the river. He did not sense Mo's presence, but he was certain it was the latter's doing. All along, Yang Kai had been curious to know the extent of Mo's power, about what the legendary creation realm was like. At last, Yang Kai personally experienced just how terrifying Mo's might was. Mo's strength remained this immense despite the two of them being separated by two spacetime rivers. Without the spacetime rivers, Yang Kai estimated that he, a ninth-order master and a divine dragon, would not be able to withstand more than 3 of Mo's attacks before he perished. I can't let him drag me out. There was a chance for him to put up a fight if he remained hidden inside Mu's spacetime river, but if he did get pulled out, he was doomed to die. Yang Kai knew what he had to do, and with a roar, he began harnessing the strength of the spacetime rivers in a frenzied manner to attempt to cut off the force that was constraining him. Even though the force came from outside the rivers, it could not be cut off so easily. Furthermore, Yang Kai could not wield his full strength in his present condition. His spacetime river was busy refining the Tao strengths from Mu's river, and as the complex and mysterious mix of Tao strengths surged, much of his focus was diverted to protecting his soul to avoid being refined into Tao strengths himself. Both parties had their reasons for holding back, so for the moment, it was a stalemate. Outside the river, Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not think that Yang Kai would be able to put up a fight, but he doubled down and called out impatiently, "Come out on your own, or else I don't mind heading in myself." Mo did not want to destroy the final memory he had of Mu. He knew that some shadows of Mu remained inside the spacetime river, so he wanted to preserve them. If he entered the spacetime river, he was undoubtedly going to inflict irreparable harm and the shadows could very well be destroyed. This was not an outcome he could accept. However, all Mo received in response was even more ferocious dragon roars that came from within the river. Mo's eyes flashed with displeasure. "How stubborn. I'm giving you one last chance. I can promise you that once this battle is over, I'll give the humans a great territory where they can carry on living free of the corruption from black ink strength, which will never enter that great territory." This was the most it was willing to compromise. Mu was gone and the remaining humans no longer mattered to him. He was only willing to give the humans the space of a single great territory for their race to survive for the sake of protecting Mu's spacetime river. "In your dreams." The dragon roar exploded out of the spacetime river. Through the restriction of the Tao strengths, Mo could vaguely see a pair of large golden eyes staring in its direction. "Foolish impudence." Mo coldly snorted in response. He then took a step forward to enter the spacetime river. However, as soon as he stepped into the river, the water surged and the power of all the Tao strengths rushed about to block his path. He had to pause outside the river instead. It looked as if Mo was stuck outside the river as endless waves crashed down upon him, but he was still slowly making his way forward. Mo could not be stopped. Yang Kai's expression hardened. He had refined quite a lot of the Tao strengths from Mu's spacetime river in a short span of time and strengthened his own spacetime river greatly. He was even able to use a bit of the strength from Mu's river itself, but even so, it was not his strength so he could not wield it freely. He had no way of keeping Mo out if the latter chose to force his way in. Soon Yang Kai made up his mind. Since he could not keep Mo out, he was not going to even try. The spacetime river was a mysterious place made up of the solidified Grand Taos with spacetime Tao strength as its foundation. Even if Mo entered the river, it would not be easy for him to locate Yang Kai. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was to avoid Mo's attacks while doing his best to refine the river and strengthen himself. As long as he could grow powerful enough, he could put up a fight against Mo. Just as Yang Kai prepared himself for this final gambit, Mo, who was busy pushing his way into the river, abruptly turned his head around and looked over his shoulder. He had sensed something strange. A brief moment later, a spark of white light appeared in the distance where countless masters from the Black Ink clan were stationed. The white light shrouded a figure which was traveling at astonishing speed. Everywhere this figure passed, all of the Black Ink clansmen turned into a sea of black blood, be they simple soldiers or royal lords. In just a flash, the white light arrived at the space-time river and Zhang Ruoxi's figure appeared. She looked around and immediately established the situation, her eyes flashing darkly as they fixed on Mo. When their eyes met, Mo froze in place. He did not expect a master like her to exist. Based on the information he had, the strongest humans were only the Ninth Order masters, and even among their other allies, the strongest were merely giant spirit gods. Yet, the woman who just arrived had an aura that seemed even stronger than that of a giant spirit god. When Mo sensed the clean and pure strength of the new arrival, his expression suddenly contorted as he roared, "It's you!" He recognized the source of that strength. Zhang Ruoxi understood what Mo meant. When the burning light and serene glimmer's strength finally harmonized in the chaotic dead territory, the memories of her Heaven's Order bloodline began awakening, so she was not completely clueless about the events of the ancient past. Thus, when she heard what Mo said, she coolly replied, "Yes, and no." It's you?" Mo's expression had changed rather drastically. Even when Yang Kai suppressed and sealed over 30% of his source, he took everything in stride and could even thank the latter. However, when Mo saw Zhang Ruoxi, the darkness hidden deep within him overtook everything else. He leapt out of the space-time river and murderously flew over to Zhang Ruoxi, but all of a sudden he stopped and shook his head as he muttered, "No. That can't be." Black ink strength continued to surge through him before he suddenly lifted his head and leveled a vicious glare at Zhang Ruoxi and bellowed, "No, it is you." Mo behaved as if he had lost his mind and he began to mumble and contradict himself, seemingly completely out of sorts. All of a sudden, he flashed forwards and reappeared in front of Zhang Ruoxi, sending his fist flying as he roared, "Why?" Chapter 5981 Light and Darkness. When the gate formed, primordial light and primordial darkness came into existence. From then on, their paths differed entirely. The primordial light signified all that was good and wonderful in the universe, and as soon as it was born, it left and became the colors of everything in existence. On the other hand, the primordial darkness remained suppressed and sealed behind the gate. Time went on, and even when it developed its own consciousness, it could not escape. It was stuck in an endless sea of darkness and loneliness. Even the primordial darkness craved the light. If it had not been for Mu's pity and its own persistent efforts, it would still be suppressed and sealed inside the gate right now, with no hope of ever getting out. Why? We both came into existence together, so why did the primordial light get to leave while I, the darkness, had to remain in isolation? Mo sent his fist crashing down at Zhang Ruoxi, but his interrogative cry for an answer was not directed at her, it was directed at the heavenly way which had been so unfair. Zhang Ruoxi's Heaven's Order sword rose to block Mo's furious strike which sent her flying away in a flash of white light. A mere breath later, she flew back and stood in front of Mo, her brow furrowed as she studied him. She could sense that there was something amiss about Mo's present state. Just as Mo had previously said to Mu and the humans had made the right choice when they suppressed and sealed him inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. As his power grew, his consciousness was barely able to control his own power. If Mu and the other humans had not suppressed and sealed him, everything would have already been wiped from existence. Yang Kai traversed across over 2,000 universe worlds and suppressed and sealed about a third of Mo's source strength. Although this weakened Mo's maximum power, it proved to be of great help to Mo as well, for he was now able to have full control over his strength. However, when Mo saw Zhang Ruoxi and sensed her power which entirely opposed its own, black ink strength consumed his mind. Light and darkness had always been opposing forms of existence. The separation of the gate was the only reason why both came into existence at the same time. Now that both of these opposing powers stood before each other, it turned into a battle that would not end until one was vanquished. Black ink strength surged and gathered into an endless sea that seemed to drown out the entire void before charging straight at Zhang Ruoxi and completely shrouding her. Zhang Ruoxi's wings flickered behind her as her Heaven's Order sword lightly tapped the spot at her feet. All at once, light burst forth and vanquished the spreading darkness. However, Mo seized this chance to draw nearer, swinging both his fists down at Zhang Ruoxi. She blocked with her sword but was once again sent tumbling. After her many years of hard cultivation back in the chaotic dead territory, her power had grown by leaps and bounds thanks to her Heaven's Order bloodline as well as the power of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. In terms of pure prowess alone, she was stronger than a giant spirit god and no royal lord could withstand more than 3 attacks from her. That being said, now that she was up against Mo's frenzied attacks, she was at a complete disadvantage and could not even hold her ground against him. The primordial light had left as soon as it came into existence. It then split the power of yin and yang from itself. Afterwards, it crashed into what would become the divine spirit ancestral land and brought forth the many divine spirits and a human woman who possessed the Heaven's Order bloodline. If Zhang Ruoshi could have gathered the pure power of yin and yang, and all of the divine spirits, then with the help of the Heaven's Order bloodline, she could have brought forth the full power of the primordial light once more. Alas, too many divine spirits had perished, and the surviving ones numbered far too few in comparison to their peak. Even if Zhang Ruoshi wanted to try and bring forth the true power of the primordial light, there was no way for her to accomplish that. In other words, the strength she possessed now was incomplete. However, Black Ink's strength was incomplete as well. Zhang Ruoshi could sense the many gaps in Mo's source. Nevertheless, even in this state, Mo was still the one with the upper hand as he had continued to grow stronger over millions of years. After just a brief exchange, Zhang Ruoshi knew full well that she was not Mo's equal. She could only hold out for another half hour or so before she would be defeated. And from the ruthless, murderous look on Mo's face right now, if she were to be defeated, death was the only outcome that awaited her. She had no choice. Zhang Ruoshi let out a soft sigh, and after blocking yet another one of Mo's attacks, she raised her hand and made a grabbing motion as she cried out, "Come!" A devastating battle had broken out outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. When Zhang Ruoshi was around, her strength alone had been enough to deter the Black Ink clan, making them fearfully hide in the darkness. However, once she left, the Black Ink clan sensed that their supreme one had regained its power, so they jumped into action. They emerged from the darkness and challenged the small stone race army. All at once, brutal fights exploded across the void. The small stone race army numbered in the hundreds of millions, but the Black Ink clan army that emerged from the endless darkness far surpassed even that. This was the result of Mo's accumulation over millions of years, so it was impossible to imagine just how many masters from the Black Ink clan there were right now. There was no lack of royal lords either. Faced with such a massive army, the human race army, which only numbered a couple tens of millions, was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. It was only now that the humans realized just how ridiculous their crusade was. If the human race had to face off against that many masters from the Black Ink clan alone, they had no chance of winning. Thankfully, Zhang Ruoshi brought the small stone race army with her. Hundreds of millions of small stone race soldiers bore the brunt of the battle, so the humans had a fighting chance. Though the human race army was far smaller in number, it consisted entirely of elite masters whose strength could not be underestimated. Under Mi Jingluan's command, the human army moved in an organized fashion to attack the Black Ink clan and grind down their power. If someone from the Black Ink clan was targeted by the humans, their fate was sealed as they had no means of escaping. The humans had grown stronger too and had dozens of Ninth Order masters among their ranks. Furthermore, Wu Kuang no longer needed to control the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and thus the terror of the heaven-devouring battle law was unleashed for all to see. Relying on the heritage of a peak Ninth Order master, Wu Kuang weaved through the Black Ink clan army alone and killed all in his path. Even the royal lords could not stop him. The situation with the 2 giant spirit gods had changed as well. At the start of the battle, they had to guard the opening at the primordial heaven source grand restriction and had been besieged by swarms of royal lords as a result. Now that the primordial heaven source grand restriction was no more, they were no longer pinned down. Nothing held Ada and Aer back anymore, so they worked together to rampage through the Black Ink clan army. Everywhere they went, they crushed the enemy in their path. Furthermore, there were also the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters. These 8 were scattered across the Black Ink clan army as they slaughtered their opponents. Though it looked as if they were fighting separately, their auras remained connected in a battle formation that could bolster the strength of any one of them at any moment. Some of the more arrogant royal lords had suffered due to ignorance and died from a single blow from them as a result. Even though the royal lords might be as powerful as the Ninth Order small stone race masters, their opponent could borrow the strength of their fellow masters at any time, completely blindsiding the royal lords. In this, the fiercest battle to have ever taken place in human history, huge swaths of soldiers from the small stone race and Black Ink clan died every second. The divine spirits who received the great sun and great moon marks from Yang Kai weaved through the battlefield to wield the power of the two marks. Each time they did so, yellow and blue light would shoot out from the rocks left behind by the fallen small stone race members. The two lights merged and turned into dazzling purifying light that killed scores of the Black Ink clan army. At the same time, it cleared the Black Ink strength left behind by the deaths of the Black Ink clansmen, thus changing the environment of the battlefield. The human race army kept snaking their way around the battlefield without ever coming to a stop, as they would be surrounded by the Black Ink clan if they did. The situation was dire and fraught with tension. Even an old veteran like Mi Jingluan could not predict how this battle would ultimately go. The armies on both sides were too great in numbers. The battle had to proceed for some time before the chances of victory grew clearer. The human race and the small stone race armies simply had to work together to persistently slaughter their enemy and fight to emerge victorious. Everyone knew that this was the final battle. If they won, peace would return to all the lands, but if they lost, the humans had come to terms with the outcome of a defeat. All they could do now was give their all for one last time. Even though the humans focused on the outskirts of the battlefield, they were still under a lot of pressure. Now and then, the Black Ink clan army would try to cut them off, and they would have to carve out a path for themselves through blood and slaughter. One after another, numerous warships exploded and the human race masters died alongside them. Amidst this battlefield, even the divine spirits were at risk of peril. A clear phoenix cry echoed through the void as the 30 or so different colored phoenixes transformed into their true forms and spread their wings. They were the only remaining clansmen of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clansmen were carefully guarding the giant parasol tree in their center, their sacred treasure. They had not used their sacred treasure in any of their precious battles, as it was the foundation of their existence. All of the Phoenix clan came from the immortal parasol tree. However, this was the final battle, so the Phoenix clan no longer held back. A white phoenix, together with its clansmen, sat on the parasol tree and wielded the power of the sacred treasure, causing space to twist and contort. The contortions circled the human race army, and as the space rippled, the humans vanished. At the very next breath, the human race army emerged in a completely different part of the battlefield where the situation was dire. The small stone race army's defense lines were on the verge of breaking. However, the Black Ink clan had been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the human race army, and soon, the situation stabilized as the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties. Once again, space rippled. With the help of the power of the Phoenix clan and the immortal parasol tree, the human race army shuttled the void to different parts of the battlefield to stop the Black Ink clan's frenzied attempts to break through the front lines. Nevertheless, the Phoenix clan's aid could not be sustained forever. After numerous uses of their strength, they could no longer maintain their true forms and reverted back to their human forms. The immortal parasol tree then weakened and dimmed. Without the blessing of the immortal parasol tree, the humans lost their ability to freely traverse the battlefield. Worse, what they had done earlier drew the attention of countless masters from the Black Ink clan, and now the Black Ink clan charged at the humans in a bid to seek vengeance by wiping them out for good. Dragon roars then rang out as the Dragon clan combined their strength and summoned the Crystal Palace. Similarly, numerous sacred treasures were summoned across the battlefield. These were the foundation of the various divine spirit clans, and every single one of them had gone through countless years of accumulation and refinement. The divine spirits would not summon them unless their very existence was threatened. Chapter 5982, 9 Palaces Formation. The divine spirits harnessed the power of their sacred treasures to aid the human race army in the fight to slaughter their common enemy. There were also 2 giant spirit gods and 8 ninth-order small stone race masters thundering across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the small stone race army, which numbered hundreds of millions, staunchly held the front lines. As a result, compared to the small stone race and the humans, the Black Ink clan suffered far greater casualties on the battlefield. At some point, the human race masters began to see glimmers of hope for a victorious outcome. Alas, their hopes were soon dashed. The 8 ninth-order small stone race masters who had been busy exterminating the enemy seemed to have been summoned by someone. With their aura connected, they charged through the Black Ink clan army and headed deep within the darkness. Soon they disappeared from sight. No one knew where they went exactly. However, Zhang Ruashi had gone off in that direction earlier, and terrifying shockwaves were now rippling out from that area. Atop the tattered Pure Yang Pass, Mi Jingluan's heart sank as he realized that Zhang Ruashi must have encountered some kind of trouble. Based on the strength Zhang Ruashi exhibited earlier, the only threat against her had to be Mo. The primordial heaven source grand restriction had been destroyed and Mo had awakened. Thus, the battle reached its final, most critical climax. The departure of the 8 Ninth Order small stone races greatly eased the pressure on the Black Ink clan. The 8 of them had focused on killing off territory lords and royal lords, with many of the latter suffering or even dying to the targeted attacks. Now that the Ninth Order small stone race masters left the battlefield, there were only the 2 giant spirit gods remaining, and Ada and Aer could not kill off the royal lords as swiftly as the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters. In the end, size was the deciding factor. Naturally, the Ninth Order small stone race masters were weaker than the giant spirit gods, but they were the same size as humans and could move around deftly. Any royal lord they had their eyes on could not escape from them. The same could not be said for the giant spirit gods. They were too massive, and though their strength was unparalleled, they were not nearly as nimble or flexible. Each time they attacked, large swaths of the Black Ink clansmen would die, but those who reacted in time could still escape. Thus, now that the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters left the battlefield, the royal lords were a lot less hindered and could do much more, such as grouping up to besiege the human race army. The Black Ink clan realized that even though the small stone race army made up the majority on the battlefield, the humans were the true driving force behind the battle. Furthermore, compared to the hundreds of millions of small stone race soldiers, it was easier to wipe out the humans, who only numbered in the tens of millions. As long as they killed off all the humans, they would emerge victorious, regardless of the casualties they suffered. All at once, the human race army was under great pressure as they became the primary targets of the Black Ink clan. Deep inside the void, the intense battle between Zhang and Mo continued. It was the first time that the primordial light and darkness were together again since the dawn of creation, and as they clashed, the universe seemed to shatter and break. Mo seemed to have lost all reason as the fury that built up throughout all the eons poured out at once, leaving Zhang with barely any room to fight back. From a distance, the light and darkness could be seen clashing, with the ocean of darkness keeping the light completely surrounded. Only a feeble flicker of light could be seen coming from the center of the conflict. Darkness was constantly clawing at the light, and it looked as if the latter would be extinguished at any moment. Despite having over 30% of his source suppressed and sealed, Mo's might was still immeasurable and impossible to imagine. At the very least, he was more than what Zhang could handle. Earlier on, she estimated that she could hold out for half an hour, but now that they were well and truly engaged, she realized she had underestimated her opponent. The power of the primordial light had been dispersed, much of it disappearing with the death of the divine spirits. All that was left were the Heaven's Order bloodline and the power of the Yin and Yang. Therefore, the primordial light had lost even more of its strength than Mo. As the fight went on, Mo grew fiercer. Black Ink's strength surged and it looked as if he was on the verge of completely devouring Zhang Ruoxi was at a great disadvantage, and her situation only eased once she summoned the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters over. They left the main battlefield and swiftly headed straight over to Zhang. From a distance, their connected auras linked up with Zhang, and a battle formation was instantly formed. Previously, the 8 trigrams formation formed by the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters had stunned the human race masters, but if they saw what was happening now, they would have no words to describe their shock and awe. Zhang and the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters formed a 9 palaces formation, the most powerful of all battle formations. Zhang acted as the core while the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters formed the base. All at once, Ruoxi's power soared and she was no longer cornered without any means of fighting back. The flash of light expanded amid the darkness and broke free of its restraints. It now had the power to fight back and cover a greater area in brightness. Mo sensed this change and grew even more furious, unleashing even more concentrated Black Ink strength from his body. The two continued to clash, and each time light and darkness collided, darkness would spread out behind Mo, while light and the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters followed closely behind Zhang. Time and time again, the two smashed against each other, neither side showing any signs of backing down. With each clash, the void crumbled and shattered. A battle of such immense power had never occurred before, and it would never occur again. This was a battle between the primordial forces of existence. The intense fight went on for hours with no side able to overwhelm the other. With the help of the battle formation with her small stone race personal guard, Zhang could finally oppose Mo on even footing. Nevertheless, this was merely a battle formation and not her own strength. The prolonged fight not only continued to add to the pressure that Zhang faced, but even the Ninth Order small stone race masters were struggling. The Ninth Order small stone race masters had tough bodies, weaker than Yang Kai's divine dragon physique, but not by much. Under normal circumstances they would not be facing any issues. However, the long and intense fight proved to be a burden that was slowly exceeding their ability to bear. Cracks began to appear on the bodies of the Ninth Order Small Stone Race Masters, and as Zhang Ruoxi and Mo continued to clash, these cracks grew. Soon the cracks weaved across their bodies like spider webs. It could be seen that once the cracks reached a certain point, even the Ninth Order Small Stone Race Masters would crumble into a pile of rocks. These small stone races were Ruoxi's personal guard. They had been groomed with great difficulty and were intrinsically connected to her, so she could sense the state of every single one of them. Therefore, when she picked up on their injuries, she realized that things were looking bad for them. She was only able to fight Mo because she had formed a battle formation with her small stone race personal guard, but if something happened to the latter, the battle formation would collapse, even if only one of them died. Once that happened, it would be impossible for her to hold her own against Mo. Once this thought occurred to her, Zhang Ruoxi changed her strategy. Instead of confronting Mo head-on, she took a defensive stance to drag the fight out. She did not know what her sir was doing now, but all along she knew that he was capable of doing things no one else could, and she held strongly to this belief. Sir can always make a miracle happen even in a hopeless situation. Therefore, regardless of what he was doing now, she had to try and buy him enough time. Her new strategy worked. When two opponents were evenly matched, one could not accomplish much if the other was determined to prolong the fight. The intense fight turned into a chase instead. Ruoxi and her 8 small stone race personal guard kept flitting about, and even though Mo wielded his immense power wildly, he could not pin down and suppress her. Mo, who had already lost his senses, became even more incensed, releasing bestial snarls and roars in an unending cacophony. When Mo first emerged from the space-time river, he looked no different from a regular human, apart from his black ink strength. However, when Zhang Ruoxi showed up, the black ink strength surged and overtook his mind. At this point, Mo no longer looked human. Ruoxi's appearance and subsequent actions seemed to have driven him mad. All of a sudden, Mo stopped chasing Zhang Ruoxi. As Zhang Ruoxi puzzled over this, Mo abruptly turned around and charged towards the space-time river. Ruoxi's expression stiffened. Although Mo had been so agitated that he lost his senses, his battle instincts remained. Since Zhang Ruoxi was equal in strength to him, he could not get rid of her, so he changed his target to Yang Kai, who was still within the space-time river. Even in his blurry state, he was still determined to protect the space-time river. He was not going to let anyone touch the final trace of Mu. Upon seeing that Mo was turning back, Zhang Ruoxi swiftly chased after him. Light flashed as she stopped him and engaged in a frontal battle again. After a brief skirmish, Ruoxi repeated her old tactic and quickly retreated. This led to a furious Mo pursuing her in the opposite direction of the space-time river. Mo kept up the chase for a while, but when his efforts proved fruitless, he turned around again. Once again Ruoxi caught up to him. By doing this over and over again, she managed to occupy Mo's attention. Nonetheless, Zhang Ruoxi knew this was only a temporary measure. She could tell that Mo was not in the right state of mind at the moment, which was why he did not notice what she was doing with her fairly crude strategy. However, with each clash, the power of the light would wipe out some of the darkness, and similarly, the darkness would devour the light. In other words, both light and darkness were weakening each other each time they collided. Zhang Ruoxi could clearly sense that she was greatly weakened by the many hours of fighting, and the same was true of Mo. Once the black ink strength was weakened to a certain extent, Mo would most likely regain his senses, and when that time came she would no longer be able to use this strategy to keep him occupied. Furthermore, Ruoxi was even more worried by the fact that the 8 Ninth Order Small Stone Race Masters would not be able to hold out much longer. Their bodies were covered in cracks now, and it looked as if they would crumble at the slightest touch. She was doing her best to keep the head-on confrontations with Mo to a minimum, but if she wanted to stop Mo from heading to the space-time river, she had to resort to things that she knew she should not. Now that things had come to this, Zhang Ruoxi had no other choice. She could only do her best to keep Mo occupied, as she fervently hoped that Yang Kai sped up whatever he was doing. Otherwise, once her personal guards could no longer hold out anymore, she would not be able to stop Mo alone. Chapter 5983 9th Level. Within Mu's spacetime river, Yang Kai was shrouded in his own spacetime river as he used it to greedily devour everything around him. The river was made out of Tao strengths. Every single undercurrent and wave surged with Tao strength, and as time passed, Yang Kai's spacetime river grew bigger while Mu's river shrank. It was entirely by chance, but it could not be denied that Yang Kai and Mu had walked the same path. This gave meaning to Mu's countless years of patience and perseverance. Due to trying to open the profound source gate in the past, Mu's spacetime river was no longer complete, which cut off her future path. She could not explore the deeper mysteries of the martial Tao, therefore she passed down her hopes to those who came after her. Among all the hidden hands she left behind, her spacetime river was the final gift she had to offer. However, if a person wanted to harness this gift to make themselves more powerful, it would take time. Perhaps even Mu would not have expected Yang Kai to be approved by so many of her remnant shadows. Under normal circumstances, if Black Ink's strength had the irrefutable advantage in any of the 3,000 universe worlds and there was no hope of suppressing and sealing that particular source piece, there would be no reason for Yang Kai to waste any time on that universe world. Nevertheless, during Yang Kai's previous travels, he did his best to find every single remaining shadow of Mu. He wanted to save them all from their suffering and take them away from the universe worlds. Each one that disappeared signified that the Mu of that time approved of Yang Kai. After moving through some 2,700 universe worlds, Yang Kai received approval from over 2,000 of them, which was a massive number. This allowed him to devour and refine Mu's spacetime river with greater efficiency. As Yang Kai's river kept expanding, his command over the many Tao strengths increased as well. The enlightenment from the many mysteries exploded in his mind. Yang Kai was deeply engrossed and could not extricate himself from what was happening inside his mind. The joy of glimpsing into the mysteries of every Grand Tao was impossibly tantalizing for any master. Grand Taos were the basis behind all existence and the ultimate goal of all cultivators. If someone were to be entirely immersed in this, there was a chance that they would forget all else and transform into Tao strengths themselves. This meant that Yang Kai's situation was tricky as well. On the one hand, he had to resist the lure of the Tao strengths, while on the other, he had to do his best to take them in to strengthen his own mastery of the Grand Taos. He tried his best to maintain the balance of refining as quickly as possible while still remaining in control over his senses, making sure to not let himself be lost in the process. All of a sudden, his mind felt as if it had received an awakening. It was as if he had broken through a barrier that had been preventing him from growing stronger. Yang Kai realized that his mastery of the Tao of Time had reached the 9th level. A master's strength was essentially divided based on their cultivation. Of the 9 orders of the open heaven realm, each higher order was much stronger than the previous. It was a clear and easy way of distinguishing between masters. However, this kind of division was not comprehensive and there could be great disparity in power even among masters in the same order of open heaven realm. The disparity came from the difference in accumulation of each master, the power differential in the heritage of the master's small universe, as well as the master's understanding of their Grand Taos. The open heaven realm involved the discovery and mastery of Grand Tao. In a sense, the higher the mastery of one's Grand Tao, the stronger the master. Since the dawn of existence, no one had a clear way of defining the levels of mastery of the Grand Tao. Thus, Yang Kai had split the mastery of Grand Taos into 9 levels based on his own growth. Superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking the initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak, and finally shocking history and dazzling the present. This was merely his own method of division, one he shared with others and some had adopted it. Until now none tried to correct it. Yang Kai felt that he had differentiated them correctly. His primary Grand Taos were the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space. These were the Tao strengths that formed the basis of the spacetime river. However, despite his many opportunities and his mastery over the Grand Taos, after all this time, he had only managed to cultivate the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space to the 8th level. All this while, Yang Kai did not know how to break through to the 9th level. However, he had a vague feeling that if his mastery of the Tao of Time reached the 9th level, an indescribable change was bound to happen. Finally, as Yang Kai refined Mu's spacetime river, he was able to make a breakthrough on one of his primary Grand Taos, allowing it to reach the 9th level. To think it's the Tao of Time first, not the Tao of Space. Yang Kai had always thought it would have been the latter that would be the first to reach the 9th level of mastery. Yang Kai was a little taken aback as the Tao of Space was the first one that he truly cultivated. He had his dragon source to thank for his ability to cultivate the Tao of Time to its current level. The Tao of Time was the bloodline talent of the Dragon Clan. All at once, Yang Kai gained a mysterious sense of understanding. As he lifted his hand ever so slightly within the spacetime river, he seemed to be able to grab onto the flow of time. In the past, he was able to make time flow quicker within his spacetime river to cultivate 10 times faster, but he could not truly control the passage of time. But he could do so now. With the increase in Yang Kai's command over the Tao of Time, his dragon veins surged and he could not stop himself from raising his head and letting out a dragon roar. His dragon scales rustled as his dragon form enlarged. His dragon vein had advanced even further. This was a great surprise. However, before Yang Kai could dwell on his joy, his mastery over his other primary Grand Tao broke into the 9th level as well. This time it was the Tao of space. Once again, the mysterious sense of enlightenment flooded Yang Kai's mind. He felt his mind grow hazy. It was as if it had been stuffed full with the truth of the Grand Taos, which he did not understand in the past. The truth of existence was unfolding in front of him. He quickly harnessed the strength of his soul-warming lotus, even though he was uncertain whether it would help. The clarity that poured back into his mind made him feel a little better. Now that Yang Kai's mastery of both the Tao of space and the Tao of time had reached the 9th level, his space-time river became even more massive. Previously, his space-time river looked like a blade of grass in comparison to Mu's river, which was like a tall tree. However, after all the refining he had done thus far, his river grew bigger and could now be likened to a shrub instead. While the tree was still a tree, it had grown a lot smaller. That was not the only difference. At first, Yang Kai had a hard time keeping up with his frenzied attempt to refine Mu's river to strengthen his own. The Tao strengths of space and time formed the foundation of the river, and without a strong enough command over both, it was hard for Yang Kai to control the colossal river. It was akin to a building. If a building's foundation had only been built for 5 stories, the building ran the risk of collapsing if 10 stories were built instead. Yang Kai's command over the Taos of time and Tao of space was the foundation in this scenario, and by having a greater mastery over these 2 Grand Taos, his foundation became stronger. This transformation was evident in the river's physical state. While it looked a little scattered earlier, it was now a lot more concentrated. Chapter 5984 Standstill. With the Grand Taos of space and time breaking through to the 9th level of mastery, Yang Kai's space-time river now had a stronger foundation. Thus, it began devouring and refining Mu's space-time river at a far quicker rate. As the frenzy of devouring and refining continued, Yang Kai's mastery over the Grand Taos increased as well. Next was a breakthrough in the Spear Tao. Then a breakthrough in the Sword Tao. Breakthroughs in the Alchemic Tao, Array Tao and Yin Yang Tao soon followed. Yang Kai's understanding of each Grand Tao rose in rapid succession. The barriers were broken through and he achieved a new height of mastery. With each breakthrough, Yang Kai's mind was filled with strange and wondrous enlightenment, granting him further clarity in each Grand Tao. Outside the space-time river, light and darkness continued to clash. Both the primordial light and primordial darkness did not possess their full power anymore, but as the darkness remained whole and continued to grow over the years, Mo had become a lot more powerful than Zhang Ruashi. This held true even when Yang Kai had used the profound source gate to suppress and seal 1/3 of his source. Mo would have regained all of his strength and be even more powerful right now if it had not been for the many hidden hands Mu left behind. Zhang Ruashi could only just barely challenge Mo to a fight with the help of the 9 palaces formation she formed with her 8 small stone race personal guard. In just a few hours though, the 8 small stone race masters were littered with cracks. It looked as if they could crumble into a pile of rubble at any moment now. Zhang Ruashi tried her best to buy time, but she did not know how much longer she could continue to hold out. All she could do was fervently hope that Yang Kai could hurry up. Each time light and darkness collided, their respective powers wore down the other. Light dispelled darkness while darkness devoured light. Time and time again Zhang Ruashi and Mo continued to weaken each other. This was most evident in the way Ruashi's white wings had dimmed and Mo seemed to have lost some of his prior madness. This is not a good sign. Zhang Ruashi could tell that Mo, as the consciousness that sprung from primordial darkness, did not have full control over black ink strength. The years of growth and accumulation had made the power increase beyond Mo's ability to freely wield. That was the reason why her arrival bearing the strength of the primordial light had drawn out the frenzied resentment of the primordial darkness and caused Mo to lose his rationality. At the same time, Mo had an instinctive, obsessive yearning and protectiveness of Mu's spacetime river. Even his subconscious would not allow anyone to touch what Mu had left behind. As black ink strength clashed with Mo's consciousness, his actions began displaying contradicting desires. At times he fiercely chased down Zhang Ruashi, but at times he turned back around to head for the spacetime river. Zhang Ruashi relied on this dichotomy to provoke Mo and keep him occupied. However, once Mo regained his senses, it would not be so easy for her to do so. Although Mo currently possessed strength that surpassed all others, he was currently behaving like a wild beast without a sense of rationality, so Zhang Ruashi could still deal with him by employing the right strategy. Even though Mo regaining his rationality meant that his raw power would be weaker, Zhang she was not confident that she could stop him then. What one feared the most was often the very thing to occur. As the clashes continued, Zhang she could sense that Mo's gaze was getting clearer. To make things worse, her personal guard could barely hold out anymore. That was not the only bad news though. Even her strength, which relied on her Heaven's Order bloodline to harmonize the powers of Yin and Yang, was beginning to show signs of instability. Her Heaven's Order bloodline was indeed powerful. It was the only thing that could bridge the powers granted by the burning light and serene glimmer. Thanks to Zhang Ruoxi's many years of diligent cultivation, she was finally able to reconcile the two opposing powers and draw them into her. As a result, she possessed superior strength. However, her ninth order cultivation was still quite weak in comparison to the powers of the burning light and serene glimmer. She could not withstand a prolonged fight that involved such overwhelming power. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoxi dared not hold back in a fight against Mo. She went all out with every strike, and as the number of clashes increased, her power became more and more unstable. Her personal guards were in bad shape and her strength was becoming unstable, so she knew she did not have much time left. Even so, she never once considered retreating. Instead, her eyes filled with determination as she made a decision. After yet another ferocious clash, the two figures separated. Zhang Ruoxi could clearly sense that even more cracks emerged on the bodies of the 8 personal guard behind her. Her grip on the Heaven's Order sword tightened and she exhaled softly as her wings began to flap and her presence grew even more imposing. In the void opposite her, Mo stood unmoving with his head lowered. Just as Zhang Ruoxi prepared to strike once more, Mo raised his hand to block her. "You should stop now." Zhang Ruoxi did not listen. Her presence continued to intensify with no signs of stopping. Nevertheless, she could not ignore Mo's present state and could not help asking, "Have you regained your rationality?" Mo raised his head and looked at her. Although his eyes showed signs of a struggle, it was no longer in a state of madness. "I have to thank you for that," he replied. Zhang Ruoxi knew what Mo meant. Initially, the power of primordial darkness was still too strong for Mo to bear, causing his consciousness to devolve into a frenzied state. However, as he and Zhang Ruoxi continued to clash, the powers of light and darkness ate away at each other. Both their powers were weakened in the battle. Now that Mo's consciousness could overpower his strength, he regained some rationality. "That won't be necessary," Zhang Ruoxi coolly replied. Mo's brows furrowed ever so slightly. "You will die if you use that attack." Mo could tell that Zhang Ruoxi wanted to harness all of her remaining power to engage him in a final clash that would determine life or death. "You probably won't die but you will suffer," Zhang Ruoxi said. "That's why you should stop." "I don't wish to kill you," Mo urged. Zhang Ruoxi showed no signs of stopping. She did not respond to Mo at all. Instead, she continued to harness her power and strength to prove her determination with her actions. Cracking sounds could be heard from the 8 behind her. With this strike, the 8 of them would turn into dust. Mo's gaze turned cold as he snarled, "If you insist on dying, I am willing to fulfill your desire for death, but have you thought about what would happen to Yang Kai if you died?" Zhang Ruoxi was a little startled. "Sir would be deeply saddened by my death, right?" "That's enough for me." Zhang Ruoxi still showed no signs of backing down. Instead, she let out a faint smile. This made Mo exasperated as he could not resist saying, "Why are human women so stubborn? You think it's worth it to die at my hands to protect him, but have you ever thought about the guilt and torture the living would have to endure? If you truly want to act in his best interests, I advise you to calm down and look at things from his perspective. You staying alive should come before everything else." Zhang Ruoxi stared at Mo in shock this time, brimming with confusion. "What's going on? The one who wields the darkest of all powers that exist is attempting to reason with me during a life and death moment?" She could not help but find it unbelievable, especially since Mo made a good point. Instinctively, she suddenly felt that Mo was scheming something. "Don't look at me like that," Mo curtly snorted. "I lived among you humans for more years than you have lived. We once worked together and protected each other. There was even someone very important to me once. All I wanted to do was to help her, but in the end I was destined to ruin everything." When Mo saw what Zhang Ruoxi was about to do, he could not help but recall his own past. "Mu must have felt great anguish when she decided to lock me up. In the end I let her down." Mo turned towards the space-time river and said, "Why don't we just wait here? When he comes out I will fight him." Zhang Ruoxi frowned as she looked at Mo, too afraid to let her guard down. Mo turned back to her once more, "There's nothing for you to worry about. You are free to strike me at any given moment and engage me in a fight to the death. As you said, even if I kill you, I will suffer in the process, and when he comes out, perhaps I won't be able to hold my own against him. Zhang she simply could not figure out what Mo was thinking. It would indeed be great for her if she did as Mo suggested. She had enough strength to unleash a powerful final strike, and she could do so at any time, so the only one who had anything to gain by agreeing to Mo's suggestion was her. Besides, even if Mo was plotting something sinister, would she be able to stop him? If Mo is truly willing to simply stop and wait now, once Sir comes out, he and I can attack Mo together. You better not do anything rash. After hesitating for a brief moment, Zhang she withdrew her imposing aura. Naturally, Mo smirked as it remained standing in place. Zhang she nodded. The two masters who had been dueling in a brutal all-out fight to the death now stood together in the void, waiting in silence. Sure enough, life was unpredictable. Zhang she was still on guard, so she led her 8 personal guards over to a spot between Mo and the spacetime river to block Mo. Mo saw what she was doing and showed no inclination of stopping her, puzzling her even further. That being said, she had never encountered Mo before. She imagined Mo to be a brutal, sinister, and vicious existence, but after interacting with him herself, she realized that was not the case. Though confused as Zhang she stared into Mo's eyes, she had a vague inkling and could not help but ask, "What do you want to do?" Mo's gaze went past her and stared at the massive spacetime river as he asked, "It's very grand and beautiful, isn't it?" Zhang she did not answer Mo's question, instead frowning in doubt. "So what if it is?" "It saved me from endless darkness," Mo replied, "so to me it is the light. This is what she left behind, and since she has chosen a successor, I want to see what happens. If her successor can kill me, it won't be a bad way for me to die." After a pause, Mo continued with a heavy heart, "When it comes down to it, I did something I shouldn't have. It only stands to reason that I pay the price for it. If you wish to die, I can fulfill your wish for you." Zhang she shot back. Mo eyed her coolly, "Only the person who gave me my new life can kill me. No one else has the right to do so." Chapter 5985 Perseverance. Alas, the one who had the right to kill Mo was no longer around and nothing mattered to him anymore. Everything and everyone in existence was meaningless and he could kill them off as he desired without feeling any hesitance. Zhang she and Mo stood opposite each other outside the spacetime river. She remained vigilant at all times, but Mo did not do anything. He simply stared at the spacetime river that cut through the void and watched as it churned. Meanwhile, the human race army was snaking its way through the large battlefield as it constantly attacked the Black Ink clan army's front lines to weaken them. The humans were actually able to make good progress. Furthermore, the small stone race army was fearlessly confronting the Black Ink clan. Many lives came to an end with every breath. A battle of this scale had never been seen before. The 3 parties out on the battlefield numbered into the billions when combined. The small stone race army consisted of hundreds of millions while the Black Ink clan army was twice as large. On the other hand, there were less than 20 million human race masters left, which was not even a tenth of either of the other two. Despite being much lower in numbers, the humans came out on top when it came to the average power. Only 4th Order masters and above could directly join in the crusade, and after many millennia of cultivation, the human race now had a large number of 7th Order and 8th Order masters. In this respect, neither the small stone race nor the Black Ink clan could compare to the humans. Even though they had massive numbers, weak soldiers who could not contribute much made up most of their ranks. This was especially true of the Black Ink clan. Whenever the human race army crossed paths with large groups of the Black Ink clan's cannon fodder, all of the latter would be exterminated in great sweeping waves of death. Nevertheless, being so few was still an undeniable disadvantage. Although the human race army was able to attack the Black Ink clan and wipe them out in large groups, they could not persist for long. The humans started this battle, but it was the small stone race army that enabled them to keep going. If Zhang she had not brought the small stone race reinforcements over, the humans would have been defeated the moment the primordial heaven source grand restriction broke. These were sorrowful times. Many of the small stone race soldiers died and turned into rocks and pebbles that littered the battlefield. The divine spirits who had the great sun and great moon marks kept using the power of the marks to draw out the power of yin and yang inside the remains of the small stone race who had been sacrificed. These powers were then transformed into purifying light which not only killed many Black Ink clansmen, but also purified the environment of the battlefield. It was thanks to this that the humans and the small stone race could still put up a fight against the Black Ink clan. Initially, Ada and Aer, the 2 giant spirit gods, were able to move about with impunity. Without enough royal lords to keep them pinned down, they were completely invincible and seas of blood formed wherever they went. However, as more and more of the royal lords joined forces to besiege Ada and Aer, the latter pair slowly lost their ability to act freely. The fierce battle continued. Every few days the human race army would retreat behind the small stone race's lines to rest and regroup before charging out again. Puryang Pass, which led the human race army into battle, was now a wreck. It did not look like it could hold out much longer, and the suppressing Black Ink Fortress was in a similar state. The extreme intensity of the battle was a taxing trial for all the humans, with even the Ninth Order masters having a hard time, let alone those of lower orders. Nevertheless, the humans could not stop. This was the final confrontation, and if they backed down, total extermination was the only fate that awaited them. Therefore, all of them grit their teeth and persevered. A month after the start of the battle, the situation on the battlefield grew clearer. Mi Jingluan was fatigued and ashen-faced as he stood atop the worn Puryang Pass, his forehead covered in a layer of sweat. He had overexerted himself. As the supreme commander of the human race army, he faced the most pressure. Not only did he have to keep an eye on the situation on the battlefield to promptly make the right strategic decisions, but as a Ninth Order master, he was also in charge of controlling Puryang Pass to attack the enemy. At this point, he had expended so much energy that his foundation had suffered heavy damage. However, his sense of helplessness stemmed not from his exhaustion, but from the fact that the situation was not in the human race's favor. There were far too many of the Black Ink clansmen inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, twice as many as there were small stone race soldiers, and after a month-long battle, the Black Ink clan was beginning to show signs of suppressing the former. If this continued, in less than 2 weeks, the small stone race army would be defeated. Once the small stone race army was vanquished, the humans would not be able to survive. They were bound to follow the small stone race army to their deaths. Mi Jingluan could not be resigned to this. The fight between the human race and the Black Ink clan began towards the end of the late ancient era and had carried on for millions of years since then. Was it going to end in tragedy for the human race? Still, there was not much he could do to change things now. In a massive battle like this, there was not a single strategy that could lead to a decisive outcome. Victory hinged on the strength of both parties. Mi Jingluan could not stop himself from casting a glance into the depths of the void. Over a month ago, Zhang had abruptly left the battlefield and the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters followed soon after. Nothing had been heard from them ever since. Initially, great aftershocks of an intense battle reverberated out from that part of the void, but soon, everything went silent. Even now, Mi Jingluan did not know what was happening over there. All he knew was that Zhang Ruoxi and her 8 personal guards were there. Yang Kai was there too, along with Mo. If anything could turn the tides of this battle, it had to come from that part of the void. Stay strong. We must persist. As long as the worst did not happen, they still had a shred of hope of survival. The churning of the spacetime river became even more ferocious. After a month of devouring and refining Mu's spacetime river, Yang Kai's spacetime river had grown unimaginably large, while Mu's river, which was outside his, was turning into an empty shell. Thanks to this final gift, Yang Kai's spacetime river had enlarged to the point where it could rival that of Mu's. Outside the river, Zhang Ruoxi and her 8 personal guards were still in a battle formation. They were intrinsically connected and kept their guards up the whole time. Thankfully, throughout this whole time, Mo did not move, he merely stood quietly and waited. At last, a resounding splash sounded and the spacetime river which had meandered across the void for countless eons was completely destroyed. It was replaced by another river that was comparable to it, but the new one was churning even more ferociously and its water seemed even more forceful. This was not a sign that Yang Kai had surpassed Mu in strength. Instead, it was a result of his inability to fully control this sudden growth in strength. If Yang Kai had full control over the power of his river, it would be completely still and silent, not causing such a huge commotion like now. Zhang Ruoxi had to fight the urge to turn around and look, her expression grim. Just a moment ago, she clearly sensed a flash of murderous intent coming from Mo. Mo did not bother to hide it at all. Apart from the clear murderous intent, Zhang Ruoxi also picked up a sense of hatred and regret. As she sensed the churning of the Tao strengths behind her, she knew that Yang Kai had succeeded. Though she had no idea what he did. Chapter 5986, The Might of a Creator. Amidst the churning waves, Yang Kai's figure appeared as the Tao strength surged around him. Based on strength alone, he was stronger than both Mo and Zhang Ruoxi after their earlier fight. This was a result of his heightened mastery of Grand Taos. The clearest evidence of this was the size of his space-time river. Yang Kai's space-time river was comparable to the one Mu left behind, and it had grown colossal beyond imagination. A baby dragon was bound to become a divine dragon someday. Although Yang Kai's cultivation did not increase by much, his strength was leaps and bounds above what it once was. A piercing gaze shot over at him. Yang Kai immediately spotted Mo, who was standing in the distance. The abhorrence and murderous intent in its eyes were plainly visible. Mo looked a lot like Little 11th, whom Yang Kai met inside the primordial world. If Little 11th grew up as a normal human, he would resemble Mo's current appearance. Ruoshi stood between Yang Kai and Mo with a grim and vigilant expression. Yang Kai had been busy refining Mu's final gift and knew nothing of what was happening outside the river all this while. Upon sensing Mo and Ruoshi's present states though, he realized that they had engaged in a fight earlier. Both seemed to have walked away injured, as neither one of them felt as powerful as he expected them to be. His divine sense tingled as it spread out like a gush of water. Soon he picked up on the situation out on the battlefield in the distance. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Compared to the situation over here, the human race army and the small stone race army were in a bleak situation. If things continued as they were, they would certainly be defeated. Ruoshi. Yang Kai called out at once. "I'm here, sir," Zhang Ruoshi swiftly replied. "Head to the battlefield and help them." Zhang Ruoshi was startled. She figured that since Yang Kai had emerged, they could work together to take on Mo now. While she could not face off against Mo alone, if she and Yang Kai worked together, they had a good chance of winning this fight. Mo was a lot weaker now thanks to both Yang Kai's deed of suppressing and sealing his source as well as the earlier fight with Zhang Ruoshi. Light and darkness had clashed and worn each other down. If they got rid of Mo, they would completely eradicate the threat against the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai seemed to have deduced Zhang Ruoshi's thoughts as he said, "The human race army is the only remaining strength we have now. A victory against Mo is meaningless if they get wiped out. Go and help them at once, Ruoshi. Leave things here to me." Zhang Ruoshi knew that Yang Kai was right. If the human race army was entirely vanquished, then even if she and Yang Kai managed to defeat Mo, it was a pointless victory. The goal of this battle was to ensure the survival of the human race, and victory hinged on bringing the entire army to victory. She clenched her jaw and said, "Be careful, sir. I'll come back as soon as possible." After glaring viciously at Mo one last time, her wings fluttered and she turned into a streak of light before shooting off towards the battlefield. Once she left, Mo and Yang Kai were left alone in the void. "A wise decision," Mo remarked. Yang Kai quirked his eyebrows. "How so?" "She's in a poor state right now," Mo commented with a faint smile. "You asked her to leave to save her life, right?" Yang Kai's brow was tightly knitted. "I thought I was going up against an evil being who has lost all its rationality. I didn't expect to be facing off against an intelligent opponent. This makes things a lot more challenging." With just one look, Yang Kai noticed Zhang Ruoshi's condition. Although he did not know what would happen when the Heaven's Order bloodline harmonized the powers of Yin and Yang, he could tell that the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters behind Ruoshi were on the verge of crumbling apart. As the core of the 9 Palaces formation, she was undoubtedly shouldering the heaviest burden. If she stayed here and partook in the fight against Mo, once the 8 fell apart, Ruoshi would be doomed once Mo found the chance to strike her down. Naturally, protecting Ruoshi was not the only reason why Yang Kai told her to leave. The human race and the small stone race were in dire need of help too. They were bound to lose if they did not receive any outside intervention on the battlefield. Now that Zhang Ruoshi had gone back to the battlefield, it was unlikely for her to be involved in any fight as taxing as the one against Mo earlier. As long as she was careful and ensured that her 8 personal guards did not die, she would not be in any grave danger. That being said, Yang Kai was taken aback by the current Mo. As Yang Kai said, he thought he would be facing an evil being without any sense of rationality. However, Mo was evidently able to think and act calmly. Yang Kai would much rather go up against a senseless killing machine, as it was easier to deal with an opponent like that. "I'm surprised you didn't stop me from devouring and refining Mu's spacetime river," Yang Kai spoke up. While refining the gift from Mu, he was vigilant against the possibility of Mo interfering, but the latter did not do anything else after his initial attempt was interrupted. Although Zhang Ruoshi had come over in time to occupy Mo, what Yang Kai saw when he came out was simply a silent standoff between Mo and Ruoshi. It was entirely unexpected. He knew that Mo could have chosen to forcefully break away from Ruoshi, though he would have to pay a price. However, from Mo's standpoint, stopping Yang Kai from refining Mu's river had to be the primary goal, and it would have been worth paying a price to accomplish that. After hearing Yang Kai's comment, Mo lowered his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Did Mu leave something in the river to be used against me? Yang Kai nodded. You noticed that as expected. Mu had left her space-time river for someone who would succeed her, but it was impossible to refine the entire river in the blink of an eye. During that time, Mo was bound to interfere. It was not surprising that someone with as much intelligence and foresight as Mu had considered this and left something behind inside the river to target Mo. If Mo entered her river, he would end up stumbling around the endlessness of space-time in a hazy daze and would not be able to find Yang Kai. What Mo said to Zhang Ruoxi earlier was simply for the sake of convincing her. Even if she did not try to stop him, he would not enter the river unless absolutely necessary. But without entering the river he would not be able to locate Yang Kai, and thus he would not be able to stop the latter from devouring and refining it. With all that Mu had set in place, Yang Kai had guaranteed success at refining the river. Mu had been wise and insightful, and naturally, Mo knew her incredibly well. After spending all those years together, both she and Mo had a thorough understanding of each other. Just as Mu predicted the possibility of Mo entering the river, Mo also figured that Mu would have left behind countermeasures to deal with him as well. It was yet another confrontation after all these years that resulted in a stalemate. Yang Kai was the only one who benefited from the situation. He had a major leap in his mastery over the 10,000 Grand Daos, and his spacetime river had grown to an indescribable size. Even if you obtained the power Mu left behind, so what? Mo's eyes were filled with disdain. Do you think that's enough for you to defeat me? Yang Kai smirked. Let me see what someone in the creator realm can do. As he spoke, he raised both his hands and the spacetime river beneath him began churning violently. It was as if the river turned into a rampaging dragon as the waves crashed in thunderous splashes while Dao strength surged. All at once, scores of rope-like water dragons formed from Dao strength shot out of the river and flew straight at Mo. Mo raised his fist and punched forcefully at the void. The space in front of him shattered and the myriad of void cracks that formed as a result turned into a barrier that blocked the onslaught of the water dragons. Then Mo took a step forward and moved past the shattered space, arriving right in front of Yang Kai as he stared down at him with an indifferent expression. Your ability to wield Dao strength is less than 1,000th of what Mu was capable of. Black ink strength rippled forth and its destructive power wrapped around Mo's fist which came crashing down. Yang Kai's eyes hardened. He could instinctively sense the might of this punch and knew he could not allow it to make contact with him. Otherwise, death would be his only fate. The river churned and formed a layer of Dao strength that acted as a barrier. However, the Dao strength barrier only lasted for a blink of an eye before the fist shattered it apart. Thankfully, that had given Yang Kai enough time to summon his Azure Dragon Spear. Now that he had his weapon in hand, he harnessed the Dao strengths and sent his spear flying out at the fist. A gust of unstoppable power came at Yang Kai from the front and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body froze up for a brief moment before he went flying backwards. He stumbled into his river and nearly lost his grip on the spear. Weak. Mo looked down at his fist. There was a tiny white mark left behind from the Azure Dragon Spear, but it soon vanished. The invincible Azure Dragon Spear could not even scratch Mo despite Yang Kai landing a strike with all his strength. This was a clear sign of the power disparity between the two. A powerful and imposing manner did not necessarily translate into true might. A real master could easily keep his power hidden and undetectable from the outside. Yang Kai's outward display of dominance and imposingness was in fact a sign that he could not fully control the power he had. A figure stepped out of the river. It was Yang Kai who had been pushed back inside it earlier. His expression was grim. Even though he deduced that he was not strong enough to be Mo's equal right now, he did not expect their disparity to be this big. Is this the might of someone in the creator realm? Yang Kai had suppressed and sealed over 30% of Mo's source, so what would Mo be able to do if that had not been the case? His earlier punch would have probably been enough to kill me. While Yang Kai was caught up in these thoughts, Mo was already storming over. Even though Yang Kai used the Dao strengths of the river to form barriers and restraints, it was not enough to stop Mo. Apart from black ink strength, yet another mysterious power was swirling around Mo. It was most likely creation force. All of the Dao strengths that came near Mo would instantly shatter without accomplishing anything. As soon as Yang Kai managed to steady himself, Mo arrived in front of him, his fist flying out again, aiming to pulverize his opponent. Yang Kai was not about to let that happen. Waves rippled out of the azure dragon spear with Dao strength circling it as it moved forward once more. Mo did not change his attack, but the simple blow was hiding an unfathomable strength that allowed it to easily deflect Yang Kai's attack before closing in on its target. Chapter 5987, Absorbing Dao Strengths. In that moment of crisis, Yang Kai's azure dragon spear suddenly vanished from his hand as he stowed it away. Following that, he grabbed Mo's shoulder with both hands and flung himself backwards in an attempt to drag Mo into the space-time river. The short exchange just now made it clear to Yang Kai that he was unable to hold his own against Mo right now. Since that was the case, he needed to bring the fight to an advantageous environment for him, and the space-time river was an excellent choice. Yang Kai was confident that as long as he was able to drag Mo into his space-time river, he would be able to unleash even more powerful attacks that could perhaps be enough to deal with this enemy. However, before Yang Kai could do anything else, Mo kicked him. Yang Kai felt his chest caving in as he fell into the river. Waist? Mo stood above the river. The torrential waves fiercely charged at Mo, but they would die out once they were within 10 steps of him, filling his eyes with disappointment. Mu's successor is weaker than I thought. He's not even stronger than that woman earlier who wielded a portion of the primordial light's power. At the very least, she'd been able to cause a bit of trouble for me, but Mu's successor is nothing more than a child. As Mo quietly eyed the space-time river beneath him, he lightly raised his hand. In that case, I shall destroy it all. A gust of pure and concentrated black ink strength unlike any that had been seen before poured out towards the space-time river as the might of a creator began to emerge. Any part of the river that was touched by black ink strength immediately showed signs of being corrupted by it. The river was made out of Dao strengths. Ordinarily, black ink strength from the Black Ink clan was only capable of corrupting living beings. However, as the source of black ink strength, Mo was even capable of corrupting Dao strengths. As Yang Kai's body sank downwards into the river, his heart sank along with it. With just 2 strikes, he had a clear understanding of just how powerful Mo was. I definitely won't be able to defeat him. Yang Kai coughed lightly and the stench of blood filled his mouth. He was now a divine dragon with thick skin and hard flesh, impervious to most ordinary strength, but a simple kick from Mo was enough to break a few of his ribs. It had been a long time since he last suffered such injuries. The pain of his broken bones sticking into his organs cleared his mind, and in the very next breath, he sensed the changes happening to his space-time river. He realized the severity of the situation. If Mo was allowed to continue what he was doing, sooner or later, his space-time river would be completely corrupted by black ink strength. He would lose all his Dao strengths, and even if he did not die, he would become crippled and useless. The urgent sense of danger consumed Yang Kai, and he knew that if he did not do something soon, it would be too late. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and wielded all the strength he could muster. The next instant, his body turned into an invisible black hole that devoured large amounts of the river's water. He was refining the Dao strengths and absorbing them into his body. Yang Kai had been able to put away his original space-time river and summon it out when he wanted to deal with his opponent because he had gained the river through hard work and diligent cultivation. It was the manifestation of his own Dao strengths. However, the gift from Mu had been too overwhelming. Even though he used his space-time river to devour and refine Mu's space-time river, which led to a great increase in his mastery over the 10,000 Grand Daos, he now had a problem on his hands too. He did not have full control over his new space-time river. Currently he was like a 3-year-old who was trying to wield a massive sledgehammer. Though the sledgehammer was powerful, he could not even lift it. That was the reason why he could not fight back against Mo. It was to the point where he seemed even weaker than Zhang Ruoxi. After all, Ruoxi had diligently cultivated for some 2,000 years in the chaotic dead territory. By using her Heaven's Order bloodline to harmonize the powers of Yin and Yang to a level where she could control it, she was able to unleash all of that power freely. There was only one way for Yang Kai to deal with his current situation, and that was to refine the Dao strengths and absorb them into his body. That was the only method for him to gain control over his new spacetime river and be strong enough to oppose Mo. It was an extremely dangerous move. If he were careless for even a moment, he would explode from the overwhelming power of the massive spacetime river and would undoubtedly die. That was the reason why Yang Kai did not choose to do so earlier, but under the present circumstances, he had to throw caution to the wind and take the risk. As he did this, a huge vortex emerged on top of the river. It looked like a large mouth that was swallowing the water. Meanwhile, Mo was still channeling his black ink strength and corrupting the river. By doing so, Mo could even absorb the river and strengthen itself. After seeing the appearance of the vortex though, Mo's eyes flashed with an unreadable glimmer as he scoffed. You finally realized it? Mo had spent many years with Mu and understood the spacetime river far better than Yang Kai did, so he could immediately tell what Yang Kai was doing when he saw the movement of the river. Both of them continued to refine the power of the spacetime river, which rapidly shrank before them. When it came down to it though, this was still Yang Kai's spacetime river. Thus, Mo could not refine it as quickly as Yang Kai could. It could be said that Yang Kai and Mo were devouring the river at a ratio of 7-3. Beneath the river, Yang Kai's face had turned red as his dragon vein throbbed with ferocity within him. The Tao strengths he devoured and absorbed into his body made him feel as if he were going to explode. He even had the urge to transform into a divine dragon. Nevertheless, he squashed down this thought. Although turning into a divine dragon could ease the pressure on his body, there was still a limit. It would not make a difference if he could not find a way to surpass that limit. Therefore he chose to grit his teeth and bear it. Thankfully, he had endured a similar kind of pressure when he first started taking in the gift Mu left behind and was now able to have a marginally easier time with it. As time passed, the massive spacetime river had shrunk by about 30%. Beneath the river, Yang Kai was surrounded by Tao strengths, while above the river, Mo's aura had grown a lot stronger too. All of a sudden Yang Kai's eyes hardened. As he continued to devour the power of the river, he raised his hands and snarled, "Rise!" The spacetime river that cut across the void seemed to abruptly come to life as the water churned and the waves came crashing down at Mo. Mo's gaze darkened as he swiftly backed off. He knew that even with his present strength, he would have a hard time if he was struck by the full force of the spacetime river. His eyes briefly flickered with surprise as he did not think that Yang Kai would be able to gain control over the spacetime river so quickly. If Yang Kai was previously likened to a 3-year-old attempting to wield a sledgehammer and failing due to his lack of strength, then he was now a young child able to raise the sledgehammer, though luck and fate would determine whether or not he could strike his opponent with it. As the river surged, Yang Kai's figure appeared out of it. It was clear that something was not right with his present state. It was as if an indescribable power gathered within his body. He looked like he was about to explode at any given moment. That was indeed the case. He was at his limit from the Tao strengths that had built up inside him. He felt a pressing need to let it all out of him, so with that thought in mind he shot up and charged at Mo. As he moved, the colossal spacetime river followed behind him like a shadow. Chapter 5988, Battle to the Death. In a flash, the two silhouettes collided and a fight broke out. Yang Kai took the offensive and pushed out Tao strengths with each strike. He had to release the Tao strengths which had accumulated inside his body, otherwise he ran the risk of exploding. As a result of his ferocious attacks, Mo had to focus and fight back as well, using black ink strength to clash with and wipe out the rampaging Tao strengths. Even in the midst of the fight, Yang Kai did not stop devouring the spacetime river. There was a large vortex behind him that was sucking the river water into his body. As Yang Kai continued absorbing Tao strength into his body, the power he could wield grew stronger and his attacks became more intense. After exchanging a dozen blows, Yang Kai suffered a hit from Mo and flew backwards into the river. However, he soon emerged and charged at Mo once again. Although he faced setbacks, Yang Kai showed no sign of despair. Instead, his thirst for battle grew even stronger. During the first clash between the two, Mo could send Yang Kai flying back into the river as soon as he emerged. Despite being a ninth-order master, Yang Kai could not fight back at all. Yet he could now hold out against Mo for a brief moment. This was the result of his absorbing the Tao strengths into his body. It was also the reason why he could control even more of the river's power. I can do better than this. Yang Kai firmly believed, as long as I can control the entire river, I'll be powerful enough to challenge Mo. Time and time again he shot out at Mo and was knocked back. The space-time river continued to shrink as Yang Kai's aura grew even more powerful. As time passed, Yang Kai was able to hold out against Mo for increasing amounts of time. From withstanding an exchange of 10 or so blows, he was able to slowly increase that number to 20, 30, eventually reaching 100 without showing any sign of falling behind. This seemed to set Mo off and his attacks grew even more vicious as murderous intent surged. Yang Kai used the profound source gate to suppress and seal over 30% of Mo's source, which weakened the latter by a fair amount. Mo's power had also been further weakened after the fight with Zhang. That being said, he had corrupted a sizable chunk of the river's power with black ink strength, which allowed him to make up for what he lost in the fight with Zhang. Mo was even more powerful now than when he first woke up. In a short amount of time, Yang Kai was able to go from being completely powerless against Mo to just barely holding out against him, but that was already his limit. He couldn't defeat Mo in his current state. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Even if I gain control over the remaining river, it's unlikely that I'll be able to kill him. If Mo, the one behind everything, did not die, then the threat against all of existence would endure. Using the profound source grate to suppress and seal Mo's source had been the right thing to do. Yang Kai's previous journey had proved that the profound source gate could indeed accomplish that feat. However, when one went up against an entity this powerful, how was one supposed to suppress and seal them without defeating them first? The only way to end this once and for all was to break out of the shackles of the open heaven realm and ascend to a higher realm. However, this was something impossible for the current Yang Kai. It had not been long since he became a Ninth Order Master, and although he used the 2 open heaven realm cradles and the power of his spacetime river to speed up his cultivation dramatically, it was only effective for him to grow within the Ninth Order realm. It was not enough for him to reach the realm beyond. Throughout history, the best and most talented humans had been limited by the shackles of the open heaven realm method. They could not break through them at all. Only Mu had been able to vaguely peek into the mysteries of an even higher martial Tao. Nevertheless, her spacetime river was incomplete and she could not step over the barriers to enter the mysterious realm she touched upon. Even though Yang Kai had received Mu's gift, it was unlikely that he could accomplish what Mu and all the human race ancestors could not in such a short time. He did not have the barest inkling of enlightenment regarding the next realm. If he wanted to break out of the shackles of the open heaven realm, at the very least, he had to familiarize himself with his present strength and continue to gain knowledge and understanding through many years of accumulation and cultivation. Since he could not overcome the shackles of the open heaven realm, he had to find another way. Yang Kai dared not allow himself to be distracted for even a moment in his battle against Mo. He was up against an opponent who could kill him off at any moment. Over and over again Yang Kai was sent flying backwards into the river. Although he looked completely battered, his situation was slowly taking a turn for the better. Only about 30% of the spacetime river behind him was left now. The moment he absorbed all of the river, he would be able to wield strength far beyond what he could before. As the intense fight had broken out between Yang Kai and Mo, the fight on the battlefield in the distant void was just as ferocious. The Black Ink clan army was too numerous and the allied armies of the human race and the small stone race were beginning to show signs of defeat. If nothing changed, sooner or later both armies would be completely wiped out. Once that happened, even the Ninth Order Masters could not be certain whether they could escape with their lives. Only the 2 giant spirit gods could most likely leave safely. This was not an outcome they could accept. Just as the battle reached its most pressing climax, a dazzling light shot out from the depths of the void. It was a familiar scene that renewed the human race master spirits as they knew who had come. As per Yang Kai's instructions, Zhang she rushed back to the battlefield. The moment she arrived, she turned into a bolt of light that weaved across the battlefield multiple times. The flowing light acted like a sharp blade that slaughtered countless Black Ink clan soldiers and wrecked the seemingly impenetrable formations they had set up. All at once, the humans and the small stone race were relieved of much of the pressure they had been under. Soon after that, Ruashi headed over to Ada and Aer. The 2 giant spirit gods had proved to be invaluable allies to the humans, be it during the reoccupation of the No-Return Pass or the battle that broke out against the Black Ink Black Reinforcement Army. In both situations the giant spirit gods had played pivotal roles. Ada and Aer were currently in a tough situation once again. They were surrounded and besieged by many royal lords and could not provide any help to the rest of the battlefield. Therefore, after relieving the pressure against the allied armies of the human race and the small stone race, Zhang Ruashi chose to aid the 2 giant spirit gods. As long as the 2 giant spirit gods were unencumbered, they would be able to draw the attention of a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan would have to send even more royal lords over to keep these 2 occupied, thus relieving the pressure on the rest. Ruashi alone was enough to rampage through enemy lines and leave the royal lords scared witless, let alone when she had formed a 9 palaces formation with her 8 personal guard. In the blink of an eye, the flash of light appeared beside Aer. The 8 small stone race masters scattered around to seal the surroundings, their battle formation encapsulating a large portion of the void. The royal lords who had been attacking Aer paled in response. They had learned the hard way just how terrifying this winged woman could be. Before the primordial heaven source grand restriction had even broken, she had charged inside alone and exterminated all the masters who lingered at the opening, which included dozens of royal lords. Her actions back then terrified the masters inside the grand restriction, so much so that they were too afraid to make any rash moves. Many royal lords had remained hidden in the darkness. They had personally witnessed how powerful Zhang Ruoxi was and were afraid of her strength. This was the reason why the Black Ink clan army did not rush out the moment the grand restriction broke. They only gained the courage to leave the shelter of darkness when she rushed into the depths of the void to deal with the Supreme One. No one expected this woman to come charging back out on the battlefield at such a critical moment. Naturally, if Mi Jingluan could tell which way the battle was going, the royal lords could as well. The Black Ink clan army had the upper hand right now, and as long as no unexpected variables were introduced, the Black Ink clan would eventually be able to vanquish the humans and small stone race. When the time came, all of existence would belong to the Black Ink clan, as the human race would be wiped out in totality. They were only a step away from their grand success, so how could the royal lords back down now? Thus, even though Zhang Ruoxi and her personal guard were wielding the might of their 9 palaces formation, a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan still fearlessly charged forward to stop them. Once again, the allied armies of the humans race and the small stone race were relieved of even more pressure. As the sword light of the Heaven's Order sword flashed, the part of the battlefield where Zhang Ruoxi was seemingly turned into an abyss of death. Be it territory lords or royal lords, none could escape from her or even put up a fight. Each time sword light flashed, numerous masters from the Black Ink clan perished. Their glory and dignity as masters was completely trampled on. Once someone reached a certain level of power, it became child's play for them to slaughter those in their path. In just a few moments, over 20 royal lords were killed. Heir, who had been harassed by the royal lords all this time, was finally freed from those who had been keeping him pinned down. With a loud roar, he began attacking the nearby royal lords. However, before he could truly unleash his strength, a new group of royal lords rushed over. The Black Ink clan could tell that the allied armies no longer posed a threat to them, and they could use their advantage in numbers to keep them occupied. At this moment, the only ones who posed a threat to the Black Ink clan were Zhang Ruoxi and the 2 giant spirit gods. Thus, they had to stop these 3 no matter what, even if it cost them the lives of their royal lords. On this part of the battlefield, royal lords and territory lords fell like leaves from a tree in a howling storm. The black blood and Black Ink strength that escaped their corpses turned the void into a patch of darkness, which seemed to want to devour everything in its wake. Amidst it all, the sword light of the Heaven's Order sword shone brilliantly. Despite the show of force she was putting on, Zhang Ruoxi's original plan had actually been foiled. Initially, she wanted to save Heir before working together with him to extricate Ada. Then, the 3 of them could charge out onto the main battlefield and rampage. Even though the Black Ink clan was massive in numbers, they would not be able to stop the 3 of them from slaughtering those in their path if they remained mobile. Given enough time and room to take action, these 3 powerful existences could massacre the entire Black Ink clan army on their own. However, the Black Ink clan promptly reacted to the situation, and Zhang Ruoxi ended up being tied down to this part of the battlefield. Even Heir, whom she had only just rescued, was once again completely surrounded by royal lords and could no longer do much. Now that it had come to this, Zhang Ruoxi acted per the hand she was dealt. Since they wanted to impede her, they would have to pay an exorbitant price. Compared to her original plan, the present situation was actually even more beneficial for the human race army. The more the masters from the Black Ink clan focused on her, the less pressure the humans faced. In fact, if she managed to kill off enough royal lords, she would undoubtedly be helping the allied armies secure the final victory. Thus, Zhang Ruoxi was not upset by the Black Ink clan's actions. On the contrary, it suited her just fine. The royal lords came at her one after the other. They all turned into corpses under the Heaven's Order sword, but even so, none of those from the Black Ink clan showed any inclination to retreat. For both the human race and the Black Ink clan, this was the final battle that would decide their fate. They could not back down no matter what. This was a make-or-break battle that would determine who would go down in history as the ultimate victor. Chapter 5989 Zhang Ruoxi's Persistence. Zhang Ruoxi persistently swung her sword, and every swing of her sword brought about significant results. Ever since her return, no fewer than 300 royal lords had died at her hands in just 2 days. That was an extremely terrifying number. It had to be said that there were only a few dozen Ninth-Order masters among the human race at present. The number of royal lords was many times more than the number of Ninth-Order masters. Furthermore, the inheritance accumulated in the primordial heaven source grand restriction over millions of years could not be underestimated. Even though Zhang Ruoxi had slaughtered so many royal lords, many more royal lords were surrounding Zhang Ruoxi and the 2 giant spirit gods still. Zhang Ruoxi relentlessly slaughtered her enemies, and the movement of drawing her sword had almost become an instinctive reaction by now. The Black Ink clan had shifted the focus of the battle around her, which certainly resolved the crisis that had been looming over the human race army. At this moment, the allied armies of the human race and the small stone race finally regained their ability to hold their own against the Black Ink clan, even though they continued to face some pressure on the main battlefield. The situation was no longer as hopeless as before, where their defeat had been imminent and there was no hope for victory. The black ink clouds condensed from the dissipated black ink strength had reached extreme concentration. Even the Ninth Order Masters felt apprehensive when they saw the dense black ink clouds that encompassed the huge void. Aside from Zhang Ruoxi and the two giant spirit gods, nobody could easily venture into the depths of the black ink clouds to fight against the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, the immaculate white wings behind Zhang Ruoxi's back began to glow with a faint yellow and blue hue. The subtle change resembled an omen of something to come. At a certain moment, one of the royal lords fearlessly charged towards a Ninth Order small stone race master. He gathered all his strength in his fist and punched the personal guard with all his might. The personal guard staggered from the blow, then it immediately followed up with a violent counterattack that immediately killed the royal lord. Although the small stone race personal guard was equivalent to Ninth Order Masters, these were currently joined in a 9 palaces formation with Zhang Ruoxi as its core. Any one of them could borrow the power of the battle formation at any time, so their current strength could no longer be judged by their mere cultivation alone. It could be said that Zhang Ruoxi and her 8 personal guards were one. The attacks unleashed by any party in the battle formation carried the culmination of their combined powers. Even if the royal lords were strong, they could not withstand such attacks. Therefore, many royal lords had died at the hands of the personal guard over the last 2 days. The personal guard who slaughtered the royal lord earlier prepared to make its next move, but just as it raised its fist to attack, its hand shattered to dust. It was immediately followed by its arm, which then spread to its body. In the blink of an eye, the powerful personal guard was reduced to a pile of rubble. The surrounding royal lords and territory lords besieging it froze in surprise. When Zhang Ruoxi returned, her personal guard had all been covered in deep cracks. It was only natural for the surrounding royal lords and territory lords to notice such an obvious thing. They initially thought that the personal guards wouldn't last for long, which is why they targeted them while simultaneously attacking Zhang Ruoxi. It was not until they paid a horrendous price that they realized one thing. These personal guards might look like they were about to fall apart at any moment, but they remained capable of unleashing a despairing amount of power with every blow. That was until this moment. In the end, the personal guard could not withstand the pressure of the drawn-out battle and shattered to pieces. At the same time, the yellow and blue hue of the wings behind Zhang Ruoxi's back increased significantly when the personal guard crumbled to dust. Fortunately, Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have anticipated the situation and immediately switched the battle formation to the 8 trigrams formation. An increasingly violent barrage of attacks ensued. After the first personal guard shattered to pieces, the Black Ink clan suddenly saw hope in regard to their struggle to defeat Zhang Ruoxi. Their assault only became more and more aggressive as a result. Half a day later, the second personal guard shattered to pieces and the 8 trigrams formation subsequently changed to the 7 stars formation. Another half-day passed and the third one broke apart. When Zhang Ruoxi led her personal guard against Mo, they sustained indelible damage during the battle. If there had been enough time, she would have allowed them to rest and recover. Unfortunately, they were in the middle of a large-scale battle. There was no time for them to even catch their breaths, much less recuperate from their wounds. They only managed to persist until now because the intensity of the current battle paled in comparison to her solo battle against Mo. Even so, her personal guard had finally reached their limits. One after another, they crumbled to pieces. Their destruction also signified that the battle formation was steadily weakening. As the battle formation weakened, the power they could exert was also considerably reduced. At the same time, the yellow and blue hue of the wings behind her back became extremely obvious. When the 6th personal guard shattered, Zhang Ruoxi forcefully changed the battle formation to the most basic 3 fortunes formation. At that moment, the Black Ink clan finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. It would not take much longer to defeat her. A voice abruptly sounded in Zhang Ruoxi's mind. "Silly girl, you can't carry on in such a reckless manner. At this rate, you will soon struggle to maintain the balance between yin and yang. You will die if that happens." In the chaotic dead territory, Zhang Ruoxi spent 2,000 years harmonizing the power of yin and yang using her Heaven's Order bloodline. By doing so, her strength surged to unprecedented heights. She rapidly grew from an 8th Order master to a mighty existence who could fight against Mo alone. Nevertheless, she was still just a master at the peak of the Ninth Order without the power she was granted by the burning light and serene glimmer. Previously, she had maintained a balance between the powers of yin and yang with her bloodline, and both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had remained sleeping deep within her body. However, they were beginning to regain consciousness as a result of her continuous fights and the deaths of her personal guard. That was not a good thing for her. The situation indicated that her bloodline was starting to have trouble maintaining a balance between the power of yin and yang. Just as Big Brother Huang said, if she were to lose control now, a master at the peak of the Ninth Order like her would not be able to withstand the pressure of their rampaging power and would instantly perish. Zhang Ruoxi remained silent. Forming the Three Fortunes formation with her two remaining personal guards, she persisted in her slaughter. At this moment, the number of Black Ink clansmen gathered around her had reduced significantly. Their numbers were far less than their initial numbers due to her desperate slaughter of her enemies. No matter how many there was bound to be a time when they were completely obliterated. At this juncture, the masters from the Black Ink clan were no longer as desperate as they were before though. Instead, they constantly wandered around her and forced her to expend her energy while keeping themselves safe from harm. They were evidently waiting for the destruction of her two remaining personal guards. Once she lost the support of the battle formation, the threat she posed towards the Black Ink clan would be greatly reduced. Realizing that, Big Brother Huang sighed and said no more. He knew that Zhang Ruoxi couldn't stop fighting at this time. After all, this battle was related to the survival of the entire human race. The slightest wavering would lead to their eternal doom. There was only one thing he could do for her at this moment. He attempted to cooperate with Big Sister Lan, trying to coordinate the power of the yin and yang in her body and prevent the balance between their respective strengths from being broken. Unfortunately, what they could do was extremely limited. The situation gradually developed in the direction that the Black Ink clan were hoping for. When the seventh personal guard shattered to pieces, it became impossible for Zhang Ruoxi to form a battle formation with just her last personal guard. The Black Ink clan had been waiting a long time for this very moment, and they immediately swarmed forward and tore the last personal guard apart. In an instant, Zhang Ruoxi sunk into the dire situation of fighting a solo battle. Meanwhile, Ada and Aer were also being restrained by many masters from the Black Ink clan. They could not break free to help her. Death slowly approached her. Just as she was at her most vulnerable, something resembling a violent torrent suddenly tore through the dense layers of the Black Ink clan army and swiftly approached the battlefield where she was located. It was none other than the human race army that had been fighting fiercely this whole time. Chapter 5990 The Divine Spirits. When the human race army first departed from the no-return pass on their second crusade, there were over 20 million masters. Unfortunately, their numbers had dwindled by more than half at this moment. What's more, their current numbers were only possible because the small stone race army had withstood the brunt of the pressure from their enemies. If not for the small stone race army, the human race army would have been defeated in battle long ago. Countless heroes fell on this vast battlefield. The severed limbs and dismembered corpses of the Black Ink clan littering the void were basically a manifestation of their military merits. The period when Zhang Ruoxi had penetrated the depths of the void and fought with Mo had been the most difficult for the human race army. Countless Black Ink clansmen had besieged and intercepted the humans, leading to the deaths of many brave soldiers. Even the Ninth Order masters had suffered several casualties, with their deaths hitting morale particularly harshly. However, the pressure faced by the human race army decreased substantially when Zhang Ruoxi returned with her battle formation of personal guard. She was the reason why so many masters from the Black Ink clan were killed. In such a fierce and chaotic battlefield, the slightest negligence could be fatal. Most of the human race masters on the battlefield were unaware of Zhang Ruoxi's dire state. Be that as it may, how could Mi Jingluan, who had been keeping an eye on the overall situation on the battlefield, be oblivious to her circumstances? The Black Ink clan had shifted the focus of the battle to Zhang Ruoxi. During this period, Mi Jingluan could only watch anxiously as the personal guard around her were destroyed one by one until she fell into a critical condition. Zhang Ruoxi was undoubtedly one of the keys to winning this war. If she were defeated and killed, then the human race army would lose their only hope at victory. Therefore she had to be protected no matter the cost. Even though that was the case, what strength did the human race army have to help her right now? Mi Jinglung racked his brains for an answer but could not think up a good plan. Recklessly charging forward with what remained of the human race army without a suitable plan would not help her. In fact, his actions would only place the humans in greater danger instead. At this moment, the human race army could borrow the strength of the small stone race army to offset the pressure from their enemies. However, that was only possible thanks to the cooperation between the human race army and the small stone race army. If they charged out, they would be separated from the small stone race army. Under such circumstances, the pressure that the humans would have to withstand on their own was unfathomable. At the critical moment, a blood-drenched Yang Xiao suddenly rushed towards Mi Jingluan, and after a brief conversation, the latter made up his mind. Under his command, the human race army instantly condensed their forces into an attack formation, broke through the Black Ink clan's heavy encirclement, and charged towards Zhang Ruoxi like a violent storm. At this moment, many top masters from the Black Ink clan had been slaughtered by Zhang Ruoxi, and out of those that remained, more than 100 royal lords were working together to restrain Ada and Aer while nearly 200 surrounded Zhang Ruoxi. Therefore, the human race army was not facing much pressure at the moment. It could even be said that the Black Ink clan no longer considered the human army a worthy opponent. As long as the royal lords defeated Zhang Ruoxi, the humans would be helpless to resist when they finally turned around to deal with them. The Black Ink clan's underestimation was the reason the human race army successfully broke out of the encirclement. The strange movements of the human race army naturally caught the attention of many masters from the Black Ink clan. They might not know what the human race army was planning, but they had finally pushed Zhang Ruoxi to the brink of desperation after sacrificing so many of their masters. How could they allow for any external interference at this time? Dozens of royal lords immediately turned around and charged towards the human race army while a massive number of Black Ink clan soldiers pursued the humans from the rear. Under these circumstances, the human race army would be facing enemies from the front and back if they did not quickly escape the besiegement of the royal lords. Only an extremely disastrous ending awaited them if they were engulfed by the enemy in their current state. When the royal lords took action, Zhang Ruoxi also made her move. She attempted to slash her way through the heavy blockade and join the human race army. However, numerous masters from the Black Ink clan fearlessly threw themselves at her to obstruct her path. They did not seem to hesitate even though their lives were on the line. Hence, she was successfully prevented from escaping for some time. By this time, Zhang Ruoxi was exhausted beyond her limits. After she departed from the chaotic dead territory, she rushed to the battlefield without delay. Once she arrived, she not only fought countless royal lords, but she also expended her strength to open the void corridor that connected to the chaotic dead territory. Afterwards, she delved into the depths of the opening in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and wreaked havoc there for some time before she engaged Emo in an intense battle. It could be said that she had not rested at all since she stepped foot on the battlefield. She had simply been moving from battle to battle without any breaks in between, therefore she could only bring out 70% of her full strength. The most obvious change was her combat effectiveness. She used to be able to kill a royal lord in one blow, but now it took her multiple strikes to kill one. It would not be easy for her to join up with the human race army when she was being besieged by so many masters from all directions. At this moment, a figure abruptly soared into the sky. Raising both hands high, he clenched his fists and roared furiously, "Burn!" The 2 marks on his clenched fists flashed with a blinding light. 7 figures rushed into the sky behind him. Every one of them also had mysterious marks shining brightly on the backs of their hands. These marks indicated that these people were blessed by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Yang Kai had brought these marks from the chaotic dead territory and bestowed them to 10 divine spirits many years ago. These divine spirits had been scattered throughout the various battlefields. Thanks to the great sun and moon marks in their possession, they could mobilize and transform the power of the yellow and blue crystals into purifying light. Consequently, they were essential to the logistical support of the human race army. It was precisely thanks to this method that the threat of the Black Ink strength to the human race was greatly reduced. The purifying Black Ink pills alone would not have been enough otherwise. Even before this incident, these divine spirits had been mobilizing the power of the great sun and moon marks constantly during the war. So many small stone race soldiers had died on the battlefield that they could easily summon a large burst of the purifying light without much effort. In this way they could not only purify the battlefield, but they could also cause great damage to the Black Ink clan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When the human race army charged in Zhang Ruoxi's direction, the divine spirits with the great sun and moon marks quickly activated the marks on the backs of their hands under Yang Zhao's leadership. Zhang Ruoxi, who was besieged by countless royal lords, saw the scene from a distance and immediately understood their plan. A smile appeared on her exhausted face. Feeling the strength of the people around her, she knew she was not fighting alone. It was just that she had never even contemplated what they were about to attempt, much less tested it, so she did not know if she would succeed. "Seniors, please assist me." Closing her eyes, she gripped the Heaven's Order sword tightly with both hands and pleaded. The sighs of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan sounded in unison, but they did not refuse her. In the next moment, the wings behind Zhang Ruoxi's back glowed in two-colored light. When she opened her eyes, the color of her eyes had also changed. One eye was yellow and the other eye was blue. It was a strange sight to behold. At the same time, with Yang Xiao in the lead, the two marks on the backs of the hands of the divine spirits abruptly burst forth and transformed into a two-colored light that enveloped their bodies as a powerful divine sense simultaneously penetrated their knowledge seas. It was the divine senses of the burning light and serene glimmer. Under normal circumstances, they would never allow any external divine sense to encroach on their minds. However, they abandoned all defenses at this moment and allowed the divine sense to link with their own. One by one, the eyes of the divine spirits went blank as though they had lost themselves. Link! Zhang Ruoxi cried out. With herself as the source point, various rays of aura instantly connected with each other across the distance and became closely intertwined. Her aura, which had initially begun to dwindle, suddenly surged and shook the surrounding void. The royal lords paled at the sight. Success! Relief washed over Mi Jingluan at the sight. This was Yang Zhao's suggestion. When the 8 personal guards shattered to pieces, it became impossible for Zhang Ruoxi to form a battle formation. She would never escape from the besiegement of so many masters from the Black Ink clan in her current condition, so it was only a matter of time before she suffered a tragic death. The Black Ink clan would be free to attack the human race army once Zhang Ruoxi died, which would undoubtedly result in the human race's defeat. Be that as it may, the human race army had no extra resources to spare in their current condition. The very idea of helping Zhang Ruoxi was nothing more than a fool's dream unless somebody could form a new 9 palaces formation with her. Although they had enough Ninth Order masters to fulfill the requirements to form a 9 palaces formation, it was not easy for them to actually pull off such a feat even if 8 Ninth Order masters were sent to help Zhang Ruoxi. Even if they trusted her wholeheartedly, it would be impossible for them to join forces and form a 9 palaces formation in such a short time. After all, this was not solely a matter of trust but also of compatibility. That was why Yang Xiao had suggested attempting to form the 9 palaces formation with the divine spirits who owned the great sun and moon marks instead. He believed that they might achieve a pleasantly surprising result. The great sun and moon marks were derived from the burning light and serene glimmer sources. Since Zhang Ruoxi had united the power of yin and yang with her bloodline, her body was brimming with the source strength of the burning light and serene glimmer. In other words, to her, Yang Xiao and the other divine spirits should not be that much different from her destroyed small stone race personal guard. At this point, their only option was to attempt this unprecedented feat. If they succeeded, then it would be a joyous success. If they failed, then there was nothing that could be done regardless. In any case, they would only know the result after they made the attempt. For that reason, Mi Jingluan ordered the entire human army to charge out and separate from the ranks of the small stone race army. It was their final desperate attempt to overturn their current predicament. If this plan failed, they would not only fail to rescue Zhang Ruoxi, but also face the imminent destruction of the human race army. Fortunately, the plan had worked. When the power of the 9 palaces formation enveloped the enormous void, Mi Jingluan smiled from the bottom of his heart. Dozens of royal lords were currently on the way to intercept the human race army and bombarded them with a storm of powerful secret techniques before they even arrived. The defenses of the human race army could be said to have fallen apart at this moment, with only the Ninth Order masters being capable of blocking such an onslaught. Just as the Ninth Order masters were confronting the royal lords though, the hollow-eyed divine spirits charged forward with Yang Xiao in the lead. Every one of these divine spirits was enveloped in a blue and yellow light, and the aura surrounding them was so strong that the void shuddered in their presence. Yang Xiao headed straight towards one of the royal lords, and under that royal lord's astonished gaze, Yang Xiao slammed his fist forward. Half of the royal lord's body instantly exploded into mist when the punch landed. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao did not stop his movements and charged towards the second royal lord with a blank expression on his face. Yang Xiao was an ancient dragon, equivalent to a peak 8th Order master. Naturally, killing a royal lord in one blow was the result of the battle formation and not his own strength. It was a pity that the attack cost him a heavy price. The arm he used to punch the royal lord became twisted and broke, with blood pouring out of it from multiple wounds. Most of the divine spirits displayed similar performances. With no leader coordinating their movements, the royal lords blocking the divine spirits were swiftly cut down without much resistance. The remaining royal lords were frightened and quickly moved aside to open up a path. Such a feat was only possible because Yang Xiao and the others were divine spirits. The physical body of each divine spirit was extremely powerful in comparison to any other existence. If they were ordinary 8th-order human masters who had supported Zhang Ruoxi in this battle formation instead, their bodies would not have been able to withstand the backlash from launching such powerful attacks. Chapter 5991, Reappearance of the Nine Palaces Formation. The 8 divine spirits broke through the heavy blockade of the royal lords and headed straight towards Zhang Ruoxi, who did not remain idle either. At this moment, she released a powerful burst of energy and tore through the besiegement of the royal lords to join the divine spirits as soon as possible. With the power of the new 9 Palaces formation, the original crisis that loomed over her was resolved in an instant. When Zhang Ruoxi united with the 8 divine spirits, a huge change took place in the overall situation. The human race army escorting the divine spirits did not stop forging ahead and instead acted like a raging current that swept across the void in a wide arc before returning to their original battlefield via a huge detour. With tremendous help from the small stone race army, the 2 armies reunited once more and resumed their endless battle against the Black Ink clan army. At this point, Puryang Pass was completely destroyed and the suppressing Black Ink fortress had been shattered. Most of the warships were also gone, with just a few barely surviving. The human race no longer had many external aids to rely upon at this last juncture of the war. The only thing they had left was the barrier of flesh and blood. In the void, Zhang Ruoxi had united with the 8 divine spirits. She gripped the Heaven's Order sword tightly with both hands, surrounded by many royal lords in all directions. She murmured softly under her breath, "We won't have much time." The strength of the 8 divine spirits could not compare with her personal guard. So not only would forcefully forming a battle formation cause immense damage to the bodies of the divine spirits, but even the powerful divine sense of the burning light and serene glimmer which directed their auras caused hidden dangers. If Zhang Ruoxi could not end the battle as soon as possible, the divine spirits who joined up with her would eventually explode. Even if their physical body somehow managed to endure, their souls might be extinguished. What's more, Yang Xiao and Su Yan were among the 8 divine spirits. These 2 were Yang Kai's important family members. She could not lose this fight. Even setting aside the weakness of the divine spirits, Zhang Ruoxi could hardly last for much longer. At this very moment, she was burning the Heaven's Order bloodline in her body just to forcefully maintain a balance between the power of yin and yang, despite Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan doing everything they could to assist her. It would not be long before the balance would be broken and her bloodline was burned out entirely. Forcing down her worries, Zhang Ruoxi lifted her sword and boldly charged towards her enemies, followed closely by the 8 divine spirits. The sudden burst of power left the royal lords scrambling in a panic. One after another, the royal lords fell prey to Zhang Ruoxi's sword, but when she finally broke through the encirclement, she did not escape. On the contrary, she turned around and led the divine spirits to attack once more. Thanks to the 9 Palaces formation, which was formed with Zhang Ruoxi as the core and the 8 divine spirits as the foundation, she had once more become an unstoppable blade that repeatedly swept across the battlefield. Every charge resulted in the deaths of many royal lords. 10, 20, 30, 50. Zhang Ruoxi's vision went blurry, and she could not see the scenery in front of her clearly. Furthermore, the power of yin and yang in her body was faintly showing signs of imbalance. Even so, she did not stop. She had no choice but to charge forward and swing her sword. Meanwhile, the 8 divine spirits following behind her were covered in blood. After all, the 9 Palaces formation placed an extremely heavy burden on their bodies. The only reason they could maintain the formation at all was because the divine spirits had relinquished all control over their own bodies and fully surrendered themselves to become part of the battle formation. By doing so, even with their bodies on the verge of collapse, they managed to persist. The bones in Yang Zhao's arms had been shattered to pieces. Meanwhile, Su Yan's internal organs were crushed. She was also bleeding from her 7 orifices, which made her appearance extremely ghastly. After fighting for some time, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly felt a change in the battle formation. One pillar of the foundation had failed. Thus, she hastily readjusted the battle formation. The 9 Palaces formation became the 8 Trigrams formation. Unable to withstand the pressure of the battle formation any longer, one of the divine spirits fighting behind her had exploded and died. The death distressed her greatly, causing a sharp stab of pain in her heart. Nevertheless, she did not dare to check the identity of the deceased divine spirit. She could only persist and swing her sword to cut down her enemies. At a certain point, Zhang Ruoxi could no longer detect any royal lords around her. She looked around with bleary eyes, but no matter where she looked, she could find none of the masters who had previously besieged her. She had cut down all 200 royal lords. When the realization struck her, she nearly burst into tears. Her entire body was covered in countless wounds, and the fresh blood that drenched her entire body had dyed what was left of her robe scarlet. She had not been too concerned when she teamed up with her personal guard to form the battle formation. After all, her personal guard each had the strength of a Ninth Order master. Not to mention their bodies were robust. They were capable of withstanding the pressure of the battle formation for an extended time. However, there were too many things to worry about when she entered a battle formation with the divine spirits. There were times when she could not dodge the attacks from the royal lords, so she was forced to bear the brunt of these attacks or the divine spirits would be killed instead. In this way, she had taken more damage in this shot battle than in all her previous fights. It was not until this moment that she had the time to check on the condition of the divine spirits. 8 divine spirits had forced their way through the enemy blockade to help her, but only 3 remained behind her. Even so, the aura of these 3 was weak and unstable, like they could be snuffed out at any moment. Although she was heartbroken by the losses, Zhang she was relieved to see that Yang Xiao and Su Yan had survived. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan were certainly worthy of being the strongest among the divine spirits. Besides, both Yang Xiao and Su Yan had been at the peak of their cultivation for a long time, which was another reason why they managed to persist until the end. Seniors, please release the battle formation. Zhang she anxiously urged. Big brother Huang and big sister Lan immediately released control over their source strength at the same time. In the next moment, the 3 hollow-eyed divine spirits regained consciousness. 3 muffled groans of pain sounded in unison. They had not been aware of their states when their consciousness had been taken over, but a wave of boundless agony washed over them when their consciousness was restored. All the bones in Yang Zhao's body made cracking sounds as he revealed his true form without hesitation. Changing into his dragon form would give him greater endurance against his wounds. The injuries might be fatal to his human form, but the same degree of injuries would only be considered critical in his dragon form. Still, his 90,000-meter-long ancient dragon form was tattered and covered in terrible wounds. Moreover, the aura around him was weak and unstable. Similarly, the other divine spirit revealed his true form. He was a Pai Xiu who had survived for innumerable years and was thus an old veteran with an incredibly solid foundation. Neither of these 2 suffered from major problems. Although they were very heavily wounded, their lives were not in danger. Then Zhang she turned to look at Su Yan, and her eyes immediately widened in horror at the sight. Su Yan's body was breaking apart and crumbling into dust. Like Yang Kai, she was originally part of the human race and only became part divine spirit after obtaining her phoenix source. She had repeatedly entered the phoenix nest to cultivate over the years, and in the end she completely integrated the 3rd-generation Phoenix Empress source to become a pure-blood member of the Phoenix clan. Be that as it may, her foundation and physique were still inferior compared to someone born and raised in the Phoenix clan. Yang Xiao and Pai Xiu just barely survived the ordeal, but Su Yan failed to pull through until the end. Yang Xiao evidently noticed Su Yan's condition because he released a sorrowful wail at the sight. Su Yan, who was covered in various wounds, looked down at her hands which were beginning to disintegrate into ash. A look of remembrance flashed through her eyes at the sight. Raising her head once more, she looked at the weeping Zhang she and smiled. Please don't blame yourself. The Phoenix clan has our Phoenix flame. There might be a chance for me to revive from death. But if I fail, please pass a message to him for me. Tell him that meeting him was the greatest blessing in my life. Zhang she nodded desperately, her tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The Phoenix clan's Phoenix flame was also known as the Flame of Rebirth. It was only natural for Su Yan and Zhang she to know about such things. Unfortunately, the Flame of Rebirth did not always succeed. It was simply a possibility of rebirth. After all, the Phoenix clan would be truly immortal if their rebirth succeeded in every attempt. If the Flame of Rebirth failed, their Phoenix source would return to the Phoenix nest and be reborn as a new member of the Phoenix clan. Chapter 5992 The Hope of the Divine Spirits. After the battle, Zhang she's crisis was resolved. Unfortunately, the price of her rescue was not small. 5 out of the 8 divine spirits who came to help her had lost their lives in battle. Only 3 of them had survived to the end. Be that as it may, Su Yan had already set 1 foot across the gates of death. After Su Yan finished speaking to Zhang she, her entire body dissolved into tiny points of fluorescent light, which did not dissipate into the void but condensed into a dim blue flame instead. It was her Phoenix flame as well as her Phoenix source. It was the inheritance she received from the third-generation Phoenix Empress, who lived back in the late ancient era. Zhang. She anxiously stared at the small ball of fire. The phoenix flame flickered, going from light to dark. In just a short moment, the dim blue phoenix flame became dim and dull, as though it would be extinguished in the next moment. Despite facing hundreds of royal lords without the slightest change in her expression, Zhang. She now was as pale as a sheet. Moreover, her body was enveloped in a layer of boundless chill. The extinguishment of the phoenix flame would mean that Su Yan was gone forever. Even if the phoenix flame returned to the phoenix nest and produced another member of the phoenix clan, that person would no longer be Su Yan. Why? Big Brother Huang's voice abruptly sounded in Zhang Ruoxi's mind, causing her to snap back to her senses. Grab that ball of fire. Big Brother Huang urgently urged. Although Zhang Ruoxi did not know what Big Brother Huang was planning, she quickly did as she was told. She stepped forward and wrapped her hands around the weakened flame. In the next moment, she clearly sensed Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan pouring power from their sources into the phoenix flame. She immediately understood their plan and hurriedly activated her Heaven's Order bloodline to help balance the flow and harmonize their power. The flame that was on the verge of being snuffed out slowly stabilized. In addition, faint hues of yellow and blue gradually seeped into the flame. The hues of yellow and blue were none other than the source strength of the burning light and serene glimmer. Shortly after the primordial light left its birthplace, the power of yin and yang were split from it. The primordial light later collided with the divine spirit ancestral land, and the dissipated energy transformed into the various divine spirits. In the end, its remaining essence turned into a woman bearing the Heaven's Order bloodline. Strictly speaking, the burning light and the serene glimmer originated from the same source as all divine spirits. Although they could be classified as divine spirits, they were different from ordinary divine spirits. That was because they were the first to split from the primordial light. Be it in terms of the purity or strength of their source, ordinary divine spirits were simply incomparable to the burning light and serene glimmer. Even the dragons and phoenixes were no exception in this regard. Therefore, the pure source strength of the burning light and serene glimmer was a great supplement to the divine spirits. Their source strength could help in the refinement of a divine spirit source and enhance the bloodline of these divine spirits. Yang Kai was the best example of this. When Yang Kai first met Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he had only just become a 10,000-meter-long grand dragon, but after receiving a gift of source strength from the two of them, his dragon vein improved at an astonishing pace, allowing him to grow to 20,000 meters in just half a month. What's more, the gift of source strength from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan was nowhere near exhausted and had helped Yang Kai several more times over the years, eventually allowing him to become an ancient dragon less than 1,000 years later. This rate of growth for a member of the dragon clan was unheard of in history. At this moment, the same effect took place when they injected their source strength into the phoenix flame. The phoenix flame reacted as though it suddenly received significant nourishment and began burning brighter and stronger until the small ball of flame gradually resembled a blue-colored great Sunday. Zhang Ruoxi watched the flame intently. Then, she vaguely noticed the figure of a phoenix clan member flying about within the flames. When the burning brightness of the phoenix flame reached a certain point, the blue-colored great sun abruptly expanded and exploded. The sudden turn of events left her dumbfounded. She couldn't help thinking that something extremely awful had happened. However, she immediately revealed an expression of joyous surprise. That was because a clear and striking phoenix cry resounded throughout the void when the blue phoenix flame erupted. It was followed by the unfurling of a giant pair of dazzling wings, then the gradual appearance of a beautiful and graceful figure. Having received help from the source strength of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, Su Yan had succeeded in her rebirth. Zhang Ruoxi wept tears of joy. A phoenix's rebirth generally came with great risks. If they failed, they would lose their life on the spot. On the other hand, they would receive immense benefits if they succeeded. That was because the strength of the Phoenix clan members would improve significantly with each rebirth. Not to mention, Su Yan received aid from the source strength of the burning light and serene glimmer during her rebirth. At this moment, her ice phoenix aura radiating from the flame of rebirth was at a height that Su Yan had never been able to achieve in the past. She would not lose even if compared to divine dragon Fu Guang. She was now a divine spirit that was on par with a veteran Ninth Order master. While the divine spirit's population was far from their peak back in the primordial era, there was no small number of them nowadays. Nevertheless, Fu Guang was the only living divine spirit who had achieved such a level of power. Naturally, Yang Kai could also be included in this list. The rest of the divine spirits were at most equivalent to peak 8th Order masters. Although these divine spirits were generally stronger than average human race masters at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, that did not change the fact that they had yet to reach the highest peak of their strength. Therefore, the Phoenix clan no longer had a designated leader, much less a Phoenix Empress after the death of the former Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders during the battle in the Barren Territory. Only a Phoenix who had reached the realm of 9th Order Masters had the right to command the Phoenix clan and vie for the position of Phoenix Empress. Su Yin had reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. In addition, her Phoenix clan source had reached a realm equivalent to the 8th Order. Having inherited the source of the 3rd generation Phoenix Empress, she was expected to become a Phoenix Empress in the future if she had enough time to develop and grow. The entire Phoenix clan had placed their hopes in her. Nevertheless, the enhancement of a divine spirit's bloodline and source was extremely difficult. Even though Su Yin repeatedly entered the Phoenix nest to cultivate over the years, she had remained stuck at a bottleneck. She simply could not overcome the bottleneck and advance to the final step. That was until this moment. Su Yin, who was reborn thanks to the flame of rebirth, had finally shattered her bottleneck. Her bloodline had improved significantly, allowing her to advance. She even overcame the shackles of the open heaven realm, which was nothing short of a miracle. Amidst the ringing notes of the phoenix cries, Su Yin, who had transformed into an ice phoenix, gave Zhang Ruashi a slight nod of acknowledgement. Then she turned around and charged towards the vast battlefield, leaving a long and flickering tail of blue light in her wake. Another phoenix cry sounded a moment later, and a large part of the void froze as a result. Countless black ink clansmen were turned into ice sculptures that maintained their final appearance before their deaths, drifting aimlessly in the void. Even the surviving royal lords were too intimidated by the icy aura to step forward and challenge this new enemy. They were certain that things would not end well for them if they were touched by that kind of power. At the same time, the enormous black ink cloud that had condensed above the battlefield was also enveloped in huge ice crystals. One after another, phoenix cries sounded from various directions across the battlefield. It was the Phoenix clan welcoming their newly crowned empress. Their sonorous cries pierced through space itself, sounding a horn of counterattack. Ho! A high-pitched dragon roar sounded next. Zhang Ruashi, who finally managed to collect her emotions, looked up into the void and saw Yang Xiao writhing around in his dragon form. The power of the dragon vein in his body fluctuated wildly, showing faint signs that he was about to break through. Moreover, he was not the only one. Pai Xiao, the final survivor, was also exhibiting similar signs. The previous battle was an arduous struggle that they had never experienced before. Although their consciousnesses had been dormant at the time, their bodies did not forget the details of the battle. The enormous pressure had brought them closer to the limits of their bloodline. Nonetheless, what truly allowed them to break through their limits was the pure source strength of the burning light and serene glimmer which had poured into them. Both Yang Xiao and Pai Xiao were bearers of the great sun and moon marks, which were the manifestation of a piece of the burning light and serene glimmer's source. In order to successfully form the 9 Palaces formation with Zhang Ruashi, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had integrated their marks into the divine spirits and assumed control over their bodies. Hence, all 8 of the divine spirits received the blessing of the burning light and the serene glimmer source strength, which stimulated the growth of their bloodline greatly. The benefits that they obtained after surviving their near-death experience were unimaginable. The power of Yang Zhao's dragon vein boiled. He roared endlessly, filled with the faint realization that he had touched up the barrier that hindered his growth. As long as he could break through this barrier, he would be able to successfully become a divine dragon. He had been under tremendous mental pressure ever since he returned from the universe furnace. Although Yang Shui had advanced to the 9th Order, he remained stuck as an ancient dragon. Consequently, there were many occasions in which they could no longer fight side by side with each other. The main reason was the difference in their strengths, which caused him to become a burden for Yang Shui. For this reason, Yang Xiao had been desperately trying to improve his bloodline. He had asked Fu Guang for advice on countless occasions, but the path to becoming a divine dragon was not easy. Even with Fu Guang's careful guidance, he simply could not find a way to overcome his bottleneck. The number of people in each generation of the dragon clan who could successfully advance to become divine dragons could always be counted on one hand. Most of the time, the dragon clan had only one divine dragon, and even at the peak of the dragon clan, there had only been a total of 3 divine dragons. At this moment, Yang Xiao could almost see his breakthrough on the horizon. He knew that this might be his opportunity to overcome his bottleneck, therefore he could not afford to miss it. In order to break through the shackles of his bloodline, he was willing to sacrifice everything. The same was true for Pai Xiu. While the Dragon and Phoenix clans generally had the protection of a Dragon Emperor or a Phoenix Empress in each generation, no equivalent divine spirit had appeared among the rest of the divine spirits since the end of the Primordial Era. The Primordial Era had been the turning point for the divine spirits, who lost the blessings of the heavens and earned the malice of the universe instead. During the Primordial Era, the divine spirits had been the favored of the heavens. They were unrestrained in their actions, doing whatever they wanted without any fear or scruples. Their reign came to an end after countless years of warring against each other for dominance, and they were eventually supplanted by the monster race. By that point, countless divine spirits had perished. Afterwards, the blessing and favor of the heavens gradually shifted to the monster race. Innumerable divine spirits were again wiped out during the early ancient era when the monster race ruled, and the number of divine spirits who survived was less than 1% of their numbers at their peak. If the monster race had continued to reign over the universe, the divine spirits would have gone extinct completely. Even the Dragon and Phoenix clans would not be an exception. What happened next was amusing indeed. The monster race ultimately walked down the same path as the divine spirits after they overthrew the reign of the divine spirits. Once again, the blessing and favor of the heavens shifted, now falling upon the human race. It was for that reason that the divine spirits cooperated with the human race. By taking shelter under the wings of the human race, they managed to preserve the lives of the surviving divine spirits until today. In short, the divine spirits lost the favor of the heavens after the primordial era and could no longer reproduce the glory of their ancestors. The greatest sign of their decline was the huge reduction in the number of divine spirits that could touch what was equivalent to the Ninth Order open heaven realm. Only those born in the Dragon clan and Phoenix clan had produced such masters after the primordial era. It had to be said that every single divine spirit clan had the protection of their respective Ninth Order divine spirits during the primordial era. In fact, their numbers could range from a few to several dozen in each divine spirit clan back then. Countless eons had passed since then, and at this moment, there was a Pai Xiu who finally experienced the opportunity to overcome the shackles of his bloodline on this vast battlefield. He was ecstatic beyond imagination. Forcefully enduring the damage caused by his injuries, he pushed his bloodline power with reckless abandon. The vitality surrounding his body became more and more intense as time passed. All over the battlefield, the divine spirits revealed their true bodies and roared in excitement. If Su Yan's transformation was a joyous event for the Phoenix clan, then Pai Xiu's current state was a joyous event for all the divine spirits. Regardless of whether he succeeded in overcoming his bottleneck or not, he had already given the other divine spirits a glimpse of hope. Chapter 5993, The Mighty Current of the Dragon Pool. On the main battlefield, the difficult situation faced by the allied army had been greatly eased, all thanks to Zhang Ruoxi. The Black Ink clan had paid an exorbitant price to take down Zhang Ruoxi, resulting in the loss of hundreds of royal lords and yielding less than desirable results. If the human race army had not desperately escorted the 8 divine spirits to aid her at the last moment, the Black Ink clan's plans to kill Zhang Ruoxi would most likely have succeeded, and once she was dead, there would no longer be anybody on the battlefield with sufficient strength to pose a threat to the Black Ink clan. At that moment, the 2 giant spirit gods were trapped by over 100 royal lords. They were too busy fending for themselves to spare any energy to rescue the human race army. Fortunately, Zhang Ruoxi eventually won the battle. The price of her victory was the lives of 5 divine spirits, but all the royal lords surrounding and besieging her had been eliminated in exchange. Furthermore, Su Yan had successfully been crowned as the Phoenix Empress. The enormous figure of the Ice Phoenix radiated with a bone-chilling cold that froze everything in its wake. Even space itself was no exception. Be that as it may, the situation remained bleak. The Black Ink clan had twice as many troops as the allied army, which gave them a numerical advantage that was difficult to overcome. Furthermore, not all of the royal lords had been eliminated in the skirmish with Zhang Ruoxi. The enemy had preserved enough royal lords to maintain the situation on the main battlefield despite their attempt to kill Zhang Ruoxi. At this moment, the difference in strength between the 2 sides had not shrunk, but instead increased significantly. The main cause for this was that the small stone race died at a much faster rate than the Black Ink clan. Su Yan's rebirth had only managed to help stabilize the situation by a small margin. The human race army would need an even greater injection of strength to prevent things from deteriorating, much less win the battle. A continuous wave of dragon roars reverberated throughout the void. When the power of Yang Zhao's dragon vein reached a certain limit, the aura of the divine dragon erupted. Then, the body of a 100,000-meter-long white dragon emerged, its enormous dragon head rising high above, overlooking all living creatures from a lofty height. Yang Xiao had succeeded in ascending to the realm of divine dragon. At the same time, the aura of a ninth-order divine spirit radiated from Pai Xiu. 8 divine spirits had stepped forward to help Zhang Ruoxi, and though 5 had died in battle, the remaining 3 had successfully overcome their respective shackles and risen to greater heights. It was important to note that the difference in impact a ninth-order divine spirit like Pai Xiu could play on the battlefield compared to a newly advanced ninth-order human master was enormous. That was because the divine spirits were inherently stronger than ninth-order humans by a large margin. As soon as Yang Xiao and Pai Xiu joined forces and charged into the battlefield, a large swath was cut into the ranks of the Black Ink clan army. The overwhelming aura of the divine spirits flooded the void, causing countless Black Ink clan soldiers to perish. In the distant void, another silver divine dragon was rampaging across the battlefield. His entire body was drenched in blood, and many of his tough dragon scales had been torn or blasted off. This silver divine dragon was none other than Fu Guang. Regardless of his immense strength, he was bound to sustain injuries in such a chaotic and intense battlefield. When Fu Guang saw Yang Xiao charging into the battlefield after becoming a divine dragon, he immediately rushed over towards him. At the same time, a series of dragon roars were exchanged between them, as though they were communicating with each other. It did not take long before Yang Xiao seemed to understand the situation, and he quickly sliced a bloody path through his enemies to approach Fu Guang. A short while later, the 2 divine dragons gathered at the same place. In terms of size alone, Fu Guang was undoubtedly larger than Yang Xiao. This was only natural as Fu Guang had been a divine dragon for a much longer time. The 2 behemoths began to draw upon the power of their dragon veins, causing their vitality to surge and boil within them. That was not all. They also began to spin in circles at a high speed, with their bodies connected together from end to end. In the beginning, their figures could still be seen. However, they soon blurred into a rapidly rotating blur. Something could vaguely be seen amidst the rapidly spinning circle of light, as though being summoned into existence. Many of the royal lords in the Black Ink clan army couldn't help feeling uncomfortable at the sight. Although they did not know what the 2 divine dragons were attempting, they knew that their actions would undoubtedly be detrimental to the Black Ink clan. They had to stop the divine dragons at all costs. Hence, more than a dozen royal lords immediately rushed towards the 2 divine dragons from various directions. Despite their efforts though, another shocking scene entered their eyes before they could approach the divine dragons. Under the joint efforts of the 2 divine dragons, a large amount of turbid liquid suddenly gushed out from the dazzling circle of light. The unknown liquid splattered across the void like a spray of mist from a mountain spring, covering everything around them. Then a torrent of water emerged and swept out in all directions. Many of the divine spirits who knew what was happening couldn't help feeling moved by the scene before them. They knew that the Dragon Clan had brought out their strongest trump card in order to obtain victory in this war. The torrent gushing into the void without restraint was clearly the waters from the Dragon Pool. The Phoenix Clan had the Phoenix Nest, while the Dragon Clan had the Dragon Pool. These were the foundations of their respective clans. When the Phoenix Clan mobilized the power of the Phoenix Nest against their enemies, the Dragon Clan had not unleashed the power of the Dragon Pool. It was not that the Dragon Clan did not want to bring out their trump card, but rather that they lacked the ability to perform such a feat under normal circumstances. The act of summoning the Dragon Pool would have required various complicated rituals in addition to the concerted efforts of many Dragon Clan members. Unfortunately, the Dragon Clan simply could not afford the time and energy to perform such intricate rites on such a crisis-ridden battlefield. That was the case until Yang Xiao became a divine dragon. With Fu Guang's cooperation, the 2 divine dragons joined hands and forcibly summoned the Dragon Pool to the battlefield. The Dragon Pool was the foundation of the Dragon Clan. After all, the existence of the Dragon Pool was the prerequisite for the Dragon Clan to produce endless descendants. Not to mention, the power of the Dragon Pool was diligently accumulated over countless generations of the Dragon Clan. Regardless of whether the war would end in victory or defeat today, the Dragon Clan would inevitably suffer unimaginable losses by summoning the Dragon Pool on such a chaotic battlefield. It would be impossible to restore the lost energy without several hundreds of thousands of years of recuperation. Nevertheless, there was no denying that the effects of summoning the Dragon Pool were remarkable. The waters of the Dragon Pool turned into a raging torrent that swept out in all directions, and the Black Ink clan soldiers caught within this flood instantly perished. The power of the Dragon Pool was an unstoppable force. If a dragon bearing the Dragon Clan bloodline came into contact with the Dragon Pool's waters, they would be able to enhance their bloodline and increase their strength. On the contrary, the waters of the Dragon Pool were a lethal poison to living creatures without the power of a dragon vein in their bodies. Everywhere the mighty current flowed, death followed. Even one of the royal lords rushing towards the two divine dragons who accidentally got caught in the current only managed to struggle for a few breaths before he dissolved into the rampaging waters. It was a grand display of the terrifying power within the mighty current of the Dragon Pool. Needless to say, the current did not pose any threat to beings like the royal lords and the territory lords as long as they remained on guard. The power emanating from the Dragon Pool might be impressive, but powerful masters only needed to avoid the waters by a certain margin to remain unaffected. However, it was never Fu Guang's intention to target the enemy masters when he joined forces with Yang Xiao to summon the Dragon Pool. His goal had always been the Black Ink Clan army. The royal lords and the territory lords could easily dodge the raging currents, but the Black Ink Clan soldiers weaker than the territory lords were not so capable. Therefore, the troops of the Black Ink Clan army were now perishing in droves. Some small stone race members fighting the Black Ink Clan army were also caught in the raging torrent, but this couldn't be helped. Although Fu Guang had done his best to summon the Dragon Pool in an area where only the Black Ink Clan was heavily concentrated, he could not exert fine control over the direction in which the mighty current of the Dragon Pool would flow. Hence, accidental injuries among friendly troops was inevitable. What shocked him though was that the small stone race members caught in the raging torrent of the Dragon Pool did not lose their lives. On the contrary, they simply struggled in the current for some time before they quickly rushed out and resumed fighting. After pondering on it for a moment though, Fu Guang realized what had happened. These small stone race soldiers might be simple-minded, but their bodies contained a significant amount of power from the burning light and serene glimmer. Even if the power of the Dragon Pool was both ancient and pure, it was still incomparable to the original powers of Yin and Yang born alongside the universe. The realization completely relieved Fu Guang of his worries. With hindsight, he had to admit that summoning the Dragon Pool at such a perilous juncture had been a stroke of genius. Following the raging torrent that swept out in all directions, the Black Ink Clan army suffered enormous losses, completely eliminating the numerical advantage they originally held. On the other hand, the human race army was small in number and extremely agile in their movements. Hence, it was not difficult for them to avoid the mighty current under Mi Jingluan's command. As for the small stone race, only their formations were scattered by the impact while they did not suffer any actual casualties. After a while, the Dragon Pool vanished without a trace. The release of the waters that the Dragon Pool had accumulated over countless eons instantly changed the entire situation on the battlefield. It was finally time for a counterattack of the allied army of the human and the small stone races. Among the remaining Black Ink Clan army, all the royal lords wore solemn expressions on their faces. They simply could not understand this sudden turn of events. How did the Black Ink Clan, who should have had an absolute numerical advantage, end up in such dire condition all of a sudden? Without sufficient numerical advantage, it was impossible for the Black Ink Clan to be a match for the allied army of the human race and the small stone race. To make matters worse, that terrifying woman was also beginning to take action again. After the three divine spirits advanced to the ninth order in quick succession, they immediately charged into the battlefield to resolve the most critical crises. Zhang finally had the chance to catch her breath as a result. She had watched the entire chain of events unfolding before her, beginning with the Dragon Pool summoning, the raging current sweeping out across the battlefield, and finally, the Black Ink Clan soldiers being washed away and vanishing from existence. Tightening her grip around the Heaven's Order sword, she murmured under her breath, "Seniors, I'm heading into battle." Big Brother Huang sighed softly like he wanted to make a comment, but in the end he said nothing and silently cooperated with Big Sister Lan to help Zhang she maintain the balance of power in her body. The Heaven's Order bloodline burned once more, and the wings behind Zhang Ruoshi's back glowed with a blue and yellow hue. She charged into the battlefield without hesitation, aiming directly at the royal lords besieging Ada and Aer. At this moment, the pressure faced by the allied army on the main battlefield was not that serious. In fact, they were beginning to gain the upper hand. That was why Zhang Ruoshi did not head for the main battlefield. She would not last much longer in battle, so there was no point in slaughtering some miscellaneous Black Ink Clan troops with what little time she had left. It was undoubtedly more cost-efficient to spend her limited strength slaughtering some royal lords instead. Besides, Ada and Aer would be freed as long as she killed enough royal lords. The allied army of the human race and the small stone race would also receive the support of the two giant spirit gods if she succeeded, which might be more effective than providing support by herself. In a flash of yellow and blue Zhang, she entered the range of the battle where Ada and Aer were located. At this moment, the royal lords besieging the two giant spirit gods were forced to suffer in silence. The royal lords besieging Zhang she had been completely eradicated, and the numerical advantage of the Black Ink clan army on the main battlefield was quickly being overturned. At this point, the human race army had gained the upper hand in this battle. Even if the royal lords fighting the two giant spirit gods wanted to help their comrades, they did not dare to leave their positions easily. They were only able to keep the two giant spirit gods in check by relying on sufficient numbers to harass them. If any of them stepped away from their position, there was a risk that the delicate balance would be broken. Once the two giant spirit gods broke free of their restraints, it would be impossible to pin them down again. However, it was evident that Zhang she was coming to help the two giant spirit gods. The royal lords would only be waiting for their imminent deaths if they continued to confront the two giant spirit gods, but showing their backs to these three terrifying enemies would likely just result in them dying faster. At this point, they were stuck in a situation with no hope of escape. Any choice they made would result in a tragic end. Thus, every one of them felt aggrieved and hopeless. Chapter 5994, Final Burst of Strength. The Black Ink clan's plans to use the royal lords to keep the two giant spirit gods under control failed as soon as Zhang she came to the latter's aid. With a flash of her sword, several royal lords perished on the spot. Upon receiving Zhang she's assistance, Aer immediately struck out at the same time. He reached out his hand and smacked at a royal lord who was hovering around him. Thanks to Aer's heaven-destroying, earth-shattering strength, the royal lord struck by his blow was instantly smashed to pieces. However, Aer paid a heavy price for his actions. The other royal lords immediately took the opportunity to leave numerous wounds on his body, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Nevertheless, Aer did not back down. Abandoning all defenses, he switched to a violent offensive instead. As time passed, the royal lords steadily perished. When the number of royal lords besieging Aer dropped to half their original number, the restraints and shackles holding him down could no longer be sustained. Aer was freed. Afterwards, his offensive became increasingly violent and vicious. He worked together with Zhang she to quickly slaughter a few more royal lords around him, and as a result, the remaining royal lords could no longer withstand the pressure of the assault and scattered in various directions. Zhang she and Aer did not give chase but instead took the opportunity to rush towards Ada. A feeling of doom washed over the royal lords at this sight. Zhang she had resolved Aer's predicament by killing off many of the royal lords in the encirclement with her strength alone. And now, she was joining forces with Aer to attack the remaining royal lords. How were they supposed to survive this onslaught? Seeing that the situation was not looking good for them, the royal lords besieging Ada hastily abandoned their opponent and fled in all directions. Ada naturally flew into a rage and chased after the fleeing royal lords, but his movements were slow and clumsy due to his enormous size, so how could he catch up to them? In the end, he was stopped by Aer. At this point, Ada had practically lost his ability to think rationally and was acting purely on his instincts. Thus, he immediately turned around and punched out. The punch caused Aer to stagger and lose his balance. Fortunately, Ada realized that he had attacked the wrong person after the first strike and his anger immediately vanished. He then stood there awkwardly scratching his head. Among the two giant spirit gods, Ada had always been the most simple-minded. In comparison, there was no doubt that Aer was the smarter one. That was also why Zhang she had decided to rescue Aer first when she had the opportunity to help them. "Come with me, we'll beat them up together," Aer told Ada, then he turned around and charged towards the main battlefield. Ada obediently followed after his brother, quickly forgetting about how he was bullied by the royal lords earlier. On the main battlefield, the appearance of the three ninth-order divine spirits and the mighty current of the dragon pool had long since leveled the gap in military strength between the two sides. These changes allowed the allied army to gain the upper hand in the battle over time. Moreover, their advantage swiftly widened when the two giant spirit gods came forward to provide support. Everything had gotten better, and the situation was bound to improve even more. On the other side, Zhang she was relentlessly chasing down the fleeing royal lords. Her speed was extraordinary. With the slightest flap of her wings, she could ignore the barriers of space and appear before any one of the royal lords in an instant. None survived the slash of the Heaven's Order sword. The royal lords who scattered and fled in all directions had no hope of surviving. On the contrary, their actions simply accelerated the arrival of their demise. When the royal lords finally realized their mistake, they hastily gathered together once more. Unfortunately, there were only some 40 royal lords remaining at this point. These royal lords were originally responsible for surrounding and besieging the giant spirit gods. There had been more than 100 of them in the beginning, but more than half had perished in such a short span of time. Having seen the situation on the main battlefield, they knew that the Black Ink clan had already lost the battle, but so what? As long as they had the Supreme One, they would never be defeated. What they needed to do now was preserve their strength as much as possible. When the Supreme One finished dealing with whatever matters it had to, they would rule the universe under the command of the Supreme One. With these considerations in mind, the royal lords gathered together but did not attack Zhang Ruoxi. They simply waited quietly and assumed a defensive posture. Holding the Heaven's Order sword in both hands, Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly even though her complexion was as pale as a sheet. Their response perfectly aligned with her desires. If they had scattered and fled in different directions, then she would not have been able to eliminate them all. On the contrary, the fact that they gathered together in one place had certainly saved her the trouble of hunting them down. Needless to say, the situation was also a risk to her. If she failed to handle the situation properly, she would most likely suffer catastrophic consequences. Come. Zhang Ruoxi exhaled lightly and stabilized the power in her body. When she looked up, the vitality surrounding her began to boil and burn, and she transformed into a stream of light that charged towards the royal lords. This was her last burst of strength, so she had to act swiftly. She had to finish dealing with these royal lords before the situation fell out of control. When the stream of light crashed into the royal lords, various howls of fury resounded. Blood splattered everywhere and dismembered limbs scattered across the void. Under the rain of sword slashes that ruthlessly came pouring down, the royal lords perished one after another. The entire incident seemed to last for only a brief moment, but at the same time, there was also a feeling that hundreds of thousands of years had passed in that brief moment. When Zhang Ruoxi finally stopped swinging her sword, the void was littered with the dismembered remains of the royal lords. The few survivors opposite her looked petrified. Those short few moments had deeply instilled the true meaning of despair in their hearts. In the face of absolute might, even royal lords like themselves were as weak as ants. Nevertheless, something unexpected occurred. Under the horrified gazes of the royal lords, Zhang Ruoxi's hands suddenly fell limply to the sides. The vitality that enveloped her body also became extremely weak at this moment. On the other hand, the terrifying aura within her became increasingly intense and unstable. She's at her limits. One of the royal lords yelled in pleasant surprise. The royal lords had extremely keen vision, so they immediately noticed the changes when Zhang Ruoxi showed abnormal symptoms. At this moment, the few surviving royal lords finally glimpsed an opportunity to defeat this woman. Hence, they charged forward without hesitation. A sharp look flashed through Zhang Ruoxi's eyes, and she struggled to lift the Heaven's Order sword up again. Big Brother Huang's anxious shout entered her ears at that moment, "You'll die at this rate." A faint smile appeared on her face, but her hands did not loosen their grip on the sword, instead tightening even more as she answered calmly, "We all have a predestined time." Big Sister Lan called out anxiously, "If you die, Big Brother Huang's and my power will surely go out of control. Are you willing to watch this place turn into another chaotic dead territory?" There was no denying that Big Sister Lan was much better at reading hearts when it came to persuading others. Zhang Ruoxi was not afraid of death. If her death could bring victory to the human race, she would sacrifice herself without a second thought. However, there would be catastrophic consequences if she lost her life here. Without the coordination of the Heaven's Order bloodline, the power of the two ancient supreme beings would definitely spiral out of control. The enormous void would become another chaotic dead territory in an instant. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan army would surely be eradicated, but unfortunately, the human race army scattered across the battlefield would also be dragged down with them. The human race had been fighting for millions of years just to obtain peace. At this point, they were only one step away from the dream of so many generations. How could Zhang Ruoxi destroy everything at such a critical moment? Chapter 5995 It's not enough. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Ruoxi abruptly retreated. She no longer dared to carelessly activate the power within her. Therefore, she could only avoid the attacks of the royal lords who were charging forward desperately. Seeing that, the royal lords pursued Zhang Ruoxi even more fiercely than before. Ripples suddenly spread out across the void, and in the next moment, a dark blue ice phoenix wrapped in a bone-chilling cold stepped out from the ripples and shot a blast of icy aura at the royal lords who were pursuing Zhang Ruoxi. The royal lords were startled by the unexpected arrival and quickly dodged. When they raised their heads once more, their hearts ran cold with fear. Following the appearance of the Ice Phoenix, several other figures stepped out from the ripples. They were none other than the Ninth Order human masters. The Allied army had completely seized the initiative on the main battlefield. They marched forward in high spirits, with their overwhelming advantage in battle steadily growing larger. Under such circumstances, the outcome of the battle was no longer in question. Their victory was only a matter of time at this point. It was for that reason that Mi Jingluan immediately sent reinforcements when he noticed Zhang Ruoxi's predicament. For the sake of ensuring Zhang Ruoxi's safety, he did not even hesitate to mobilize Su Yan, who had only just become a Ninth Order divine spirit. After repelling the royal lords who were pursuing Zhang Ruoxi, a flash of light appeared around the Ice Phoenix. The figure shrank rapidly to reveal Su Yan's appearance. She took a step forward and came to Zhang Ruoxi's side. Grabbing Zhang Ruoxi by the arm, she quickly made a few maneuvers and withdrew from the battlefield. Her next task was to protect Zhang Ruoxi until the battle ended. Once Su Yan retreated from the battlefield with Zhang Ruoxi, the Ninth Order masters promptly found an opponent for themselves and clashed with the surviving royal lords. As time passed, powerful auras were eliminated one after another. The masters from the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties, and the Black Ink clan army was steadily being eradicated. The small stone race army also suffered terrible casualties, but even their deaths played a huge role in the battle. From time to time, flashes of dazzling light would burst out across the battlefield. Those flashes were none other than purifying light. Everywhere the light illuminated, Black Ink strength dissipated and Black Ink clansmen howled in agony. The royal lords and territory lords were perishing all over, and this only accelerated with the destruction of the Black Ink clan army. At a certain moment, the last stubborn royal lord was finally eliminated. The remaining human race army looked around and realized that there were no other enemies around. The battle that lasted for several months with almost no time for respite finally ended with the victory of the Allied army. The small stone race army had suffered a heavy price for the victory. At this moment, less than 30% of their original numbers remained. As for the human race army, about 10 million troops remained when the entire human race army assembled together in one place. Even the number of Ninth Order masters had reduced by more than half. Among the Ninth Order masters who lost their lives in battle, most of them were those who advanced recently. Although they managed to break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, they barely had any time to stabilize and strengthen the foundation. Compared to the veteran Ninth Order masters, their heritage and control over their own strength was undoubtedly weaker by a significant margin. Furthermore, there were also many injured and crippled among the survivors. The price of victory was extremely heavy, but the victory was ultimately worth the sacrifices. A heaven-shattering burst of cheers rang out soon after. The survivors screamed and rejoiced at the top of their voices, reveling in the ecstasy that overflowed from their hearts. Meanwhile, unlike the ordinary soldiers, the higher-ups in the human race army knew that this war was not over. Although they had finally eradicated the entirety of the Black Ink clan that escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, as long as Mo, the source of the Black Ink clan, was still alive, the Black Ink clan could rise once more. Despite fighting for months, Mo had never appeared on the battlefield. Yang Kai had not shown up either. It could be conceived that these two were battling each other somewhere in the depths of the void, and the outcome of their clash would determine the ultimate fate of the universe. Nobody knew the situation in the depths of the void. Zhang Ruoxi had indeed exchanged blows with Mo for a period, but so much time had passed since then that she could no longer judge the situation on the other side. For that reason, the Allied army only took a brief moment to rest and reorganize their formation after their victory. Then they began marching into the depths of the void in hopes of helping Yang Kai. There was only one piece of good news that could be confirmed. Yang Kai was definitely alive. That was because they could sense a series of disturbances that were caused by a battle somewhere deep in the void. Those disturbances could only mean that Yang Kai currently had the capital to exchange blows with Mo. Passing through the site where the primordial heaven source grand restriction was originally located, the human race army was shocked by the sight that greeted their eyes. There were countless Black Ink nests scattered throughout the void. Moreover, precious high-rank Black Ink nests could be found everywhere. It was just that there was no sign of activity from any Black Ink clansmen even though there were so many Black Ink nests. Having dispatched all their military strength to the battlefield for the earlier battle, the Black Ink clan had been completely wiped out as a result. These Black Ink nests were nothing more than decorations now. However, what shocked the human race army was not the countless black ink nests scattered everywhere, but the gigantic figures dispersed throughout the void. Those figures were none other than black ink giant spirit gods. The outcome of the previous battle would have been even harder to determine if the Black Ink clan had dispatched these Black Ink giant spirit gods to the battlefield. In fact, there was a high possibility that the battle would have ended with the defeat of the allied army. Fortunately, the Black Ink giant spirit gods were soul clones of Mo, so Mo had to inject a strand of his soul into these behemoths to make them move. Without a strand of Mo's soul, these Black Ink giant spirit gods were nothing more than empty shells. There was nothing the Black Ink clan could do about the Black Ink giant spirit gods even if they wanted to mobilize them. After passing through the void where the primordial heaven source grand restriction was previously located, the allied army increased their pace. However, Mi Jingluan's expression grew increasingly solemn as they steadily marched forward. He originally brought the allied army with the intention of helping Yang Kai, but he also knew that Mo was extremely powerful. The rumors claimed that Mo had reached the legendary creation realm. Even if the allied army boasted massive numbers, they might not be of much help to Yang Kai. Be that as it may, he was currently faced with a dilemma. At present, it was no longer a question of whether the allied army could provide any help to Yang Kai, but whether the allied army could even continue their forward march under the current circumstances. As they marched forward, the shockwaves from the battle up ahead became increasingly terrifying. Even now, the mere fallout was enough to shake the entire void. The countless ripples that constantly spread out from the depths of the void were powerful enough to warp space despite their origin being beyond the horizon. Mi Jingluan soon realized that the intensity of the battle between Yang Kai and Mo was unprecedented. At this rate, it was evident that the allied army would not be of any help. That was because they did not even have the qualification to approach the battlefield. If they forced their way forward, they would be crushed by the fallout before they even arrived. After considering the situation for a time, Mi Jingluan made a decisive decision. He ordered the allied army to remain on standby at their current position. Then he brought only the masters in or stronger than the Ninth Order with him and resumed their trek to the depths of the void. The small group traveled for some time before the situation on the battlefield finally came into view, but the sight that entered their eyes stopped them cold in their tracks and turned them pale with horror. It did not matter whether they were a Ninth Order master or a Ninth Order divine spirit. Even Ada and Aer were no exception. Yang Kai stood in the void with the azure dragon spear in his hand. There seemed to be a small and slender spirit snake wrapped around the body of the spear. In addition, every thrust of his spear contained a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering force. The spirit snake was the manifestation of his spacetime river. He had completely refined and absorbed Mu's spacetime river into his body now, and although he was robbed of many benefits by Mo during the process, the benefits he gained had already pushed him to his limits. Hence, the fact that Mo had stolen some of the benefits did not affect the overall situation by much. The stolen benefits had only restored some of Mo's strength at most. The spirit snake wrapped around the azure dragon spear was Yang Kai's spacetime river. It was the result he obtained after countless near-death encounters with Mo. The ability to condense the spacetime river into this shape undoubtedly indicated that he had complete control over the power of the spacetime river. The intensity and ferocity of this battle were something Yang Kai had never experienced before either. The slightest negligence would lead to his death, and he had indeed suffered several near-death experiences because of Mo. It was fortunate that he had always managed to avoid the worst outcome at the last moment. Mo's vicious attacks had allowed Yang Kai to rapidly gain control over the power of his spacetime river. He had been no match for Mo in the beginning, but it had only taken him a few days to reach his current mastery. Originally, Yang Kai could only absorb the Tao strengths into his body by force. When he devoured and refined Mu's spacetime river, he had swallowed Mu's spacetime river whole and did his best to grasp as much of Mu's last gift as possible. If the Yang Kai from then was compared to a piece of raw ore, then his battles with Mo had been various forms of tempering and refinement. Every application of Tao strengths and every encounter with Mo had gradually increased his control over the power of the spacetime river. The rough and ugly ore had been forged into a fine piece of metal now. At this moment, Yang Kai's understanding of the 10,000 Tao strengths had truly reached the peak of enlightenment. The strength he could now exert was no weaker than what Zhang Ruo she had previously displayed at her peak. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. If he wanted to slaughter Mo, then he had to overcome his limits in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm and advance into a higher realm. Only then would he have hope of victory. However, his heritage was insufficient. How could Yang Kai easily overcome his limitations under these circumstances? Not even Mu could achieve such a feat. The more perfectly he could control his powers, the more aware Yang Kai became of his shortcomings. He couldn't reach a higher level of the martial Tao in such a short span of time. He would need to spend long years of precipitation and accumulation before he could ascend. Therefore he sank into a vicious loop. As long as he failed to overcome his limitations, he would not be able to slaughter Mo. If he wanted to break through to a higher realm of the martial Tao, he would require more time. But how could Mo allow him to have enough time to grow and develop? Ever since Yang Kai condensed his space-time river in the universe furnace, he had found his path to the future. It was just that he failed to realize his discovery until Mu pointed it out to him. Although he could now oppose Mo to a certain extent, he knew in his heart that this situation would not last for long. There were times when one simply lacked the necessary strength, and he was bound to become exhausted at some point. Unfortunately, the same could not be said of Mo. Mo was a strange existence that was born when heaven and earth split apart. As long as his source remained intact, his strength would never be depleted. Furthermore, he was supposedly in the creation realm already. Even if more than 30% of his source had been suppressed and sealed, he was still a mighty being in a realm above the open heaven realm. Yang Kai had finally seen the bizarre means of a being in that realm. Black ink strength that permeated the void could be transformed into a royal lord with a single touch from Mo. The ability to create something out of thin air was simply unimaginable. It was truly fortunate that Yang Kai's current strength was extraordinary, so even a royal lord would only pose a minimal threat to him. That was why Mo stopped using such ineffective tactics after a few attempts and decided to fight Yang Kai with his own strength instead. With each vicious exchange of blows, the violent aftermath that spread out in all directions caused the void to shudder and crack. During one of their confrontations, Yang Kai suddenly heard a slight sound coming from deep within his heart. At the same time, a strange sensation was also transmitted from his arm. Looking down at his arm, he couldn't help being shocked by the sight. A crack had appeared on the as till now indestructible Azure Dragon Spear. Chapter 5996, Defeat. The Azure Dragon Spear was given to Yang Kai by Ada when he was still living in the Star Boundary. In other words, the spear had accompanied him for thousands of years, during which they experienced numerous battles and slaughtered countless enemies together. As the spear was an artifact refined from the body of a divine, its grade was so high that it was practically unmatched. Be that as it may, Mo had managed to cause a crack to appear in such an amazing spear. It was easy to imagine the intensity of this battle. After all, even the body of a divine dragon could not withstand the force of Mo's attacks. After the first crack appeared on the spear, a second and third crack quickly followed. It did not take long before the entire body of the spear was covered in fine cracks. The spear was on the verge of shattering to pieces. When Mo noticed the cracks on the spear, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Yang Kai suppressed the reluctance in his heart and summoned his Tao strengths with all his might. Then he thrust out with his spear. As soon as the violent forces collided with each other, the impact caused his body to freeze for a moment. The spear that had accompanied him for thousands of years simultaneously shattered into a million pieces in his hand. Mo had been waiting for this very opportunity. When the Azure Dragon Spear shattered to pieces, he jumped forward and punched Yang Kai. This punch was meant to become the deciding factor of this battle. He strongly believed that Yang Kai would be forced to avoid his blows after losing his weapon. If that was the case, then he could steadily press forward and gain complete control over the flow of the battle until Yang Kai became powerless to fight back. Contrary to expectations though, Yang Kai did not retreat from the blow even after the Azure Dragon Spear shattered to pieces. The space-time river, which was originally wrapped around the body of the spear, seemed to have gained spirituality and clung tightly to his arms. Facing Mo's attack directly, Yang Kai threw a punch in Mo's direction. The Tao strengths fluctuated violently. At the moment when both forces collided with each other, a powerful impact manifested as a visible halo of light centered around the two opponents flashed. The halo of light swiftly spread out in all directions. Everywhere the light passed, space shattered and collapsed. It was quickly followed by the appearance of numerous enormous void cracks. The Ninth Order masters who had arrived at the periphery of the battlefield turned pale with fright. Faced with the approaching fallout of the battle, they quickly summoned their strength to defend themselves against the impact. Nevertheless, they were still sent flying. They, who were no longer at their peak strength, were instantly thrown into disarray by the impact. Luckily, the two giant spirit gods stood in front of them and bore the brunt of the shockwave. It was only thanks to the protection of Ada and Aer that there were no casualties. Once the effects of the aftermath passed, they couldn't help looking slightly flustered and bitter. They originally came here intending to help Yang Kai. Halfway into the journey, the Allied army was forced to stop at a distance and discontinue their forward march because the troops could not withstand the overwhelming pressure of the battle. At this moment, they were horrified to discover that even Ninth Order masters like themselves could not approach the battlefield. They would be torn apart by the aftermath of such powerful attacks. As things stood, the only ones who could be depended upon were the two giant spirit gods, Ada and Aer. Mi Jingluan looked up at the two behemoths and instantly realized that the two giant spirit gods could not be counted on either. The survivors were exhausted after the arduous battle. Even Ada and Aer were no exception. While the two giant spirit gods managed to resist the shockwave just now, they were still pushed back significantly by the impact. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for any of them to intervene in the battle. They would only be a burden for Yang Kai if they recklessly charged forward. Mi Jingluan was abruptly struck by a saddening realization. The only thing they could do after coming here was to witness the unique battle with their own eyes. That was an unimaginably heartbreaking truth. When the aftermath fully dissipated, everyone looked towards the battlefield from behind Ada and Aer. The scene that greeted them made their hearts tighten with fear. Yang Kai was steadily being pushed back, seemingly at a complete disadvantage. Compared to an ancient entity like Mo, Yang Kai's heritage was simply too shallow. The slightest negligence or careless mistake could become fatal. Waste? During the battle, Mo suddenly yelled in frustration. Yang Kai flew backwards like an arrow released from the bowstring following a vicious strike. The space-time river wrapped around his arm suddenly emerged behind him and he fell into the river, diffusing some of the impacts from the blow. It did not take long before he stepped out of the river once more. His complexion was pale and a trickle of blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Mo did not pursue Yang Kai. He simply stared coldly and calmly stated, "My offer from before still stands. Give up your feudal resistance and hand over Mu's inheritance. I guarantee that the human race will have a place to live in the future." Yang Kai turned his head to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he grinned wickedly, "Kill me, then you can deal with the human race as you please." Mo closed his eyes gently. When he opened them once more, his murderous intent overflowed. He did not bother to speak again, and his figure abruptly vanished from where he was standing. By the time he reappeared again, he was already standing in front of Yang Kai. The sudden disappearance and reappearance were not a trick of space principles. Rather, his speed had simply reached such an extreme. Yang Kai did not seem surprised by these movements. With a backward grab, the space-time river that was originally flowing behind him transformed into a whip and appeared in his hand. The long whip then lashed out towards Mo. Mo frowned slightly but did not dodge aside. He simply threw a punch instead. The punch struck Yang Kai squarely in the head. The blow made his head arch backwards and his skull seemed to crack from the impact. He was immediately drenched in blood. Nevertheless, the long whip wrapped around Mo. Standing so close to each other, the blood-drenched Yang Kai grinned at Mo. "I finally caught you. You seem to have been waiting for this moment." After he finished speaking, he gave the long whip in his hand a sharp flick. The space-time river manifested once more, and the raging currents instantly engulfed the two figures. Before their figures vanished from view, the masters standing in the distance vaguely heard Mo's mocking voice sounding in their ears, "Since you're so eager to die, I will fulfill your wishes." Afterwards, the space-time river that stretched out into the void suddenly boiled and bubbled violently. Meanwhile, the Grand Dao strengths trembled agitatedly. These were the results of the battle between Yang Kai and Mo in the space-time river. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help being extremely nervous at the sight. The space-time river was the condensed crystallization of Yang Kai's 10,000 Grand Daos. Even if fighting in the space-time river would give him a considerable advantage over his opponent, that was not enough to overcome the fact that Mo's cultivation was in a higher realm than his. Besides, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had seen the previous battle with their own eyes. Under Mo's powerful offensive, Yang Kai could only parry and defend at most. He had no strength to fight back whatsoever. That was the result of the undeniable gap in their strengths. Rashly dragging his enemy into the space-time river was both an opportunity and a danger. If he failed to defeat Mo in the space-time river, then he would not be able to guarantee his own safety in the space-time river. The churning of the river waters became increasingly turbulent. Waves rose and fell, splashing around fiercely. At the same time, countless Dao strengths appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Although the Ninth Order Masters could not see the ongoing battle, they could deduce that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage just by looking at the changes in the space-time river. The situation lasted for several days. The Ninth Order Masters were about to rush forward to help when the churning river suddenly turned calm. With their hearts in their throats, they watched the space-time river intently. They knew that the outcome of the battle had been decided. Mi Jingluan immediately sent a transmission to his companions, ordering them to be ready for action at any time. A figure suddenly stepped out of the river. To their horror, the figure that stepped out turned out to be not one but two figures. Mo held Yang Kai by the head, dragging him with one hand. Yang Kai hung limply from Mo's grasp as though every bone in his body had been broken. Chapter 5997 Spacetime Shadow. Standing above the spacetime river, Mo held Yang Kai's head as though holding a chicken in his grasp and snorted, "Useless waste. You don't have the right to continue living." Then, he abruptly exerted great strength in his hand. How could Yang Kai, who had lost his ability to fight, withstand such an attack? His head instantly exploded from the impact. However, Mo did not stop there. It punched out and smashed the crippled body to pieces. The scene was imprinted in the eyes of the Ninth Order Masters who were watching the battle from afar. They stood frozen in shock and stared in disbelief. Yang Kai died? The man who was the best at creating miracles and turning the tides of war countless times? The man who had saved the human race from various catastrophes? Did he die just like that? They instinctively refused to believe the scene before them and subconsciously wondered whether they were looking at an illusion. However, the dissipation of his aura that followed the destruction of his body could not be faked. Everything indicated that he was really dead. Yang Kai had died at the hands of Mo. Only a short moment had passed from the time Yang Kai was dragged out of the spacetime river by Mo. Moreover, Mo had not hesitated in the slightest when he killed Yang Kai. Everything happened so quickly that the Ninth Order Masters had no time to even think about rescuing Yang Kai. A shrill but mournful phoenix cry rang out, accompanied by a furious dragon roar. Su Yin and Yang Xiao transformed into their divine spirit forms and charged towards Mo. The rest of the Ninth Order Masters also followed suit and sprang into action. Despite knowing that they were no match for Mo, nobody hesitated in the slightest. Now that Yang Kai was dead, there was nobody in this world who could compete with Mo. Black Ink's strength would soon gain complete control over the universe. When that happened, the human race would no longer have a place to live. This was the final struggle. Su Yin was the fastest. After all, the Tao of Space was the bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan. She had lost her mind after being consumed by her feelings of rage and sorrow. At this moment, there was only one thought left in her heart. She wanted revenge, and if she could not have it, she would accompany Yang Kai to the afterlife. A gorgeous trail of light lingered behind the enormous blue figure. With a few flickers, she arrived on the battlefield. However, a bizarre phenomenon occurred before she could unleash her strength. Ripples suddenly emerged in the originally calm spacetime river. Following the splashing waves, a figure leapt out. Upon seeing the appearance of the figure, Su Yin froze in shock. Even the Ninth Order Masters behind her were dumbfounded by the sight. The figure who stepped out from the spacetime river was none other than Yang Kai, who should have been killed by Mo earlier. He's alive? Everybody stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Their reactions were similar to when they watched Yang Kai being killed just now. He had clearly died right before their very eyes, and his death had not been an illusion. Nevertheless, he just walked out of the spacetime river alive. The bizarre phenomenon was beyond their comprehension. This kind of resurrection after death was simply impossible. After stepping out from the surging waves, Yang Kai immediately noticed Su Yin and the others. He seemed to have anticipated the current situation and breathed out deeply, "I'm glad I made it back in time." Step back. Su Yin, who had transformed into an ice phoenix, only hesitated for a brief moment before she turned around and retreated backwards. She also manipulated space principles and quickly transported the people behind her away from the battlefield. The Ninth Order Masters were forcefully returned to their previous positions. This location could barely be considered safe from the aftermath of the battle. Xiang Shan frowned deeply. What just happened? Yang Kai had clearly been killed, so how did he come back alive from the spacetime river? Although Xiang Shan had lived for many years, he had never encountered such a bizarre sight before. A light flashed through Mi Jingluan's eyes. Creation realm? Could it be the mysteries of the creation realm? What do you mean? Ouyang Lai raised an eyebrow at those words. Are you saying that Yang Kai has stepped into the creation realm? Mi Jingluan shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. The Yang Kai who stepped out of the spacetime river only had the aura of a Ninth Order Master. It did not seem as though he had ascended to a new realm. Be that as it may, Mi Jingluan had no other explanation for the bizarre phenomenon that they just witnessed. What's more, Could reaching the creation realm really allow one to revive from the dead? It was simply outrageous and inconceivable. On the battlefield, Missouri watched Yang Kai reappear from the spacetime river and turned to look at the scattered pieces of the dismembered body. After confirming that he had indeed slaughtered Yang Kai earlier, he immediately understood the situation. A shadow? Yang Kai smiled at Mo. I can't fool your eyes after all. Mu and Mo had lived together for such a long time. It was only natural for Mo to know about Mu's methods. Besides, two identical individuals could not exist together unless they originated from different spacetimes. Mu's shadow technique had transcended the limits of the mundane. In order to suppress and seal Mo's source, she had divided her entire life into 3,000 shadows to protect the 3,000 universe worlds inside her spacetime river. Each shadow represented a part of her past, an illusion of sorts that was also real and tangible. Yang Kai had obtained Mu's final gift. Devouring and refining her spacetime river had allowed him to massively increase the volume of his own spacetime river. At the same time, he also enhanced and improved his attainments and comprehension of the 10,000 Grand Daos. The benefits he received were enormous. Nevertheless, those were not his greatest gains. The greatest benefit he obtained was Mu's shadow technique. That secret technique was definitely the pinnacle of the mysteries of the Grand Daos. After fighting Mo, Yang Kai had deeply understood that he was no match for his opponent. That was because he could not overcome his limits and advance to a higher realm within a short time. As long as he could not advance to a higher realm, then his battle with Mo would only end with his defeat and death. Be that as it may, he could not afford to die. The human race would be doomed if he fell here. Since he had no means to advance to the next realm within a short time, his only chance of victory was to master Mu's shadow technique. Just one or two of him could not compete with Mo, but what about 3 of him? Or 5? Or 10? Mastering the mysterious shadow technique was Yang Kai's only chance at defeating Mo. Therefore, he had mainly been buying time during his previous fight with Mo so that he could integrate the many Dao strengths into his body completely. Mu had not been able to teach Yang Kai about the mystery behind the shadow technique. It was not that she had no intention to teach him the secret technique. On the contrary, it was a secret technique that resulted from reaching the pinnacle of the Grand Daos, so it was not something he could learn even if she tried to teach him. The secret technique was something he had to comprehend with his own abilities. Fortunately, Yang Kai had embarked on the same path as Mu. It was for that reason she believed that he would eventually comprehend the mysterious secret technique and understand her intentions for giving him her spacetime river. Having come into contact with more than 2,000 of Mu's shadows, Yang Kai already had some vague ideas about the shadow technique before he devoured and refined Mu's spacetime river. Furthermore, Mu's final gift had laid down a solid foundation for him. It was thanks to the foundation that he finally understood the secrets of the shadow technique and was able to perform it through his spacetime river. There was no denying that Mo had killed him, but the one who died was a copy of himself who had existed at a certain time in the past. Nonetheless, the demise of a shadow was not without cost. Although it was Yang Kai's first time performing the shadow technique, he quickly noticed that something was wrong. He raised a hand to his head in confusion. It feels like I've forgotten something. He had completely lost his memories of the time during which the deceased shadow of him had existed. Never mind. It probably wasn't anything important. He gave a carefree laugh and looked up at Mo. Shall we go for round 2? Mo's lips curled upwards. His expression had been sullen throughout the battle with Yang Kai, as though he owed him a massive debt. He also repeatedly made rude and disparaging remarks, but he broke into a smile at this moment. Interesting. The interesting part has yet to come. As soon as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, the Dao strengths lingering around his body began to fluctuate. He arrived in front of Mo in the blink of an eye. The space-time river surged behind him. Raising his arm, Yang Kai summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and thrust it at Mo. The Azure Dragon Spear should have been destroyed, but the Azure Dragon Spear in the spacetime that Yang Kai's shadow originated in remained intact. That was why the shattered spear could display its great strength once more. As before, the violent fallout produced by their exchange of blows continuously spread to the surroundings. The spectating Ninth Order masters couldn't help widening their eyes at the sight. They secretly rejoiced that Yang Kai had resurrected in time. With their strength, Mo would have effortlessly killed them if they had rushed forward at the time. It was initially assumed that Yang Kai would be able to persist for a long time even though the battle was not evenly matched in strength. After all, he had displayed his immense strength previously. Unexpectedly, the battle only lasted for 4 hours before Mo found an opening and slammed his fist into Yang Kai's chest. A gaping hole appeared in Yang Kai's chest, Then his body exploded into pieces. His aura also swiftly dwindled away into nothing. Despite knowing that he would not experience a true death, the Ninth Order Masters could not help being overwhelmed by sorrow at the sight. After eradicating Yang Kai's second shadow, Mo raised his eyes to look in the direction of the space-time river. He had lived with Mu for such a long time, so he was well aware of the shadow technique's strength. The true strength of the secret technique was not power, but the prominent ability to survive that was granted to the users of the secret technique. The shadow technique was created based on the space-time river, so the foundation of the secret technique was the space-time river itself. In order to completely eradicate a user of the shadow technique, the space-time river must first be destroyed. Otherwise, the user of the shadow technique would never perish. For that reason, Mo immediately aimed for the space-time river as soon as he slaughtered Yang Kai's second shadow. Black ink strength around his body surged to cover the entire river. He planned to corrupt the entire space-time river with black ink strength in order to destroy Yang Kai's shadow technique. But before Mo could make a move, another of Yang Kai's shadow jumped out of the space-time river. Yang Kai instantly summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and launched himself at Mo. He even made a mocking remark, "Why are you in such a hurry?" The two figures resumed their vicious battle once more. During that time, Yang Kai fought Mo while gathering various information on the shadow technique. It was his first time performing the secret technique, so his understanding of it was quite lacking. He had to perfectly master the secret technique as soon as possible because that was the only way he could turn the situation around and obtain victory. If he only relied on a never-ending series of battles via his shadows, he would never be able to defeat Mo. However, Yang Kai would need to make countless attempts and gain experience from actual practice to perfectly master the secret technique as soon as possible. I've forgotten more things, but the memories I deliberately preserved have not been forgotten. That's good news, Yang Kai quietly muttered to himself and resumed battle against Mo. Although he was no match for Mo still, he no longer needed to worry about death. That was why he could afford to act more recklessly than before. Shortly afterwards, Yang Kai gained another important piece of information. The shorter the span of space-time allocated, the weaker the shadow's fighting ability. That is certainly worth noting. When that thought passed through his mind, the strength of his shadow faltered. Yang Kai showed weaknesses in his defenses, so Mo instantly found an opening and slaughtered him. Blood rained all over the void. Despite witnessing similar scenes on several occasions already, the Ninth Order Masters watching the battle from afar still widened their eyes at the sight. What reassured them was that the next Yang Kai had already leapt out of the space-time river almost as soon as the previous Yang Kai died. Chapter 5998, Contribution from the Future. One after another, Yang Kai's shadows stepped out from the space-time river only to perish at Mo's hands. There were no exceptions. The first one had survived the battle for over 4 hours. The second one lasted for less than 4 hours. As for the third, the battle had ended even faster. This is bad. Among those who were watching the battle from a distance, Mi Jingluan's expression turned solemn. He had noticed the issue at hand. It was an extremely serious issue. Although Yang Kai's shadows were endless in supply, his strength seemed to be weakening over time. It was as though time was flowing backwards for him, causing his condition to return to an earlier period with each shadow. At this moment, Yang Kai's aura was only comparable to a newly advanced Ninth Order Master. Hence he was effortlessly slaughtered by Mo as soon as he stepped out from the space-time river. If the situation continued in this manner, he would not even be able to maintain his cultivation in the Ninth Order. If that were to happen, Mo would be able to exterminate him without even breaking a sweat, no matter how many shadows were to appear. Another one of Yang Kai's shadows in the newly advanced Ninth Order stepped out from the space-time river. Raising a hand, Mo captured the shadow in its grasp and stared at Yang Kai faintly. "You're a disgrace to Mu's legacy." Yang Kai did not panic even though he was captured by Mo. After the repeated deaths of his shadows, he was now very familiar with the feeling of death. Raising an eyebrow at those words, he denied the statement. That might not be true. Mo looked surprised. "Do you have another trick up your sleeve?" Yang Kai grinned. "Indeed, a trick you've never seen before." "Very good." Mo made a faint smile. While saying so, he exerted some strength into his grip and crushed the shadow in his grasp. In the next moment, another Yang Kai leapt out from the space-time river. However, the aura lingering around him was different this time. Something had obviously changed as his aura was once again at the peak of his strength. If the foundation of the shadow technique was said to be the space-time river, then the core of the secret technique was the user of the selected space-time. In Yang Kai's case, he was manipulating the 10,000 Dao strengths with his self from this spacetime as the core and his spacetime river as the foundation. That was how he gained the ability to summon shadows from previous spacetime periods. All those who were slaughtered by Mo previously were his shadows. However, the one who walked out of the spacetime river now was his main body. It was the him of the current spacetime. The foundation and core were extremely important to the shadow technique. Therefore, it was necessary to destroy both aspects to overcome it. Mo had initially wanted to refine the spacetime river but was hindered by Yang Kai's numerous shadows, which prevented it from taking action. However, he saw a ray of hope when Yang Kai's main body emerged from the spacetime river. The shadow technique would be destroyed as long as the Yang Kai standing before him was eliminated. But could it be that simple? For Yang Kai's main body to emerge from the spacetime river at this point? His actions certainly seemed like a desperate move. After all, the shadows that he summoned earlier had been cleanly eradicated. If he summoned any more shadows from earlier spacetime periods, he would only have the cultivation of an 8th order master, which would not be able to cause any trouble for Mo at all. Combining the situation with what Yang Kai mentioned just now, Mo had the vague feeling that Yang Kai was about to reveal his trump card. Oddly enough, he found himself looking forward to what was to come for some reason. Yang Kai did not disappoint. When his main body stepped out of the spacetime river, he lightly chanted, "I offer 1,000 years of my past in exchange for a contribution from the future. Come." As soon as those words left his mouth, the spacetime river behind him began to rumble turbulently. The enormous river abruptly shrunk by a large margin, then another of Yang Kai's shadow emerged from within the waters. Seeing this, Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. That was because the aura lingering around this shadow was slightly stronger than Yang Kai himself. That should have been impossible. It had to be said that the shadow technique was performed with oneself in the current spacetime as the core. For that reason, the summoned shadow could only be formed from oneself that existed in previous spacetimes. In other words, the summoned shadow should never be stronger than the main body, because the main body was ultimately the strongest. Be that as it may, an exception had appeared in Yang Kai's case. Mo instantly figured out the truth behind the situation and exclaimed in astonishment, "You summoned a shadow from the future?" Only Yang Kai from the future could be stronger than the main body of Yang Kai, who existed in the current spacetime. Mo did not remain idle when he raised this question. After realizing that Yang Kai's attainments in the shadow technique had surpassed Mu's, he knew that Yang Kai could not be allowed to continue, so he charged forward even while asking this question. In response, Yang Kai just stood calmly in place. On the other hand, the summoned shadow stepped forward and immediately engaged in an intense battle with Mo. Although he came from 1,000 years in the future, his strength was still limited even though he was slightly stronger than the main body. He was no match for Mo either, but he would have no trouble buying some time for Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not need much time. He then shouted again, "Come." A second shadow stepped out from the space-time river. It was another Yang Kai who came from another 1,000 years into the future. When the second shadow appeared, the size of the space-time river shrunk again. On the other hand, the aura of Yang Kai and the two shadows instantly became closely interconnected. A three fortunes formation was established. The aura of the second shadow was again stronger than the first. The first shadow had been steadily pushed back by Mo's intense assault, but his situation improved as soon as the three fortunes formation was established even though he remained at a disadvantage. "Again?" Yang Kai shouted. The dragon blood in his body boiled and churned, while at the same time, his face began to flush red. A third shadow stepped out from the space-time river. Glancing at the main body, he nodded lightly before he directly charged onto the battlefield. The three fortunes formation also instantly transformed into the four symbols formation. Again? Golden blood trickled out of Yang Kai's nose as a fourth shadow emerged and the four symbols formation evolved into a five elements formation. Shadow after shadow emerged from the space-time river without pause. Only when the eighth shadow was summoned did Yang Kai finally stop. It was not that he no longer wanted to continue, but rather that the volume of his space-time river would shrink by a certain extent whenever he summoned a shadow from the future, and the space-time river had vanished completely after he summoned the eighth shadow. He had reached the absolute limit of his shadow technique. At this moment, Yang Kai's main body was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. It was evident that he had endured tremendous pressure in order to pull this feat off. The shadows that appeared towards the end possessed increasingly powerful auras. When the sixth shadow emerged, its aura had already reached the absolute peak of the ninth order. It was a stage that even Yang Kai's main body had not achieved. The 7th and the 8th shadows also had auras at the peak of the 9th order, but their auras had become even more profound. Looking at Mo, who was being besieged and steadily repelled by the shadows on the battlefield, Yang Kai smiled even though he was covered in blood. In truth, the shadows were already capable of fighting Mo on an equal footing when the 6 paths formation was formed. Therefore, Mo's situation then became more and more critical when it later evolved to become the 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and ultimately 9 palaces formation. The ones who established the battle formation were all Yang Kais. To be more precise, they were Yang Kais from future spacetimes. This was a feat that even Mu could not achieve. Her shadow technique could only summon shadows of her past because her spacetime river was incomplete, but that was not the case for Yang Kai. His spacetime river had been perfected, so the power of the shadow technique he wielded was even more terrifying. Chapter 5999, Clash of the Strongest? Each shadow represented a Yang Kai from subsequent 1,000-year periods in the future. In other words, the 8 shadows represented 8,000 years worth of future spacetime. These 8 shadows combined with Yang Kai's main body to establish the 9 palaces formation. For that reason, the power of the battle formation was even greater than the 9 palaces formation formed between Zhang Ruoxi and her 8 personal guard. Zhang Ruoxi, who had harmonized the power of Yin and Yang with her Heaven's Order bloodline, was certainly stronger than any of Yang Kai's individual shadows. Be that as it may, the strength of the 8 personal guards had held her back. Taking the overall situation into account, Yang Kai's 9 palaces formation was undoubtedly the strongest 9 palaces formations that had appeared on the battlefield. Moreover, the difference in strength was significant. After establishing the 9 palaces formation, Yang Kai's main body took a step forward and charged towards Mo with the combined strength of the other 8 shadows. The 6 paths formation was already sufficient for Yang Kai to fight Mo on even terms, so the 7 stars formation and 8 trigrams formations had left Mo at a complete disadvantage. At this moment, Yang Kai was practically invincible thanks to the 9 palaces formation. With the combined forces of the main body and 8 shadows, Mo was powerless against their intense assault. Black blood and black ink strength splattered everywhere. The 9 Yang Kais moved around swiftly, each one of them having mastered the 10,000 Grand Daos. As they were shadows of Yang Kai himself, there was no need for them to worry about their cooperation. The connection between the shadows was so close and firm that there were no flaws in their movements at all. Mo naturally wanted to break free, but it was not easy to escape the besiegement of the battle formation. The 9th Order masters watching the battle from afar were stunned. Nobody could have imagined that such a strange scene would appear during the final battle. The mysteries of the shadow technique had exceeded their comprehension and imagination. Looking at the current situation, they couldn't help feeling hopeful and excited. That was because they finally saw a glimpse of hope in defeating Mo. In the past, the issue of defeating Mo had always been a plague to the human race. Although they never deliberately avoided the topic, the reality was that they simply did not have sufficient means or strength to oppose Mo. Zhang Ruoxi's support had certainly been a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, even she was not strong enough to compete with Mo in battle. The battle on the main battlefield was over, and the entire Black Ink clan had been obliterated. If Yang Kai could defeat Mo, then the Black Ink crisis that had been plaguing the human race since the late ancient era would be resolved in one fell swoop. A bright future was awaiting the human race. The light would eventually expunge all darkness. However, the veteran 9th Order masters soon began to look worried. The current situation might be favorable for them, but nobody knew what price Yang Kai had paid to wield the shadow technique like this. Seeing as the secret technique far exceeded his own abilities, the price he paid would correspond to the strength he obtained. In other words, the greater the strength Yang Kai obtained, the greater the price he had to pay. Furthermore, they did not know how long he could persevere in such an intense battle. The truth was just as they feared. Yang Kai had indeed paid an unimaginable price to wield the shadow technique in such a fashion. His body was also forced to bear the incredible pressure that came from obtaining strength that exceeded his own abilities. In other words, he could not maintain this state for long. He had to finish this battle as soon as possible, and for that reason he did not hesitate to join the battle himself just to defeat Mo a little faster. Mo was steadily being pushed back under the suppression of the 9 palaces formation. At this point he was backed into a corner with no ability to fight back. The vexing situation infuriated Mo. As the ancient supreme being, he was a master who not only originated from the same era as Mu, but also once held the opportunity to reign over the entire universe. Even if more than 30% of his source had been suppressed and sealed, he could still not tolerate a junior acting so presumptuously in front of him. especially when this particular junior had stolen Mu's final legacy from him. Amid the intense battle, Mo abruptly turned to look in a certain direction and fixed his gaze on one of Yang Kai's figures. Naturally, it was Yang Kai's main body. The main body was easy to identify. Not only was the aura of the main body the weakest among the other shadows, but the appearance of the main body was also the most disheveled and worse for wear due to the effects of performing the shadow technique. To break the shadow technique, it was necessary to either destroy the spacetime river that acted as the foundation or the main body that acted as the core. At this moment, the spacetime river was nowhere to be seen because it had been evenly divided between Yang Kai's 8 shadows. In that case, Mo only had one option left. Mo turned to face the storm of attacks coming from so many shadows and disregarded the injuries he sustained, even when the strongest shadow chopped off his arm. In the end, the heavy price he paid was worthwhile indeed. He successfully broke out of the encirclement created by the shadows and arrived in front of Yang Kai's main body. Black ink strength surged. Raising his remaining hand, Mo blasted his fist at Yang Kai. The punch was quite a distance away from Yang Kai. Nevertheless, the force of the punch was enough to cause space to shatter, time to stop, and the universe to collapse. The blow containing Mo's full strength could not be dodged or avoided. Mo could almost see Yang Kai's main body being smashed into paste, and a hint of triumph flashed through the fury in his eyes, but unexpectedly the imagined scene did not appear. Despite the incoming blow, Yang Kai's main body did not show the slightest trace of panic. On the contrary, he stepped forward and threw himself in the direction of the blow. Mo was stunned by the strange turn of events. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's main body suddenly unleashed a burst of power that far exceeded his own strength. The force directly penetrated the shackles of space and caused the stagnant time to flow again. Then he punched out at the same time. Damn it! Mo abruptly realized that he had fallen into a trap. For a long time now, the core of the 9 Palaces formation had always been sustained by the strongest shadow. Nevertheless, the fact that Yang Kai's main body could exert such a powerful burst of strength indicated that the core of the 9 Palaces formation could be transferred to the main body. The method to break the shadow technique was to defeat the body which existed in the current spacetime. That was something both Mo and Yang Kai knew. Seeing as the former was bound to target the main body, how could the latter not take precautions? It could even be said that Yang Kai had been waiting for this very moment. A violent force swept out, pushing Mo's figure backwards. In the meantime, the 8 shadows attacked from all directions. Dao strengths fluctuated wildly, and the barrage of attacks left Mo staggering from the impact. If that were all, Mo's situation would have been bad enough. However, each of the 8 shadows actually exerted strength that far exceeded their limits with every blow that they unleashed. The position as core of the formation was constantly being transferred around. To be precise, the position as core was instantly transferred to whichever shadow was attacking Mo at the time. Such a feat would have been impossible to achieve if it was any other configuration for the makeup of the battle formation, but Yang Kai could freely transfer the position as core between his main body and his shadows without any obstruction. This was the same strategy that Zhang had carried out previously. She and her 8 personal guard had both been the cores and not the cores at the same time. Such a perfect 9 Palaces formation could be said to have no flaws whatsoever. More importantly, there was no need to fear the weak links being targeted. In fact, there was only one method to destroy this battle formation, which was to totally annihilate it by brute force. The biggest reason why Zhang had been defeated by Mo was that her personal guard could not withstand the intensity and ferocity of the battle. Transferring the core position to her personal guard was a huge burden on their bodies. Each time they became the core, they would also suffer heavy damage from the pressure. Hence, there was a risk of their bodies collapsing after numerous transfers. The same was also true for Yang Kai. In fact, the burden was greatest on his main body. The main body had already been greatly weakened after performing the shadow technique. With the addition of the pressure from being the core of the formation, he couldn't help vigorously coughing up blood, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Be that as it may, he did not hesitate in the slightest. Taking full advantage of the opening created by the 8 shadows who were besieging Mo, Yang Kai stepped forward and approached Mo's arm that had been severed earlier. Although the arm was bleeding profusely, it was not a fully physical body part. Open. Yang Kai raised his arm and pointed at the arm. His divine sense surged turbulently. A moment later, a huge set of doors suddenly appeared in front of him. The door opened slightly to reveal a small gap, and then an indescribable pulling force seeped out from within and devoured the entire severed arm. This arm contained part of Mo's source. Previously, Some 30% of Mo's source had been suppressed and sealed by Yang Kai with the help of the profound source gate. If Yang Kai could not suppress and seal this piece of Mo's source quickly, the opportunity to retrieve his severed arm and reabsorb the piece of his source he had lost would remain. Once Mo did so, he would return to full strength again. Now that this piece of his source had been sealed, Mo's aura dropped significantly. Although black ink strength surged at the spot where his arm had been severed and formed a new limb in the blink of an eye, the power that had been suppressed and sealed could no longer return. With the success of this attack, Yang Kai's confidence increased tremendously. This was the first crucial step towards victory. It was also the hardest and most dangerous step in the entire process. This step had paved the way for the rest of the path, making what came next easier. Retrieving the profound source gate, Yang Kai turned around and charged towards Mo. The furious battle resumed once more. The secret that the position as core of the Nine Palaces formation could be freely transferred between the shadows had already been exposed. Therefore, Yang Kai had no reason to hide his movements anymore. Dao strengths fluctuated violently around him, and his offensive grew increasingly vicious. Mo was already no match for Yang Kai when the Nine Palaces formation was formed, so now that he had lost a part of his source, his situation worsened even more. After a brief but intense battle, one of Yang Kai's shadows found an opening and chopped off one of Mo's arms again. Mo immediately attempted to retrieve his severed arm, but Yang Kai was already prepared for such an opportunity in advance. In the end, Mo was incapable of extricating himself from the battle due to the constant assault by the various shadows. Yang Kai's main body swiftly approached the severed arm, and for the second time he summoned the profound source gate and devoured the source piece. After completing his task, Yang Kai coughed up another mouthful of blood. He raised his head and glanced at the battlefield. Perceiving the condition of his shadows, he knew that he could not persist for much longer. His main body was not the only one who was severely wounded by now, the rest of the shadows were also in a similar condition. However, only a small portion of these wounds were caused by Mo. Most of them had come from carrying the burden of being the Nine Palaces formation core. Yang Kai's immense strength and heritage had allowed him to bear an unimaginable amount of pressure from being the core. That was only possible because it was him. If it were any other Ninth Order master instead, they would not have been able to withstand the pressure after being a core 3 times in such a situation, regardless of their strength. I have to end this as quickly as possible. Yang Kai muttered under his breath. Then he stepped forward and joined the battlefield. In the next moment, his strongest shadow took on the boundless pressure from being the core and unleashed a continuous storm of attacks without care whether his body could withstand the burden or not. Mo clearly faltered under the violent bombardment of the strongest shadow. While Mo was busy stewing in rage, the strongest shadow threw himself forward and disregarded Mo's counterattack to restrain Mo firmly. At such a close distance, he grinned at Mo and revealed a sinister row of fangs. Mo immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions. Roaring furiously, he desperately struggled to escape. However, the attacks that came blasting from all directions rained down on Mo and the shadow the next moment. Even the strongest shadow could not withstand this barrage of attacks. Thus, he exploded and disintegrated completely. Likewise, Mo's body was battered from the attack. The left part of his body was gone, revealing the internal organs within his abdomen cavity. Mo staggered backwards weakly, a strange light flashing through his eyes for a moment. Before he could do anything though, another shadow charged towards him. Chapter 6000. Many thanks. The strongest shadow had already been shattered, and with that, the Nine Palaces formation had also been reduced to the 8 trigrams formation, which significantly reduced its might. At the same time, Mo's aura was not as strong as before. After 2 pieces of his source were sealed by Yang Kai, his aura had been notably weakened. As the remaining 7 shadows attacked Mo, Yang Kai's main body summoned the profound source gate for a 3rd time, suppressing and sealing another piece of Mo's shattered body. Mo's aura weakened once again. The 8 trigrams formation was now sufficient to deal with the current Mo. A series of fearsome attacks struck back the battle formation, destroying another of Yang Kai's shadows. In exchange, Mo once again suffered heavy injuries. The 8 trigrams formation had been reduced to the 7 stars formation. Previously, Yang Kai's shadows had emerged from the spacetime river one after another, joining the battle formation and making it stronger, but the situation had reversed now. As more of these shadows perished, the might of the battle formation also began to weaken. The only benefit was that Mo also weakened. Each time a shadow perished, Mo's body would shatter and Yang Kai's main body would seize the opportunity to suppress and seal another piece of the former source. In the end, all of the shadows disappeared, leaving Yang Kai bleeding all over, staring right across at a miserable and weakened Mo. The current Mo had a large amount of his source suppressed and sealed, which significantly decreased his strength. He was no longer as mighty as before, and even the rich and dense black ink strength lingering around him was now extremely faint, almost invisible. The current Mo had lost more than 90% of his source. In other words, he only had 10% of his peak strength, which was far from prime condition. Right then, several figures flew over and formed a circle surrounding the battlefield. They were the human race masters who had been watching from afar, as well as the giant spiritual gods Ada and Aer. Previously, it was impossible for them to intervene in the battle. Even the two giant spiritual gods were unable to approach, let alone the Ninth Order masters. However, as Mo's strength suffered with the destruction of Yang Kai's shadows again and again, the spectating masters finally had a chance to be useful. Mo had lost. It was simply impossible for him to deal with so many masters with his current strength. Just the two giant spiritual gods alone were enough to overpower him now. Nonetheless, Mo was laughing, his voice sounding extremely cheerful. Zhang she stood before Yang Kai with the Heaven's Order sword in her hand, vigilantly staring at Mo. Although Mo was in a miserable state right now, no one knew what kind of methods this ancient being still had hidden up his sleeve. As such, they still had to take necessary precautions. Yang Kai. Mo's smile faded as it shouted at Yang Kai, "Let's settle this." Behind Zhang Ruoshi, Yang Kai calmed his roiling vitality and replied, "Good, sir." Zhang Ruoshi shouted, "Allow me." She still had the strength to launch one last attack and was confident that she could take down Mo with it, so she naturally wouldn't let Yang Kai take the risk. "No, there's no need." Yang Kai stepped forward and walked past Zhang Ruoshi, staring at the nearby Mo. Even as victory was within his grasp, there was no trace of the pride or arrogance on Yang Kai's face as a victor should have, rather there was only a complicated expression. "None of you is to interfere," Yang Kai gently ordered. The gathered masters furrowed their brows ever so slightly. In the current situation, the best course of action was undoubtedly to attack together and take down Mo in an instant, ending this disaster that had lasted for millions of years once and for all. However, Yang Kai actually told them not to interfere. No one knew what Yang Kai was thinking or up to. However, out of their trust in Yang Kai, everyone still acquiesced to his demand. Be that as it may, they still maintained their encirclement and focused their auras. If anything happened to Yang Kai, Mo would immediately be attacked from all directions. When dealing with Mo, there was no need to discuss honor or morals. Despite being surrounded on all sides, Mo's expression still remained calm. He simply stared at Yang Kai and shouted, "Come." As soon as he spoke, his figure rushed straight towards Yang Kai, leaving a streak of black light behind him. Simultaneously, Yang Kai also charged towards Mo. The moment the two figures collided, everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. However, the next thing that entered their sight left them relieved. Yang Kai's fist had smashed into Mo's chest, while Mo's fist had stopped right before Yang Kai's head. Pooh! Mo spurted a mouthful of black blood as his raised fist limply fell. Standing at arm's length from one another, when their eyes suddenly met, Mo smiled at Yang Kai. "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded to him and thought for a moment before adding, "I will let you see the world Mu wished for you to see." Despite the jet-black blood flowing from the corners of Mo's mouth, a free and relieved expression appeared on his face after hearing this. "Then that's enough." Yang Kai didn't say anything more and summoned the profound source gate. As the gate cracked open, it swallowed Mo whole. Right afterwards, the door slowly closed itself, sealing the endless darkness behind it. Back then, it was Mu who had rescued Mo from behind this door, and after more than 1,000,000 years Yang Kai had sent him back through it. This ancient being had lived his life. He did not dare say he didn't have any regrets, but at the very least his life had certainly been quite an exciting one. Pooh! Yang Kai spurted a mouthful of blood before sitting down cross-legged, taking out a handful of pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth. Everyone immediately rushed to him upon seeing this. Su Yin flew straight behind Yang Kai and sat down, allowing him to lean on her. After a while, Yang Kai's chaotic aura finally started to stabilize. As he opened his eyes, he saw many pairs of eyes gazing at him with worried looks. "I won't die," Yang Kai comforted everyone, allowing them to relax. Mi Jingluan finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Why did you thank Mo at the last moment?" Although no one heard Yang Kai's words of thanks, they could tell what he was saying by reading Yang Kai's lips. Yang Kai heaved a sigh, explaining, From beginning to end, Mo never went all out. What? Ouyang Lai was shocked. He didn't go all out? How is that possible? The others also had a look of incredulity on their faces. To their surprise, their battle almost ended in mutual destruction even when Yang Kai had given it everything he had. Did that mean Mo would have obtained the final victory if he had not held back? Yang Kai continued, it's not that Mo didn't use his full strength, but rather that he didn't resort to any of his other tricks. Yang Kai had always been on guard against certain methods. The Royal Lords had their Royal Lord secret technique, which could instantly corrupt 8th Order masters. As the Black Ink clan's creator, how could Mo not have similar methods? What's more, such a method when used by Mo would surely be far more profound than what a Royal Lord could produce. Of course, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, and the World Tree clone protecting his small universe, but even so he could not say with absolute certainty that they would be able to defend against such a move. Zhang once mentioned that a mere clone could not completely negate Mo's Black Ink strength, only the World Tree itself would be capable of that. So when Yang Kai fought with Mo, he had always been on guard. But from beginning to end, Mo had not used that mysterious method. Was it that Mo couldn't? Impossible. He just didn't want to. Even after Yang Kai summoned his 8 shadows, Mo still held a trump card that could have instantly turned the tables. Furthermore, he never needed to fight Yang Kai head-on, he could have just stalled for time, and the 8 shadows from the future spacetimes would slowly have dissipated. Not to mention, there was even a decent chance Mo could have broken away from the 9 Palaces formation's blockade and escaped. At the very least, it was clear Mo had no such intention. From beginning to end, he had fought with Yang Kai head-on. At first glance, it seemed like Mo wanted to kill Yang Kai no matter the cost, but was that really the case? Therefore, although Mo had been fighting with all his strength against Yang Kai, he had not truly gone all out. Chapter 6001 Price. This was the reason why Yang Kai thanked Mo in the end. I'm afraid this is the end he wanted. Mu had protected the human race in the universe for countless years, and even after her death she had left behind many contingencies and hidden hands. Although the world was in ruins and the human race were like ants to Mo, it was still what Mu wanted to protect. Under the premise that the world had someone else strong enough to protect it, Mo was willing to go along with Mu's will. Of course, if Yang Kai didn't have the necessary strength, Mo wouldn't mind killing him. In that case, Mo would have still set aside a great territory for the human race to live and multiply after he dominated the entire universe. This way the human race wouldn't be wiped out and he would have a reasonable explanation for Mu. At the end of the day, Mo was not inherently evil. In the late ancient era, he had even protected the human race and took it upon himself to help them gain their freedom. If it weren't for him and the 10 martial ancestors working together, the human race of that era would not have been able to defeat the early ancient era's great monsters. It was just that he was unable to control his gradually growing power and eventually lost his way, especially after Mu's demise. When she died, no one was able to restrain him anymore. Today's ending was something Mo himself probably sought from the start. Everyone sunk into silence after listening to Yang Kai's explanation of what truly happened, as what Mu would want others to know. Their current feelings were tough to describe. Mo's life might have been filled with misery, but he was still the one who had brought about the pain and suffering of the human race for millions of years. Had there been no Mo, the human race would have ruled the world unchallenged after defeating the early ancient era's great monsters. There would not have been a war that lasted for so many eons. The Black Ink disaster had caused unimaginable losses to the human race, with countless elites having sacrificed their lives to bring it to an end. As far as the human race was concerned, no matter how miserable Mo's life had been, it was an irrefutable fact that he was the human race's greatest enemy. As the adage goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain. Gotcha. Suddenly it sounded as if something had cracked. Everyone promptly turned to look at the source and was immediately shocked. Big brother? Yang Shui called out, staring at Yang Kai's face in horror. Everyone also looked serious as a crack appeared on Yang Kai's face. It was not a normal wound and neither was Yang Kai bleeding from it. After the first crack, another one appeared soon after and then another and another. They were not just on Yang Kai's face but on his hands as well. The current Yang Kai looked like a piece of porcelain that was on the verge of shattering, and everyone could feel fearsome Dao strength seeping from these cracks. Yang Kai looked down at his hands and muttered to himself, "It came faster than I expected." He seemed to have anticipated his current situation. "What's happening?" Su Yen asked from behind him, her tender body uncontrollably trembling. After so many years of struggle, Mo was finally defeated and the black ink disaster was resolved. The future belonged to the human race, and it was foreseeable that the world would become a far better place. Yang Kai was the biggest contributor in the final battle, but at this moment his entire body was shrouded in an inexplicable crisis. Everyone could not help but be nervous. What was even more disturbing was that no one had ever seen such injuries before. Yang Kai gently patted the back of Su Yan's hand, comforting her. "I won't die, but I don't have much time left." "What does that mean?" Xiao Xiao asked. "How should I put it?" Everyone around him was worried to death, but Yang Kai, the main person involved, remained completely calm and composed. The shadow technique was created by Mu with the spacetime river as its foundation. I inherited her legacy and walked the same path as her, so naturally I can also use this secret technique. However, Mu's spacetime river was incomplete, so her shadow technique was actually incomplete. She could only summon shadows from the past, and once those shadows dispersed, the memories of that period would also disappear. On the other hand, I have perfected this secret technique and can summon shadows from the future. Each shadow I summoned in the battle just now was from 1,000 years in my future. Now that the shadows have already been destroyed, I must pay the price. The more powerful a secret technique was, the harder it was to use it. The shadow technique was undoubtedly the most powerful secret technique that had ever appeared in this world, especially since Yang Kai had surpassed his predecessor and used it to defeat Mo. The price he had to pay would definitely not be small either. Once the shadows of the past are destroyed, the memories of the corresponding past will also disappear. So, what kind of price do you have to pay when your future shadow is destroyed? Mi Jingluan asked solemnly. I won't exist in those periods in the future. You won't exist? What do you mean? Although I can't explain it clearly, you can think of it as a literal statement. Mi Jingluan was silent for a moment, digesting this unbelievable news. You summoned 8 shadows, so does that mean 8,000 years of your future just disappeared? Indeed. What happens after 8,000 years? Yang Kai shook his head. I have no idea. After all, this was the first time he had used the shadow technique, so although he knew that he would cease to exist for the next 8,000 years, all traces of his existence would be erased by the spacetime Tao strength of the universe, he couldn't say for certain what would happen after that. How could this be? Yang Shui's eyes turned red. It's not a big problem, I should be able to return after 8,000 years, Yang Kai comforted. Despite his assurance, everyone could hear the uncertainty in his voice. His back suddenly became lighter as Su Yan suddenly left. She returned soon after, but this time she brought Yu Ru Meng and the others with her. The eyes of all the women turned red as they tried to hold back their grief, preventing their tears from rolling down. Su Yan had already briefed everyone of the situation, so they knew the crisis Yang Kai was about to encounter. In the short time Su Yan was not there though, further cracks had appeared on Yang Kai and the leakage of Tao strengths had become more and more obvious. Yang Kai really didn't have much time left, and the backlash from the shadow technique was even stronger than he had imagined. Mi Jingluan shot a glance at the crowd, whereupon everyone apart from Yang Kai's close relatives retreated to the side. The women who had been brought here by Su Yan finally couldn't hold it in any further and burst into tears. In the end, it was Yu Ru Meng who acted like the big sister of the family and managed to compose herself first. Before she could say anything more though, the skin on Yang Kai's face began to peel off and disappear. Even though they were all 8th and 9th order masters now, there was nothing they could do. Everyone held back their grief as they helplessly watched Yang Kai's figure gradually vanish. At the very last moment Yu Ru Meng shouted at Yang Kai, "You heartless bastard! Mark my words, if you don't come back after 8,000 years, I'll take my sisters and marry someone else." Yang Kai gave her a smile. This sounds so familiar. Yu Ru Meng's will finally shattered and she broke into tears. She tightly grabbed Yang Kai's hand and begged, "You must come back. You must." Yang Kai swept his gaze over all of them one by one, as if he wanted to imprint their faces into the depths of his soul, before gently nodding and assuring, "Of course." Right then, scattered specks of light emerged before an enormous river spanning across the void appeared, enveloping Yang Kai. Soon after, an enormous wave came crashing down on him, swallowing him into the river. The river slowly disappeared, and so did Yang Kai along with it, leaving behind a group of women standing there in a daze, their endless sorrow flowing like a river. Something's not right, Mi Jingluan, who was watching from afar, suddenly whispered before turning to Xiang Shan, "Do you feel it?" Xiang Shan nodded his agreement. "There's something wrong." The other 9th order masters more or less felt the same way. Although they couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong, 9th order masters were extremely perceptive. Their senses were so sharp that even just a slight disparity around them would arouse their suspicion. Everyone made their respective probes, but none of them were able to find anything amiss. Unable to find anything wrong, they had no choice but to put this matter aside, but they still maintained a certain degree of vigilance. The curtain of the final battle had already fallen. The Allied army had finished off the Black Ink clan army, while Mo had been completely sealed by Yang Kai. Although the greatest contributor had suffered severe backlash from his secret technique and had his existence wiped out by space and time for the next 8,000 years, when all was said and done, the victory needed to be publicized. When Mi Jingluan and the others returned and spread the news that Mo had been ended, the human race army of millions that had been waiting here all cheered and danced in joy. The war that had been going on for millions of years had finally come to an end. Now all under the heavens belonged to the human race. After the battle, the casualties were counted and the aftermath was dealt with in an orderly manner. The small stone race army had already withdrawn and returned to the chaotic dead territory through the void corridor. The human race also began their withdrawal half a month later. The void corridor created by Zhang she saved the human race a lot of time. Not everyone left, however, headed by Su Yan and Yuru Meng, Yang Kai's wives, his disciples Yang Shui, Yang Xiao and several others all stayed behind. They remained in the place where Yang Kai had disappeared, quietly waiting for his return. The next 8,000 years would definitely be very dull and long, but so long as they could see Yang Kai the moment he returned, any amount of waiting would be worth it. A fleet of dilapidated warships entered the chaotic dead territory through the void corridor. The current Zhang she could still somehow maintain the balance of yin and yang in her body, so the chaotic dead territory was now a safe place. Be that as it may, she couldn't maintain this state for much longer. In order to fight Mo and kill the royal lords, she had burned too much of her Heaven's Order bloodline. Once the human race army left the chaotic dead territory, she would break the harmony with the two. At that time, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan would reappear, and Zhang she would lose her previous strength. At the end of the day, if she didn't have her Heaven's Order bloodline that could maintain the harmony of yin and yang, she would just be a Ninth Order master. The fleet passed through the chaotic dead territory and soon returned to the 3,000 worlds. Many years ago, when the human race army first set off from the star boundary, they had some 30 million soldiers, but now only slightly more than 10 million remained. Around 60% of the soldiers had died in this final war. Despite the terrible losses compared to the solemn and miserable atmosphere they had when they first set out, everyone was high in spirits, and every warship was buzzing with cheers and laughter, despite the sad state of the army. On a certain purifying black ink warship that was so wrecked that it looked like it would fall apart at any moment, Mi Jingluan was standing at the bow with Xiang Shan beside him. The two calmly listened to the hustle and bustle on the other warships and exchanged a knowing glance. The human race has won, but the greatest contributor is unable to celebrate with us. It's quite regretful, Mi Jingluan couldn't help but lament. Xiang Shan nodded his agreement. Now that I think about it, had he not forced those peace treaties with the Black Ink clan, the human race wouldn't have been able to accumulate enough strength. That's right, Mi Jingluan nodded. By the looks of it, that treaty was an important turning point in the rise of the human race. What was that treaty called? What's it called again? The two Ninth Order masters glanced at each other before the smiles on their faces slowly faded away, gradually replaced by solemn looks. Chapter 6002 Response. While the millions of human race soldiers were making the trek back home, all the Ninth Order masters gathered aboard the only intact purifying Black Ink warship remaining. Compared to their peak, the number of Ninth Order masters had undoubtedly decreased significantly, with many of the recently advanced Ninth Order masters having perished in the battle. Only 20 or so had managed to survive. Apart from the Ninth Order masters, Fu Guang was also invited. Everyone took their seats. Most of them were still injured, their auras weak and unstable. The battle ended not that long ago, and even with the recuperative abilities of Ninth Order masters, it was impossible for them to fully recover in such a short time, especially since the human race was running low on supplies, especially recovery pills. One by one, the Ninth Order masters noticed the heavy air. They might not have an idea as to why Supreme Commander Mi had gathered all of them together, but they could tell that bad news was in store for them from his expression. After the last Ninth Order master took their seat, Mi Jingluan finally started addressing the crowd. I've summoned you here today to confirm something. He looked around, paused for a moment, then recounted his conversation with Xiang Shan. When the Ninth Order masters heard this, some were confused, some were lost in thought, and a few who realized the issue right away furrowed their brow. Yang Lai casually asked, "What's there to fret about with your conversation with Big Head Xiang?" He did not find anything wrong, it sounded just a normal chat to him. There's a big problem. Mi Jingluan stared at him with a solemn expression, causing Ouyang Lai to realize the gravity of the situation, despite not understanding what was the problem. Xiang Shan explained, the peace treaty we signed with the Black Ink clan back then was of paramount importance and could be said to be the turning point in the entire war. It is impossible for Brother Mi and I to forget the details of such an important matter. It would have been nothing if it was just one of us having a hard time recalling certain trivial points of the treaty, but the problem is that neither of us can remember them. When we were discussing the treaty, both of us were unable to immediately recall even some of the basic details of the agreement. That should be absolutely impossible. Ouyang Lai speculated, frowning, maybe you're too tired from the battle? Xiang Shan focused his gaze on him. Do you remember the first time you met Yang Kai? Of course I remember, Ouyang Lai replied readily. How could I forget such a thing? At that time he slowly stopped talking. Obviously, he too had noticed the problem as his expression changed and a furrow appeared on his brow. Xiang Shan then turned to the other Ninth Order masters and asked, everyone, why don't you try recalling your encounters with Yang Kai, or some common knowledge about him? The Ninth Order masters complied. Soon, a bewildered look took over everyone's face. Observing everyone's expressions, Ouyang Lai immediately understood that they too had encountered the same situation as him. He could not help but mumble, how is this possible? When Xiang Shan asked him to, Ouyang Lai attempted to recall the first time he met Yang Kai, but he actually couldn't immediately remember it. It was as if his memory was blocked by an invisible barrier. It was right on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't enunciate it for some reason. After struggling for a few breaths, he finally remembered that the first time he met Yang Kai was outside Great Evolution Pass. At that time, Ouyang Lai was on a scouting mission with his disciples, and Yang Kai arrived to meet him under Xiang Shan's orders. At that time Yang Kai was only a 7th Order master. Mi Jingluan's voice sounded in everyone's ears, it's not just you. After Brother Xiang and I discovered this problem, we ordered our men to ask the soldiers the same questions, and they too encountered the same situation. Regardless of whether they personally met with Yang Kai or simply heard stories about him, they were unable to immediately recall the details. What caused this phenomenon? Wu Qing asked in a low voice. He had just tried to recall things about Yang Kai, and it was indeed as Mi Jingluan had described. I don't know the exact reason, but I'm certain it has something to do with his shadow technique, Mi Jingluan continued. Everyone should remember that Yang Kai said that the 8 shadows were summoned from the next 8,000 years. He also said that because those 8 shadows were destroyed, it meant that he would not exist for the next 8,000 years. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement as all of them were present when Mi Jingluan and Yang Kai were discussing this. Yang Kai said that it was the price he paid to use the shadow technique, but now it seems that Yang Kai himself had underestimated the severity of this price. He thought that the price he had to pay would be to disappear for the next 8,000 years, but in reality, some kind of invisible force is slowly erasing all traces of his existence from this world. So, anything related to him would slowly become blurred in the memories of others. Is such a thing really possible? Ouyang Lai found it hard to believe the most direct way one would think that removing the traces of a person's existence in this world meant was to kill that person, but the elimination that everyone encountered now was no longer as simple as just killing Yang Kai, even their memories of him were being lost. Mi Jingluan added, before Yang Kai used the shadow technique, even I hadn't expected for such a bizarre secret technique to exist. Ouyang Lai immediately fell silent. The mysteries of the shadow technique were beyond their comprehension, so the price for using it was also unfathomable. As such, no matter how unbelievable Mi Jingluan's speculations were, there was indeed a possibility they were true. This is just the beginning. What I'm worried about is we might even forget everything about Yang Kai with time. All of the Ninth Order masters were shocked. As the greatest hero who led the human race to victory and defeated Mo, Yang Kai should be remembered for all generations, but if the human race were to completely forget about him, that would truly be a tragic misfortune. What will happen if we completely forget about Yang Kai? Mi Jingluan asked. No one could answer. He didn't ask any more and instead postulated. Before disappearing, Yang Kai said that he would return after 8,000 years, but even he did not sound certain of that. So, he might be able to return or he might completely disappear. Right now, the traces of his existence are slowly being erased, which is akin to him disappearing. If one day everyone completely forgets about him, perhaps he might never appear again. Fu Guang, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Supreme Commander Mi, do you mean to say that if many people in this world remember him and his fame remains widespread, Perhaps it can help him return? Mi Jingluan shook his head. I'm not sure, but it is possible. Then it's worth a shot. Fu Guang nodded. However, the most important thing right now is to investigate the speed at which his traces are being erased. Only by confirming this matter can we make appropriate arrangements. Agreed. Agreed. We'll do as Supreme Commander Mi says. After many days of investigation by Ninth Order Masters and questioning thousands of randomly selected soldiers, everyone reached an unfortunate conclusion. The speed at which Yang Kai's traces were being erased was increasing. More and more things related to Yang Kai were being forgotten. At this rate, everything related to Yang Kai would be completely gone in short order. By then, no one in this world would remember that there was once a hero who had saved the entire human race. Mi Jingluan couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. He immediately sent people back to the original location of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction to inform Su Yan and the others who were staying there. Although Su Yan and the others would most likely notice this on their own, it was always better to be prepared. An advanced team had already been sent back to relay the news of their victory to the human race forces in the rear, so a joyful mood was already spreading. When the army returned, they were naturally received with warmth and celebration. The human race army had suffered heavy casualties in this battle, losing more than 60% of its soldiers. Be that as it may, it was all worth it, as in the future the world would no longer face the threat of Black Ink's strength. But contrary to the expectations of everyone who had remained behind, the Crusade force showed no signs of celebrating after their return. Instead, they quickly dispersed as if there was a new mission waiting for them. Soon, great statues were erected in the Star Boundary, Myriad Monsters world, and everywhere else the human race lived, whether it was a village, a town, or a city. The statue depicted a brave and heroic man wielding a long spear that seemed to have a dragon coiling around it. This man seemed to be staring down an invisible enemy, confronting them in battle. At the base of the statue was Yang Kai's name. Meanwhile, Mi Jingluan entered High Heaven Palace, and with the cooperation of Hua Qingxi and Xia Ningchang, gathered all the people who had close relationships with Yang Kai. Afterwards, under Mi Jingluan's supervision, they jointly wrote a biography. Naturally, it was Yang Kai's biography, and it included all the big and small matters that had happened in his life. There were no excessively embellished accounts in it, just the simple and factual descriptions. Nonetheless, anyone who read this biography would understand how magnificent Yang Kai's life was. Everyone would come to know that in the darkest era of the human race, it was he who tore through the darkness and brought a bright ray of hope to them. They would also come to know that Yang Kai had ultimately paid a huge price to finally defeat the ancient being named Mo and end the war between the two races that had lasted for millions of years. Most importantly, they would know that the world could not forget him. Otherwise, he would never be able to return. After this biography was written, countless copies of it were made by High Heaven Palace disciples and distributed to all the places where the human race lived, especially the places where Yang Kai's statue was erected. The Ninth Order Masters even personally placed these jade slips containing Yang Kai's biography into the statues. This way, as long as someone examined the statue, they would be able to immediately perceive the contents of the jade slip and understand Yang Kai's life experiences. Many of the human race's upper echelons were trying their best to prevent the human race from forgetting their greatest hero, Yang Kai. On top of that, the Ninth Order Master once again convened a meeting after the army had returned. Everyone felt that the world was vast and time was difficult to measure, so they decided that the year the Crusade force returned to the Star Boundary would be designated as the first year of the Void Era. Void was a title, the title of one of the greatest heroes that was slowly being forgotten. As time passed away, new generations of humans were born, matured, and aged. Everyone had already forgotten about Yang Kai, even the Ninth Order Masters who had fought alongside him, but the statues that had been erected remained standing tall. Chapter 6003 8,000 Years. Void Era Year 7 999. The Star Boundary, where High Heaven Cave Heaven, which was ranked first among the 36 cave heavens, was located, had its ban on entry lifted. Immediately, countless cultivators who were waiting outside the Star Boundary swarmed in and spread out. The cultivators were entering the Star Boundary from every possible direction, and were in huge numbers. Although there were all sorts of people among the crowd, no one dared to act rashly on the Star Boundary. No matter what their temperament was, they had become kind and simple after setting foot onto this universe world. This wasn't just because the Star Boundary was the domain of the strongest cave heaven, but also because Tao temples of all the other cave heavens and paradises were located here. It could be said that one could find Seventh Order Masters casually walking the streets in the Star Boundary, Even 8th Order Masters were as common as dogs. Only the sighting of the legendary 9th Order Masters, who generally remained hidden, would cause some minor sensation. If anyone acted irreverently here, not to mention the sun tomorrow, he or she might not even see the moon tonight. The main reason why the star boundary was so lively was because the Void Festival that was celebrated once every millennia would be held here. Many of the younger generation didn't know the origins of this festival, only that a ceremony was held at the turn of every millennium of the Void Era, and it had been celebrated 7 times already. And if the one that was about to be held was also counted, this would be the 8th. Rumor had it that 8,000 years ago, the living environment of the human race was extremely harsh. At that time, there was a species called the Black Ink clan that nearly wiped out the human race and conquered the known universe. Back then, the human race was truly on the verge of extinction. However, thanks to its many great heroes and brave soldiers, the human race slowly regained their footing. In the end, the entire human race launched a grand crusade and completely eradicated the Black Ink clan. From then on, the human race became the true rulers of this world. As for the Void Festival, it was held to commemorate all the humans who gave their lives in the war against the Black Ink clan. It could be considered the biggest event in the entire human race. The festival would be celebrated for an entire year, during which anyone could freely enter the star boundary. It had to be known that as the territory of the strongest cave heaven, it was normally forbidden for outsiders to enter. This wasn't because High Heaven Cave Heaven was tyrannical, but because they had no other choice. Since the end of the Great War 8,000 years ago, although the human race had managed to quell the Black Ink disaster that had lasted for millions of years, they had paid an extremely heavy price. Countless masters had died in battle, while the entire 3,000 worlds had been devastated by the Black Ink clan. The only universe worlds suitable for the survival of the human race were the ones in High Heaven territory and the Myriad Monsters territory. The number of habitable universe worlds had been significantly reduced, and as such, the living environment had also suffered. Cultivation resources were also in short supply. As such, the birth of too many cultivators would inevitably lead to chaos. So, the current cultivators could no longer be as unrestrained as they were before the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. Everything had to be done in a planned manner. 8,000 years ago, the Ninth Order Masters had jointly held a discussion and reached a consensus, which was that anyone with the aptitude to cultivate would have to report to the cave heavens and paradises, and their cultivation matters would be arranged by one of these top forces. This decision was strictly enforced with the joint efforts of all the human race forces. So, all cultivators of the human race, regardless of their background or cultivation, were duly noted and recorded. This decision made the already special star boundary even more exclusive. The star boundary had a world tree clone, and was the first open heaven realm cradle. The second open heaven realm cradle was the Myriad Monsters world. In the years when the human race was fighting the Black Ink clan, the 2 open heaven realm cradles, the Star Boundary and Myriad Monsters world, had given birth to many high-rank open heaven realm masters. It could be said that these 2 open heaven realm cradles played a huge role in the human race's victory in the final battle. However, after the war ended, because of the limited inhabitable areas, it was difficult for the human race to withstand the birth of so many new generation cultivators, which put the Star Boundary and Myriad Monster world in an extremely awkward position. After returning from the crusade and realizing this problem, the human race's higher-ups made another decision, which was to withdraw everyone from the Star Boundary and Myriad Monster world, especially the large number of ordinary people. These ordinary people could not cultivate, but given their huge numbers, they could give birth to many children, some of which would have the aptitude for cultivation. If restrictions weren't put in place, it wouldn't be long before new generations of cultivators were born, which would inevitably lead to unnecessary unrest. Even the people who remained in the Star Boundary and Myriad Monsters world were forbidden from having children. If they wanted to have children, they would have to leave these 2 open heaven realm cradles. Of course, the human race's upper echelons also knew that cutting off all avenues forward was not sustainable, so they left behind a glimmer of hope. That hope lay in the Void Festival that was held every 1,000 years. During this 1-year-long grand festival, everyone was allowed to freely enter and exit the Star Boundary. If one could join one of the Tao temples of the various cave heavens and paradises, they would naturally be qualified to remain in the Star Boundary to cultivate. It was difficult to calculate how many people had entered the Star Boundary every time the grand festival started, but the number who could truly worship the various Tao temples was not that high. This led to a strange phenomenon, which was that many pregnant women or young married couples would enter the Star Boundary during the festival. Those pregnant women would then find a place with excellent world energy and live with their families, nourishing their fetus in peace, so that their unborn babies could enjoy the feedback from the world tree clone. As for those young couples, they were only 2 when they arrived, but when they left, their wives' stomachs would most likely be bulging. Jade Mountain Square, an extremely common market in the star boundary. Because of the decisions made in the past, a large number of humans were relocated away from the star boundary, leaving it quite sparsely populated. Owing to which, places like Jade Mountain Square were usually deserted. In other words, this place was only bustling with humans because the grand festival was approaching and countless people had poured into the star boundary. A young couple was strolling around the market, holding hands. The man was suave and handsome, whereas the woman was as beautiful as a flower. They were a perfect match. The woman's belly happened to be slightly bulging. She was obviously pregnant. At this moment, the husband and wife arrived before a tall statue and looked up. The wife kept reaching out to her husband's hand, who helplessly handed her the food in his hands and grumbled, "I told you not to eat so many sweets, why don't you listen?" His wife didn't even spare him a glance and bit down on the candied fruit in her hand, mumbling, "Who says I am the one who wants to eat it? Clearly it's the child in my stomach who wants to eat." The husband couldn't help but roll his eyes. Every time she brought up the child in her womb, he couldn't do anything about it. "Dear, do you think this Yang Kai really exists?" The wife quickly finished a stick of candied fruit and took another stick from her husband's hand. "Why are his statues everywhere?" Wherever they went, wherever a human settlement was present, they always found such statues. Rumor had it that these statues had been standing for nearly 8,000 years and had not been eroded by the passage of time at all. Obviously they were protected by the power of an expert. "How would I know?" the husband brusquely replied. His wife muttered to herself, "His biographies are everywhere, and it seems that everyone has read it intensively." Moreover, according to his biography, he used some kind of profound spacetime secret technique in order to defeat the ancient enemy, which caused all traces of him to be erased from people's minds, and that he would never be able to return if everyone truly forgot about him. Counting the time, it just so happens that when this festival starts, it will be the time for him to return. "Dear, why don't we go take a look?" The husband's face darkened. "Why are you looking for him? He's a hero. We humans can have today thanks to his efforts and sacrifices. It's only right that we pay respect to him. His biography has been passed down for 8,000 years, who knows if it's true or not. I think he must be a wise and mighty man." Crunch, crunch. "Why are you eating my candied fruit? So sour. It's obviously very sweet." According to his biography, he had many wives. "Humph, you finally exposed your wild ambitions. My dear child, your father doesn't want us anymore, our lives are really miserable." "No, that's not what I said, don't be ridiculous." Everywhere where the humans were gathered, similar conversations were happening between the young couples. Under the vigorous promotion and maintenance of various major sects, the biography compiled by Mi Jingluan had been widely circulated these past 8,000 years. It could be said that any human older than 10 had read Yang Kai's biography at least once. As far as the later generation was concerned, this biography was just a storybook, allowing them to understand the magnificent life of a man named Yang Kai. As for whether the records in this biography were true or fabricated, no one could confirm. This was something even the ancient cultivators of the cave heavens and paradises were unable to determine, because in their memories, many of the things recorded in the biography had indeed happened, but none of them had the slightest impression of the man named Yang Kai being there. If this was really the backlash of the so-called shadow secret technique, it would be too terrifying. Meanwhile, the Ninth Order Masters had gathered at High Heaven Palace. Compared to the crusade back then, the number of Ninth Order Masters had undoubtedly increased. There were more than 100 Ninth Order Masters. After all those rising stars who possessed the aptitude to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, had gradually advanced over the last 8,000 years. In the main hall, everyone was talking in small groups. Unless there was something important, the Ninth Order Masters seldom gathered together. The Ninth Order Masters also rarely appeared in public. Only a grand event like the Void Festival could gather all the Ninth Order Masters together. With over 100 Ninth Order Masters, the human race's foundation had reached a peak that it had not seen in over 10,000 years. Whether it was the newly advanced Ninth Order Masters or the old veterans, all of them had participated in the war against the Black Ink clan. Now that they had gathered together, it was only natural for them to reminisce about the glorious past and as they watched the current generation compete against each other. Ouyang Lai was especially boisterous as he moved through the crowd. When he started talking about the great battles he had fought in the past, he unceasingly beamed with joy. When he got excited, he even pulled his disciple Gong Lian over. In the past, when this old master was only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master, when I fought against a pseudo-royal lord alone, that pseudo-royal lord wet his pants in terror. This brat saw it with his own eyes. Hey, tell them. Chapter 6004 Chanting. Gong Lian, who was still called brat by Ouyang Lai, had already reached the 9th Order. Basically, his cultivation was the same as Ouyang Lai's, but as there was still a master and disciple relationship between them. Even if he was a 9th Order master, he could not go against Ouyang Lai. So, he could not help but nod his confirmation after hearing this. Honored master is telling the truth. Ouyang Lai's laughter became even more carefree. A few of the newly advanced 9th Order masters also started laughing, all of them knowing how Ouyang Lai loved to brag and deciding to just go along with it. All of them had witnessed or experienced the might of a pseudo-royal lord firsthand, and it was definitely not something an 8th Order master could contend with, unless they formed a battle formation. Be that as it may, back when there weren't many 8th Order masters, Ouyang Lai had indeed fought a pseudo-royal lord alone, and it was him who was beaten to the point that he had wet his pants. Even so, fighting a pseudo-royal lord alone was still an incredible feat in itself. At that moment, the noisy hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone stopped blowing their own trumpet and raised their eyes, looking directly above. In that direction was a calm and composed, half-white-haired 9th Order master with a smile on his lips. He swept his gaze over everyone before addressing them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 1,000 years since we last met, but it seems everyone's noble bearing is still the same. There are also a few new faces, very good. Everyone greeted with a bow. Greetings, Supreme Commander Mi. The person who had arrived was none other than Mi Jingluan. Although the human race's crusade force and the various armies had been disbanded, Mi Jingluan's title of Supreme Commander had remained. In terms of cultivation, Mi Jingluan might not be the strongest 9th Order master, but in every battle against the Black Ink clan, he had played a far greater role than any other 9th Order master. There was no battle in which he had not racked his brain hard to map out a strategy for victory, and it was he who had ultimately coordinated and dispatched the various troops. He was a cultivator of the same era as Ouyang Lai, Xiang Shan, and Wei Junyang, but if they were to stand together, Mi Jingluan would definitely look older because he had been under even greater stress and for a longer duration during the thousands of years of war. Above the main hall, Mi Jingluan returned the greeting before continuing, "It's the day of the Void Festival. Counting the time, this is already the 8th celebration and I'm sure everyone knows what this means." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became solemn. For a long time there have been gaps in our memories. There appears to be traces of a person's existence in many key memories, but whether it's us or others, none of us can remember this person. I don't know what kind of mood I was in when I oversaw the compilation of this person's biography, but now that I think about it, it was definitely the best decision I've ever made in my life. All the signs indicate that this person should have really existed, and that all the accounts in this person's biography should indeed be true. This person is the greatest contributor to the human race's victory over the Black Ink clan. Unlike the cultivators with low cultivation, although the 9th Order masters present here had some gaps in their memories, these missing memories could be perfectly filled in by Yang Kai's biography. Therefore they could conclude that Yang Kai really did exist and the records in his biography were not fabricated. The reason they had forgotten about Yang Kai was because of the mysteries of the shadow secret technique. A hero cannot be allowed to be forgotten, otherwise the current human race does not deserve to live. 8,000 years have already passed, and it is time for him to return. The void ceremony has been conducted precisely for this moment. Everyone, the arrangements we had laid back then should be used, it's time to witness the truth. The world only knew that the Void Festival ceremony was a grand event for the entire human race, but didn't know that it was a hidden hand Mi Jingluan and the other 9th Order masters had arranged long ago. When they had set up this contingency back then, perhaps they had still not completely forgotten about Yang Kai, but now they really could not remember anything about him. It didn't matter if they didn't remember though, as long as the plan worked. "Please instruct us, Supreme Commander Mi." The 9th Order masters cupped their fists. Mi Jingluan lightly smiled. "Then let us see if all of this is just an unrealistic conjecture on our part or if we really have forgotten something." One after another, the 9th Order masters received their orders and flew out of the hall, quickly disappearing, leaving only one 9th Order master behind. This was a titled Great Emperor recognized by the Star Boundary and the only surviving Great Emperor who had managed to break through to the 9th Order. There had been other 9th Order Great Emperors from the Star Boundary, but they had all fallen during the crusade. The hall sunk into complete silence as Mi Jingluan and the great emperor patiently waited. 10 days later, Mi Jingluan finally opened his eyes and glanced at the Ninth Order Great Emperor. "It's about time." The Ninth Order Great Emperor slightly nodded before slowly closing his eyes and spreading his divine sense. The next instant, he had become one with the entire star boundary. Right then, in every settlement across the universe world, Yang Kai's statues, which had stood tall for 8,000 years, suddenly started glowing, attracting the attention of countless people. Soon after, a voice started to reverberate from the statue, chanting something. What the voice was reciting was the contents of Yang Kai's biography. The voice seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power, causing everyone who heard it to involuntarily stop in their tracks and quietly listen. As the chanting continued, an enormous picture scroll seemed to have filled everyone's vision. The picture scroll was impressively portraying the life of a cultivator named Yang Kai and how he gradually grew to become the strongest, eventually leading the human race to defeat their enemies. Not just in the star boundary, even in myriad monsters' territory, on every universe world where the humans lived, the setup in the statues was activated by the Ninth Order Masters. At this moment, that chanting was simultaneously ringing in the ears of trillions of humans. Once, twice, 3 times. Gradually, people began to read along the voice coming from the statue. Almost everyone had read Yang Kai's biography, and many scholars had even memorized it by heart. Only, the biography which in the past was only read to pass time was given heavy importance today. Trillions of humans were chanting the Void Great Emperor's real name. At the same time, in the distant void on the battlefield where the final battle between Yang Kai and Mo was fought, a few people were gathered together inside a floating palace. There weren't many people, only a dozen or so, but apart from a middle-aged couple, the lowest cultivation of the others was the Eighth Order, and there were actually quite a number of Ninth Order masters present. Everyone gathered here was Yang Kai's close relative. His parents, his wives, his disciples Yang Shao, Yang Shui. These people had been waiting here for 8,000 years. Xiaoning Chang had originally stayed behind to guard High Heaven Palace because, despite her high cultivation, she had very little experience in fighting. Moreover, she was an alchemy great grandmaster and was more useful stationed in the rear. However, for the final crusade even she was roped in. After their triumphant return, once Xiaoning Chang had helped compile Yang Kai's biography with Mi Jingluan, she immediately returned here. Naturally, Mi Jingluan immediately set out to fetch all those close to Yang Kai, bringing Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu here to meet up with Su Yan and the others to wait for Yang Kai's return. Their wait had now lasted for 8,000 years. Chapter 6005, Supreme Master. The Shadow Technique's backlash struck without any notice, and was impossible to guard against. At first, Yang Kai's relatives could still remember him, but gradually, all their memories of him began to fade away, and eventually disappeared. One after another, gaps began to appear in everyone's memories. For a period of time, everyone had even forgotten why they had gathered here until they remembered that they were waiting for a very important person. As for who that person was, none of them had any impression of him. The biography that Xiaoning Chang brought back with her had a great effect. The things recorded in the biography and the remaining memories in their minds perfectly complemented each other. This helped them know that a person named Yang Kai had appeared in their lives, and that person held quite a huge place in their hearts. Not far from their location was a void corridor leading straight to chaotic dead territory. At this moment, a figure walked out from the void corridor. It was none other than Zhang Ruoxi. Ruoxi's cultivation was currently at the peak of the Ninth Order, though the wings on her back had disappeared due to separating from the power of Yin and Yang. Her Heaven's Order bloodline had been almost completely burned out in the final battle, so she was no longer able to maintain the delicate balance between the two opposing powers. So, she had no choice but to return to chaotic dead territory and strip away the power of Yin and Yang. Although the loss of her Heaven's Order bloodline was a significant detriment to her, it didn't have much of an impact on her personal strength. It was just that it would be difficult for her to regain the phenomenal power she had displayed that time in the future. Walking out of the void corridor and identifying her bearing, Ruoxi quickly arrived at Su Yan and the others' location. Noticing her appearance, everyone looked at her. "It's starting," Ruoxi stated softly. Everyone nodded as a solemn look took over their faces. On the platform in front of the palace, everyone sat down cross-legged and calmly started reciting Yang Kai's name. At first, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Over the past 8,000 years, everyone had done similar things countless times just to remind themselves not to forget that name. However, as time went by, a different feeling slowly began to rise in their hearts. Everyone felt suffocated, as if there was a mountain pressing down on them, one that was becoming heavier and heavier. As this suffocating feeling grew stronger and stronger, the forgotten emotions also began to awaken, and along with them, a painful longing gripped their hearts. No one knew who they were missing, and none of them had a clear picture of them in their heart, but they had this feeling that someone who had left a deep mark in their lives had been forgotten, and that person's name was Yang Kai. In a vivid and colorful mysterious void filled with chaos and distortions, a tall and stalwart man with a sword in his hands let out an angry roar before swinging it down. This sword strike almost cut the space-time river in two, revealing Yang Kai's flickering figure behind it. By the time the water rolled back after the strike, Yang Kai had already arrived before the sword-wielding man. He then raised his hand and pointed a finger towards the opponent, sending a wave of water towards the stalwart figure. The stalwart man's expression instantly changed. Having fought Yang Kai for thousands of years, he naturally understood the might of this seemingly unremarkable wave. This wave contained the might of 10,000 grand Daos, so even he didn't dare to let himself get swallowed by it. The stalwart man raised his sword and slashed out, shattering the incoming wave and splashing droplets of water flying in all directions. At the same time, the stalwart man quickly withdrew as if he was avoiding snakes and scorpions. Yang Kai didn't chase after him and simply stood in place. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. When he had used the Shadow Secret technique to defeat Mo and was corroded by the space-time Dao strength, he basically thought that he would fall into a deep slumber or something similar, but how could he have known he would appear in this mysterious place in the blink of an eye? After arriving here, Yang Kai began exploring, and to his astonishment, he discovered he was not alone here. There were actually many other masters. These masters were no weaker than him, with some even being stronger. This revelation left him in total shock, because in the entire world, whether it was his cultivation or his comprehension of his grand Daos, no one could hold a candle to him. Even Mo, who had 30% of his source sealed, had been killed by him, so who in this universe could be his opponent? But here there were many masters here who could exchange blows evenly with Yang Kai. What left him even more speechless was that the people here were all extremely belligerent. It did not matter whether there were any grievances between them or not. Once two parties met, a fight broke out at least 90% of the time. Battles seemed to become the prime motivation for the survival of the living beings here. In the beginning, Yang Kai had suffered quite a bit. But his situation gradually improved over time as his injuries healed and his comprehension of the 10,000 grand Daos deepened. He also made a friend. That man's name was Chongjiu, and he was also very powerful. When Yang Kai was being hunted down after first arriving, the man acted out of righteousness and helped him out. Through his conversation with Chongjiu, Yang Kai finally understood that this was a place of exile for all masters who had touched upon the taboo. In other words, everyone who was here had touched upon the secrets of the heavens at one time or another. Yang Kai had summoned shadows from the future, which was a taboo. Although he didn't know what Chongjiu had done, he was certain he had done something similar. As such, this place was simply dubbed the Taboo Realm. What's more, anyone who entered this place would be quickly forgotten by the outside world. All memories related to those who entered this place would be erased in short order. In the 3,000 worlds, there were definitely very few living beings who could compare to Yang Kai. Yang Kai then recalled the universe furnace and its process of creating new universe worlds, and immediately understood that the masters here all came from different worlds or even universes, ones far beyond the boundaries of the 3,000 worlds. Each and every one of them had reached the pinnacle of their strength in their own realm and had even touched upon that which should not be touched. Yang Kai had once asked Chongjiu how to escape this place, and the latter hid nothing. He knew more things than Yang Kai as he had arrived a bit earlier than him. According to him, it wasn't impossible to escape from this place. In fact, there were two methods to escape from here. However, whether these two methods really worked or not was still open to debate, because there had never been a precedent of anyone leaving this place. The first method was to continue fighting and kill the masters from other worlds. Perhaps if they killed enough of them, they might be able to leave. No one knew who proposed this idea, but it sounded a bit unreliable because there was no basis for it. The second method was much more plausible, and it was to have the people of your universe still remember you and wish for your return. A person will die twice in their lifetime. The first time is when their life ends, and the second time is when the last person who remembers forgets them. As far as we are concerned, we may still be alive here, but the world we used to live in no longer remembers us, so we are dead to that world. If we want to rise from the dead, enough people must remember you for you to break through the restrictions here. These were the exact words of Chongjiu, and Yang Kai remembered them very clearly. At that time, Chongjio had been drinking the spirit wine he had taken out from his small universe while saying these words. Although this second method was much more reliable than the first, it was still impractical because once someone entered this place, his or her respective universe would be affected by the restrictions, wiping every single memory related to him or her in a very short time. Once the memories were wiped out, everything was lost. Even if there were some written records left behind, they would just become dust in history over time. Saying so, Chongjio patted Yang Kai's shoulder. "Little brother, just stay here. Although there's no way out of here, it's still quite lively." It was indeed quite lively. Supreme masters of many worlds were gathered here, fighting non-stop every day. This kind of thing would be rarely seen in the outside world, but here it was a common occurrence. At that time, Yang Kai just responded to Chongjio in one sentence. "I will be able to get out. My world will never forget me." Chongjio looked at him like he was looking at an idiot and threw a sentence. "I'll be waiting for that day." Calculating the time, that day should be arriving soon. While Yang Kai was lost in a daze, the tall and stalwart man had returned at some point, and sent a fearsome sword wave at him, forcing him to dodge. From nearby, Chongjio's playful laughter rang out. "Yang Kai, don't die. If you die, I won't be able to watch the good show." He had already arrived a few days ago as promised, wanting to see if Yang Kai could really leave this place. Although he felt that Yang Kai didn't have much hope, since he made a deal, he naturally had to abide by it. Unexpectedly, someone came to seek revenge on Yang Kai at this point. Although it was called seeking revenge, the truth was that there was no great enmity between them. The sword-wielding man had fought with Yang Kai at least 100 times over the past few thousand years, and neither of them had been able to do anything to the other. But this time he actually brought a companion wanting to overwhelm Yang Kai with numbers. But unbeknownst to them, Chongjio happened to be together with Yang Kai. A battle had broken out immediately afterwards. Yang Kai was up against the sword-wielding stalwart man while Chongjio dealt with his companion. At this moment, a towering tree had emerged behind Chongjio. It was gently swaying, glittering and shining as if it was cast from gold. One after another, its leaves whizzed through the void, cutting space apart. Its every move carried endless power. Chongjio's opponent was forced to retreat every time he tried to press forward. After fighting for a while, the master couldn't help size up Chongjio before asking, "The Dao tree lineage?" Chongjio raised his brow. "You've seen it?" The master continued, "The Dao tree lineage is famous throughout the heavens, and I had the honor of experiencing it firsthand once before." Saying so, he put away his weapon. "I won't fight anymore." Chongjio smiled slightly. "I was thinking the same." Battles were common occurrences in the taboo realm, but there were many cases where a simple smile and greeting could wipe away all enmity. After all, everyone's strength was about the same, so unless there was some kind of irreconcilable grudge between them, no one was willing to really fight to the death. For example, someone like the sword-wielding stalwart man who repeatedly sought trouble with Yang Kai was actually quite rare. He kept attacking Yang Kai mainly because Yang Kai had only been here for a short time, and the sword-wielding man believed that he was an easy target. Owing to repeated battles, Yang Kai's strength had grown significantly over the past 8,000 years. This wasn't surprising though, as Yang Kai did not get the time to consolidate his foundation and perfect it after swallowing and refining Mu's space-time river before he was forced to fight Mo to the death. It wasn't until he had entered this place and fought battle after battle that Yang Kai finally digested the benefits he had obtained from Mu's final gift. Furthermore, his small universe's foundation was constantly increasing. If he was allowed to go 8,000 years back in time to deal with Mo, he would definitely not end up as miserable as before.